aplikasi gope baru, nggak pakai lama, dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good Day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main ngelek, kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Games main sandalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Pin stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Games Max, makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction of the century. I hope you brought your checkbooks and your wits tonight. Let's start the bidding!
The rapid dragon in agile fashion. We jump into action, dashing. Perspectives are clashing. Oh, 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 we're taking on the fight. Jump into the showdown till justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah, fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective, yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all in. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all live.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta. MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor Head and Shoulders. Official coffee Good Day. We own this.
Aspekku pribadi di season 1 itu juga yang juara kalau nggak RRQ pos. Menang bonus kalah belajar. Udah itu doang kita awal ngomong. Kami berlima, G, Billy, Rev, LG sama aku tuh nggak ada mikir sama sekali kita bakal juara. Saat itu seneng banget bos. Pengen nangis aku gitu. Kalau nggak percaya boleh tanya anak-anak. Selama ini berarti gamblingku dari kotaku sendiri ada hasilnya juga buat buktiin ke orang tua juga kan.
Yang gue lihat ya piala MPL kayak simbol untuk tahta tertinggi di Mobile Legends ini sih.
Our new champion, EVOS Esports. Penantian panjang yang terbayar sudah.
Cuman kalau pas udah juaranya, jujur aja nggak bisa dideskripsikan dengan kata-kata. Nggak bisa diungkapkan lagi pas menang, harus rasain sendiri.
EVOS Legends!
Sampai alien mampu mempertahankan RRQ Jose.
Paling memorable buat aku juga di season pertamaku bisa juara, terus ya dengan final kayak gitu lumayan ada kepuasan sendiri lah.
Kita lihat ini dia MPL Season Championnya adalah RRQ Jose.
Kalau untuk di season 9 panas sih, gara-gara dari season 8 kita gagal, dikit lagi kita bisa juara. Ya mungkin dari situ juga ada faktornya sih.
Raja Galaksi kita di MPL Indonesia Season ke-9 RRQ Jose.
Pertama kali lihat pengen banget angkat piala lah pasti. Lebih ke pride sih. Kayak gue bisa gitu loh. Angkat piala sama tim gue. Kalau perasaan yang pasti ngerasa kayak mimpi sih. Itu gila banget. Berapi-api banget. Terus kayak segala macam usaha juga terbayarkan lah.
Raja Galaksi pemenang MPL Indonesia Season 10.
Kalau buat yang season 10 sampai season 13 kita nggak pernah puas sekalipun. Mau udah juara lagi. Kayaknya belum cukup buat kita. Jadi akhirnya sampai forfeit kita udah berjuang banget itu.
Kalau ngeliat player MPL tuh ya termotivasi dari situ. Jadinya ya pas di grand final kita coba buat main PD aja. Lu baru masuk MPL, lu grand final, upper bracket, tiba-tiba juara. Itu kayak bener-bener dreams itu.
Sang juara baru di MPL Indonesia Season 14.
Ya, karena emang kita mau buktiin kalau emang ada juara baru aja sih. Jadi kayak nggak bosen dan lihat.
Melihat piala itu sebenarnya nggak ada pikiran buat juara loh. Kita pengen ngasih yang terbaik aja buat satu sama lain, ngebuktiin.
Gua lebih punya mimpi baru sama tujuan yang baru sih. Ya tujuan baru gua ya ini jadi coach, ngelatih anak-anak. Makanya gue masih bertahan sampai sekarang.
Ya kalau aku buat piala MPL sendiri, jadi kayak pengen banget ngangkat lagi apinya kayak terus baru terus lah.
Karena kita udah persiapin segala macam, kita harus dapat lagi sih piala itu. Jadi kita bakalan berjuang lagi nah.
Apalagi dengan piala baru, pasti ya kita bakal membara sih. Jadi kita harus ada semangat baru juga buat dapetin piala barunya sih.
Musim demi musim, 7 tahun, 14 season telah berakhir. Dan kini, sejarah baru akan lahir. Inilah yang dinantikan. Inilah yang diperbincangkan dan diperebutkan. Inilah dia, trofi baru MPL Indonesia, MPL Immortal Cup. Sebuah pengingat dan alasan mengapa tim berjuang untuk menjadi kuat. Karena di ujung jalan, trofi inilah yang akan mereka angkat. Trofi ini menjadi simbol bahwa perjalanan panjang kita belum usai. Justru, era baru sudah dimulai. Meskipun terlihat naik kelas, tentunya kita tidak melupakan identitas. Masih dengan sayapnya, untuk tim-tim Indonesia bisa terbang ke atas menjadi yang terkuat dan berkompetisi menjadi yang terhebat. Dengan sayap ini, tentu menjelaskan kita dapat berkembang tanpa batasan dalam meraih kebanggaan dan juga kehormatan. Sayap juga berarti menunjukkan bahwa kita sigap dalam perubahan. Seperti halnya di Land of Dawn, di dalam game Mobile Legends Bang Bang, di mana keputusan dalam persekian detik bisa mempengaruhi bagaimana jalannya pertandingan. Dan puncaknya, sayap ini adalah sebuah legasi dari reputasi dari liga paling prestigious dan hanya yang terbaik yang pantas mengangkatnya. Trofi baru juga memiliki bara. Api nyala yang terus menolak padam. Perjuangan yang akan terus tertanam. Dan base, turret menjadi sebuah representasi dari dasarnya. Dengan 6 simbol role yang saling melengkapi. Di mana satu sama lain saling jadi pilar penopang untuk bisa jadi pemenang. Dan berbicara pemenang, siapa yang akan menjadi pemenang? Dan pertama kalinya dalam sejarah akan membawa pulang simbol kejayaan MPL Indonesia ini ke gaming house mereka. Dan tentunya kita semua, super fans dan seluruh masyarakat akan menjadi saksi dari sejarah baru hanya di MPL Indonesia Season 15. We own this!
Things are getting heated, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into a new era here in MPL Indonesia Season 15, week number 6. As you saw earlier on, we have a new trophy up on stage after years and years and years. So it's going to be even more heated as we journey and as we venture into the playoffs. Who will actually be making it into the playoffs? The standings are also close. And that is why our first match, our opening match of the day, will be very telling and very heated. Alter Ego and Evos once again.
This is a fierce matchup, ladies and gentlemen. Any match in the 3rd all the way to the 6th place teams, between those teams, will be very, very close. We saw Alter Ego drop all the way to 6th place and Geekfam rise from 6th to 3rd with 1 win over Alter Ego. So it's the same here. For Evos, it's kind of reclaiming that 3rd place position. For Alter Ego, it's getting out of a dangerous spot.
But speaking of positions right now, of course, other than our first match of the day, we do have 2 more matches after that. And that will be the clash between TLID and Onyx. And to follow things up, to close things out, it's RRQ and BTR, number 1 and number 2 on standings.
It's a rematch, and it's a civil war on the English desk right here. Me and Mirko.
No.
But we have to wait later on. That's going to be match number 3. And with all the matches this season, it has such a big impact right here. Because if you look at the win-loss rate here, one or two games can shoot you up 2 or 3 positions up in the standings. So every single one really counts this season.
Exactly. It's so close. These are the standings, ladies and gentlemen. Week 6 presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. And like Arashi mentioned, right? RRQ, it's not 100% that they will make it to the upper brackets.
Not yet, yeah. It definitely looked that way when we first started MPL ID. They went on a 7-win streak, and then they lost to actually 6-win streak, and then they lost to Bigatron Esports. They were able to crack that win streak with the red hair meta. Yeah, red hair meta. Yeah. Anyways, RRQ. It's not as certain anymore. I feel like in their last few matches, they have also looked kind of shakier, right? Against EVOs, before the loss against Bigatron, we already kind of saw that EVOs almost got it done against RRQ. And then against BTR got it done, obviously. The next match, though, we saw RRQ kind of, I would say, not as strong as they were in SBS, not as strong as they were before SBS. They looking kind of shaky.
That's why the story kind of lies the same, right? In our last match of the day, RRQ and BTR, it was, like you mentioned, BTR to break that win streak from RRQ. And the big question is, can Bigatron remain as consistent, or will RRQ be the win streak destroyer of BTR this time around? Because if I'm not mistaken, BTR are on a 3-time win streak? 3-match win streak, I believe?
Yes, sir. Or 4, actually.
4.
Yeah.
4. Well, there you go. It could be 5th. At the end of the day. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we want to ask you guys back at home, after losing in leg number 1, can EVOs take revenge on Alter Ego and in leg number 2? Because if we recall back to leg number 1 in that match, it was a reverse sweep, I believe, by Alter Ego, where EVOs were able to take that first game in that match.
I think so. It definitely was a time where Alter Ego really seemed that they were resurging back after a long, slump period. Everyone was saying that this is their time, this is their moment. But now, as with all the other teams, it really seems like teams are adapting. They are, finding holes in the game of some of these top-tier, more strong-looking teams. So today, relapse or revenge? Will it be EVO's moment to secure top 3? That is the question. And if you look at how they've been performing, I gotta say, man, EVO seems a lot more reliable in that sense.
Reliable. Do we agree with this notion?
Yeah, way more reliable, way more consistent as well for Alter Ego. Oh man, the amount of hate that they've gone just from one man alone, their own CEO, right? Well, not hate, but criticism. Yeah, the criticism sent their way has been very valid. Alter Ego have just looked like a shell, it's so weird. Before the break, they were looking like world beaters. They were looking top 3, very good. And then after the 3-week break, momentum definitely got hurt, and they started becoming really shaky. Like, they became a team that only relies on early game. They win early game, they'll do really good. If it's even when it's in the mid game, it's done. Like, they can't adapt, they can't improvise and make creative moves to take that even position to win.
I find that quite interesting, because in the loser interview I had with Coach Nafari yesterday, he mentioned that he likes to create drafts that win them the early game.
Yeah.
And if that falls short, it's really difficult because of the draft. So there's been so much criticism surrounding the drafts. I think a lot of people still remember, the Moscow first pick. People still remember the CC first pick compared to many other priority heroes like the Granger, the Kalea. So we'll get to that in just a bit, because we do want to know what you guys thought back at home. It looks like 56% of you guys think that with Suelo, EVOs will win.
Ooh.
Interesting, because in leg number 1, it was actually Natko in the mid lane, not Suelo. And Fluffy, or Reggie now, is not in the EXP lane today. I believe it should be Natko in that EXP lane. So do you think just by that alone, EVO's performance could be stronger today against Alter Ego?
I mean, before it happened, I think it's a bit bold to assume that one player alone is going to change everything. But with Suelo in the picture, we really see that mid lane really bloom in aggression, right? And it also allows a lot more of these unique picks that Avil has been able to use to really craft something really annoying to deal with. Because this is the team that really relies on that trio mid, right? With the roamer being Key, with the jungle being Albert, right? The addition of Suelo into that aggressive quad-pro duo mix, it really allows them to really take control of the early game. So it's the aggression, but also the options, the flexibility. I feel like that this is a pretty valid claim.
So might we be seeing maybe a Zask again? As we're looking at the EVO's mid laner from era to era, as you can see, this is all the way from Season 1. You can see Ios there with G. Oh, Strategy used to be their mid laner in Season 3? I didn't know that.
Mr. G showing up there. And then, of course, a familiar face, Luminaire. And then Rexy. I mean, a lot of these were before we were even active as casters. So it really is very humbling almost to see that how many generations have held the torch for Evos. One, Cried Hijume. After one, we are just a bit more familiar. Clocken, Natco, and Swaylo right now. That new era, though, is definitely the one that's kind of in the spotlight right now. And is it interesting to see the team able to kind of shift around like this, right? Have good performances, even after these sudden swaps in the roster. And really, I think it kind of shows the quality of the coaching staff as well. Because usually, you would expect a bit more of a adaptation period. But Evo seems to be taking everything in stride.
And, yo, shout out to Coach G, by the way, because he's also an MPL champion, right? NXL Season 1 together with Watts, so he's been through a lot. But this is just Evos we're talking about. The mid lanes from era to era. I remember loving and hating that man in the middle in particular after winning Season 7, but then not participating at MSC 2021.
Right. And it was an interesting showing there. But, you know, this is some of the highlights from them, and they've been doing pretty well, again, in the aggressive style. Although sometimes they do kind of, they tend to make some of a risky maneuver almost.
Yeah.
And sometimes it really comes to haunt them again. But I feel like it's just a style thing, you know. They want to take the high risk, and if it works, it works. If it's not, then the decision is wrong. But they are all committed, and that's a really good sign.
Because this is a big highlight. Earlier on, we saw Alter Ego, right? Hijume is also ex-Evos. So essentially, we've been talking about generation after generation or era after era from Evos, and this is a matchup that will highlight both Hijume and Swaylo being the new generation.
Yeah, I mean, again, he's been able to do great things for the team, and overall, the team fighting is definitely great, but it's the skirmishes that I think Evos really shines on. The team fight is great, they do well, they don't really throw hard in these 5v5s, but when it comes down to the smaller engagements before the main big fight, that's where I think Evos has a bit of flexibility, and I think the experience we've always talked about the experience from Albert and Key definitely lends itself there. But Swaylo has been able to really match up to them when it comes to these unpredictable, when it comes to the unpredictability in how they move around and when and where they pick these fights.
As we're on the topic of mid laners, right, Arashi? Interestingly enough, I was rewatching a little bit of Codelwin's restream, and he was like, Hijume.
Yeah.
Because essentially that final moment was Hijume getting taken down by Beloyski first. So let's unpack that a little bit. Do you agree with what their CEO said?
No,
do you agree with Codelwin?
Hey, Codelwin, no disrespect, but that one right there, I don't think it was his fault. That's a signature Beloyski move with the conceal, and it was instant from Beloyski. This is something that, I don't know, maybe the only mistake I would say is them not going for Purify. Like, they went for Flicker. They kind of were very confident in the peel. Game 1 makes sense, they had a Frederick. Game 2, Hanzo, you don't really have that much peel. But it was more of just Beloyski doing Beloyski things with the conceal. Yes, you should have expected that, but at that point, you couldn't have reacted to it. The position was just held by GeekFam.
That's just something that GeekFam is well known for, right? The critical moments, because they do a lot of risky things and they fall short, but when it comes down to a single moment, they can make or break the game. GeekFam, especially with Beloyski, have always been able to actually do what it takes to get that exact moment. So I have to agree, man. I think that's just a Beloyski type thing.
So let's hope that they're ready right now, because Codelwin is watching, ladies and gentlemen. Alter Ego and their 5. Who will be playing? Looks like it's still the same. Nino, Rin, Hijume, Dreams, and Highs. Can they find their consistency here as we get into week number 6?
Can they find the form that they had in the first 3 weeks of MPL? Top 3 they were. Rise back to the heights to claim the trophy. The new one up on stage. It's Hijume leading the pack. Alter Ego Esports.
Alter Ego, the team that has really doubled down on the aggressive style. It worked out for them earlier, but now today in the second half of the season, can they do the same thing against Evos? Do they have enough aggression to tame the tiger?
That's a big question here because on the other hand, the White Tigers looking for their revenge from leg number 1. A 2-1 victory for Alter Ego. The last time that they have met. They're looking to clash once again, ladies and gentlemen, and reclaim that 3rd place on the standings.
The Predators of MPL Indonesia, the Tigers walk up with the man leading the pack. Once a bull, now head of this White Tiger squad. Key, Albert, Erlan, and Natko in the XP. It's Evos!
They have the experience, they have a good mix of veterans and rookies. Can they use that to outmaneuver, to outsmart Alter Ego right here? They have what it takes, they have the potential, but the people who are going to realize that in the Land of Dawn will be walking up on stage soon.
Ooh, a little bit of flair there from Mr. Suelo. But speaking of flair, I think it's going to come back down to the drafts. We were talking about the drafts earlier on, and I think right now, Nafari is under pressure more than ever. Everyone's eyes are on him right now, especially now that we know that he has the one that has been drafting for Alter Ego. The criticism surrounding the Hilda ban, the criticism surrounding the CC first pick, the high-lows over and over. A lot of creativity, I would say, yesterday coming in from them with the Kimmy in the gold lane, and of course the Esmeralda for Nino to kind of counter the Phoveus and the Harith. Let's unpack that a little bit more. What did you guys think about that? Let's start with you, Mirko.
Leaving the Harith open, man, I feel like the entire draft from Alter Ego yesterday was, we did hear from Nafari, it was planned, but I think it was just a bad plan, giving all the comfort to Geek Fam. We know that for a fact, Geek Fam, when they don't get their comfort, they do struggle. So the fact that they just let the comfort go without trading for anything much back is ridiculous.
Yeah, here, the sandals. I got sidetracked by that. The sandals.
Suelo.
That's a brand of a sandal, apparently. That's why it's called a sandal right there. But he has one of the highest teamfight participations here. And that's going to really work out against Alter Ego, I feel. Because if he's active and he's able to bring his impact to the side lanes, you know, efficient roaming is a great way to shut down aggressive laning, right? So if Alter Ego are planning on using some of those picks, like the Esmeralda, like the Kimmys, to try and get a leg up in the laning phase, Evos can really kind of ruin all those plans just by being around faster. But Hiju Mage right here, #1 mid laner total assist in MPL ID, so he himself has an aggressive style, and he's always around to help out with his team as well. So I think it really comes down to, again, the plan as a five-man squad in the early game to see if they can really find the kind of winning strategy, and it comes down from the draft as well. So I think that we have to really look out for a lot of these aggressive wave-clearing heroes in the mid lane, possibly also a lot of those pick-off assisting heroes in the roaming position as well. Here's the keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. For Evos, consider comfort picks over meta picks. If they can get their comfort heroes, we've seen them perform really, really well. And against a team like Alter Ego, I think comfort will allow them to really maneuver out and away from all of the other mind games, the other strats that Alter Ego might be able to pull out of the bag against them.
There was also a big highlight towards giving Key a momentum hero as compared to something a little bit more passive to create those opportunities. But here are the keys to victory now for Alter Ego.
Not afraid of respect drafts and showing better synergy and having an adaptive plan in the mid game. So respect the heroes from Evos and show their own synergy, and afterwards, even though in the early game, for better or worse, if they really get to snowball, if they really get to, if they are forced to actually play defensively and stall the game out more, they need to be able to do so against a team like Evos, who we've seen perform well in the early game, but also have ways to try and look for victory all the way till the late game as well.
Yeah, they also need a draft that can supplement that, right? Because I think yesterday, what was their draft yesterday? It was...
Alter Ego?
Alter Ego. I think it was the first game.
They went Kalea. They picked up... Okay, the big point to take out of that is they always ignored Granger. Like, the Harith would go onto the right side. Obviously, when you go for first pick Kalea, you won't get the Harith when you leave it open. But we expected, at least in game number 2, the adaptation would be pick up the Granger. But they still didn't. They still went for, in game 1 it was Fredrin, in game 2 they went for Hanzo. Sure, I understand picking up the jungler early on, but the Novaria, Hijume, he has a lot of heroes in his pool. It's not that prior. You need to get highs on a comfort pick. And that's what we've been seeing. Yeah, a lot of criticism sent his way, but when he doesn't get his comfort pick, is it really fully his fault?
That's why I'm wondering the decision behind that. Was it Nofari being like, you've got to pick Novaria here?
You interviewed him, right?
Yeah, I didn't get to ask.
Did he say he has the control in the draft?
The drafts are being controlled by him, yes.
Well, I mean, then I think that means he's responsible for the picks, right? Because even though it's not his idea, he
has the final say.
He has the final say. He said yes.
Well, we'll see if they want to double down on that strategy, right? Whether they want to go with something that's a bit more straightforward, a bit more meta, like we were talking about right here, or do they want to still go with this style where they want to be super aggressive, they want to take these unique picks that really haven't been tested as much. Maybe in scrims, but we've been very vocal here on the English desk that doing well in scrims doesn't always translate to doing well on stage. It's a whole different ballgame.
But what picks are we talking about here? What experimental picks? Are we talking about Kimmy?
Yeah, the Kimis and the Esmeraldas. I think it's safe to say that it's pretty experimental.
All right, let's see. Ladies and gentlemen, drafting phase game number 1. Evos on blue side, Alter Ego on the red. It's going to be very interesting to unpack how things will be going in the drafts, because the drafts have been the main focus for Alter Ego's lack of performance in the past couple of matches that they have been doing. Fovius Hayabusa banned out by the White Tigers. Alter Ego banned out the Fanny.
It does seem like Evos are going to take a page out of Geek Time's book, batting out the Hayabusa, and I believe the Joy will follow next, unless they decide to pick up the Joy for themselves. Obviously, that could be the case, but I think the Harith would be a bit more value to pick up in first pick. Now, okay, they actually ban out the Lo Yi here as their last ban. But this is the thing about Alter Ego. They can't play Chip, and they can't play Fanny. That's why they're always at a disadvantage in the draft as well. On blue side, these are the same two bans we see from Alter Ego. Fanny, Chip.
And it might be exactly why they want to come up with some of these really unique picks. It allows them to be a bit more unpredictable in the drafting phase. Gives the coaching staff a bit more to work with. But again, while you're still having to ban the Fanny and the Chip, it's going to be so difficult for you by default. They banned the Suyo right here. Interesting. Trying to limit Evo's aggression. We know Albert is very adept at playing the hero. Now for Evos, in theory, it should be the Harith, right?
Yeah. But I think they'll be fine if they go Granger. So picking up the Joy, I think right now is a lot. There's going to be a lot of value there, even though the Fredrin can still show up. But I think for Evos, looking at the game yesterday, looking at Rin's performance yesterday, you kind of want the Fredrin to show up.
I don't think it's a problem. 1-6, I believe, on the Fredrin.
Yikes.
Not as great of a performance, so I think the Joy would be a good pick here for the White Tigers.
Joy first pick, and it's the only other really meta jungler over the Suyo. It will indeed be that Joy, so Evo is really gearing for aggressive possibilities right here. Definitely looking for some more things to build on, more setup for Key to play around with, along with Albert there. For Alter Ego though, now facing against a high mobility assassin in the jungle, do they want to get something like the Harith, of course, but along with that, the Selena, wow.
Very early Selena. Yeah, the Harith expected, but definitely didn't expect the Selena to come out this early. Evos with the Joy. I wonder what they want to go for now. I think the Granger has to come through. It's either the Granger or the Moskov, that's for sure. But then you get a pick for Key? Or do you just go Novaria?
Novaria now is still a bit early. There's no guarantee on like how Alter Ego is going to be playing. For sure, they're going to be a bit divey with the Harith and the Selena, but they have ways to kind of still build on this. So I feel like the Novaria can be left until a bit later, potentially. That'll be a Granger and Sushin, actually, so not even the Novaria.
Okay. The Jushin was left open. It doesn't make sense, right? I think Evos want to look for something that could control the early game, especially in the mid lane. I think Alter Ego goes for the Selena because we have seen Alter Ego just be very aggressive, control the side lanes, objectives as well with the Selena pick. It's also very in form of their identity, but what will they close their first phase with? Are they going to go for a pick for Rin?
They need to.
They can't go Fredrin here. Do they go for something like the Hayabusa? Does the Hayabusa still work?
The band. The only choice right now is like Okay, they go Kalea, so say goodbye to Rin's heroes. No Hanzo in the next phase for sure. Kalea is the choice.
It's kind of rough, man. With the Suyo, Hayabusa already banned out. Joy picked up. I mean, yeah, I think we expected to see it earlier from Alter Ego, because now Evos are definitely going to kind of squeeze down on it. And we've really heavily stated how important Rin and his performance is going to be for Alter Ego's success. So they can put a Cho right here, possibly trying to remove pickup potential, but also remove heroes that can kind of stop these aggressive dive maneuvers for the side of Evos.
It's also a big, stopper towards El Momento key, right? That was in the keys to victory as well. The Cho is a big setter, an opportunity finder for Evos. We're looking at other heroes. Do you think something like the Badang could actually work here for Evos?
For Evos, I feel like going with the Badang, it can work, but I don't think it's all that necessary, unless the idea is to stop any engage potential, to counter and stop the Kalea. That may be it. But when it comes down to it, I think something that can be used in a bit more of a chase fashion or in a more spammable fashion will work better with the Tsushin. So I think that's where my assumptions are lying. But Evos has banned away the Fredrin as well.
Interesting.
So even though we don't really rate it that highly, they still think it's going to be important. And again, it's a great pick against the Joy by all means, so maybe that's where their focus is on.
My mission is to
With the Hylos ban here, yeah, the Fredrin ban now kind of removes the option of Alter Ego going for Novaria Selena, a combo that they have gone for before. That long-range artillery together with the explosiveness of the Harith with just the front line to back him up. I think there should be a Hanzo ban last. Kalea is still flex, Selena technically is still flex, so there's not going to be a lot of value in banning out the other roles. Shutting down Rin has been, I'd say, a great angle of attack for a lot of teams up against Alter Ego. So Fredrin, Hanzo should be.
So what's going to be left for Rin to play, right? Hanzo banned out, like you mentioned earlier on. So far, he's played the Lancelot and the Ling.
0% win rate.
Suyo is banned.
Yeah.
Oh, good call, Eternal. The Ling shows up. That's dangerous, though. By all means, there are targets available in the backline. Not a lot of lockdown so far from Evos, but they can pick it up right now, right? There's still options available for Key. That's why the large hero pool really allows teams to kind of react and adapt. If Evos pick up a good lockdown hero, or at least a hero, again, with a quick, spammable crowd control tool, I mean, now the Badang just looks a bit more desirable in my opinion.
Badang, Jawhead.
Yeah.
Oh, the Jawhead too.
Could be Hilda Tigreal too. Just go Hilda, punish in the back, Badang Gatot. Anything really works here. It's a 0% win rate Ling. You mentioned Ling Lancelot. Those two picks for Rin are sitting at 0%. So
2 Ls.
2 Ls, literally.
Quite literally,
Which is why we were wondering why not secure a hero for Rin in the first phase. Lancelot, I think, is a little more punishable by the Jushin. The Ling should be a little bit better, but it's still a 0% win rate Ling.
Exactly.
How do Alter Ego close this draft?
I wonder if they were really just thinking that, okay, the jungler is going to find it difficult, right? There's going to be a lot of focus on shutting down the jungler. So now that we have a Selena, let's get a good roamer and allow the roam mid combo to kind of make space for the Ling to just farm up, be a menace in the mid to late game. Again, it's a bold strategy, and we've seen boldness coming from Alter Ego before. Their final pick right here, though.
What was that?
Lucas.
Lucas?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Interesting.
I don't know, man. All this close range, scrappy kind of heroes against a Badang and Gatot, definitely looking kind of difficult. With the Chushin in the picture as well, you know, the moment Alter Ego aren't really strong enough in the early game to really decisively win these fights, once they're on the back foot, when they're escaping, it's gonna be chase game for Evos, and you know the Tigers are dangerous when they're on the hunt.
Absolutely. When their fangs are out, when their
whoa.
claws are out as well, that's where they look for more opportunities on the board. Will this Lucas pick work?
Not too sure, but we're gonna jump into the land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 1.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Relapse or revenge? Can Evos find their revenge here in leg number 2 against Alter Ego? and find that third place in the standings. Let's get into the land of dawn for game number 1.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the early game should be very important right here. Again, for both teams, they rely on that early game momentum, that's for sure. But now that Alter Ego has this strong mid lane combo, let's see how they perform right here. Against the Tsushin, the wave clear right now with the Kalia and Selena really isn't ideal. But once they do get a couple of levels in, they should be able to threaten the members of EVOS enough, to threaten this Sway Low and Key enough that they can get some more ground around the Land of Dawn.
We're also looking at visibility here, right? Again, the Selena under level 4 already has really big power in the fact that they can open up these bushes, open up the map just a little bit more for more information for their team. We're looking at emblems here, and it's quite standard for the Selena, like we usually expect.
Yeah, but also the tenacity for Swaylo though. But look at this, look at Rin. Engage on below. Rin able to get the Tempest Blades in time, doesn't need it. First blood for Rin. Albert taking down Dreams, looking for more. Swaylo able to disengage. Dreams wants to go for more. Jumps in on the Swaylo. I think Swaylo should be safe. An Abyssal Arrow lands on Key. Good disengage, but Rin wants more. Goes in on the Swaylo. Has the Blades. Will be able to use it now to revitalize. Keeps him alive. Not for long though. Rin gets another 2-0 start for Alter Ego.
The hot-blooded jungler strikes in the first game, ladies and gentlemen, on the 0% Ling. And so far, this is the aggression that we've been expecting match after match from Alter Ego. Rin on a hero that he's comfortable with, on a high mechanical hero to kind of put in and control the early game. That's Hijime putting some damage over onto Natko, but it's a big reset before this turtle take.
Yeah, before the turtle take is going to be so important here. Alter Ego, with the aggressive burst damage they have in the early game, has taken control. And now EVOS has good frontliners, but not tanky enough. And with no Revitalize, can they actually wrestle away the control? With no Avatar of the Guardian, Dino makes the first move.
Okay, walks up, zoning them away. Doesn't seem like EVOS want to contest for this. Rin will be able to secure the neutral objective for free. That's a fist crack from Natko. Forced to flicker out. Alter Ego winning out this early game.
Big control from three-face masks here. It's a big change. I'm pretty sure Codelwin restreaming right now is like, yes, let's go. But there's still a long way to go. The fact was, EVOS in that previous engage or encounter wasn't at level 4 just yet, so they were still looking for that opportunity. We do see a little bit of a clash coming through, but not so much as to take anyone down, nor any casualties so far.
Remember, the concern for Alter Ego isn't in how... oh, hang on a second.
Okay. Gonna be engaged on, unable to get the AOG on time. Dreams picks up the kill, a 3-0 lead now for Alter Ego.
As I was saying, man, aggression in early game is not where the concerns lie for Alter Ego. If they maintain this composure, that's a great sign for them, but they have to make sure they don't mess up in the mid-game, right? EVOS, especially with all of these playmaking tools, have a chance to try to come back from this. Looking at talent prediction right here, as always, man, consistency is not an issue for Papulo.
Absolutely not. This is the talent prediction by Gobei. 2-0 for Alter Ego amongst all the casters with a 2-0 or 2-1 prediction in favor of EVOS. So far, things are looking good for Alter Ego. We did mention that Alter Ego do work when they're able to control the early game. So far, neutral objective take has been theirs. They're holding on to that 1,200 gold lead. And again, with Hijime on Selena, finding these opportunities, being able to help Rin as well to look for these picks has been massive.
Uh-oh, no red streak. He, all alone, pops in Revitalize, is able to get away in time. Tsunami Slam, though, locks him down just for a bit. A good taunt to JCC him. But it was Key who's able to set up for a kill for Albert.
It was a great coincidence for Albert to jump in, take the Abyssal Arrow away from Alter Ego. But with the damage from Alter Ego ramping up, EVOS also has the chance to survive more of these skirmishes because they're going to get more items here for their frontliners. Again, Alter Ego require the possibility for them to really threaten EVOS and force them to respect the danger and push them back. If EVOS have enough tankiness to stand in the front right here, allow Sway Low to stand around, lift people up, that could be a bad sign for Alter Ego.
Dino walks up, gonna be chasing CC. It has The Sacred Beast will be able to pop that Ninetales form. Key's caught in a tough spot. No revitalize. Use a missile arrow already. Key caught in Tsunami Slam and that. Oh my lord, Sway Low with the Crimson Beacon. Rin forced back, knocked up. Dreams able to assist engage. Steps of Blaze as Albert dives into the back and Rin is very, very low. He's looking for a pinch points over Albert. Unable to get the kill. Rin with a killing spree.
That's a 3-4-2 trade. No neutral deck to take weight. That's Hijome taking some damage. Still able to get out. Big outplay from Rin on the Ling. 3-0-2, taking the veteran Albert down. That's the attitude that we were expecting coming in from Rin.
And the goal disparity increases here. Altrigo still has the control, but Key is trying to change that for his team. These pistol arrows have been quite deadly from Hijome, but now it's back to the dance. And Rin is really pathing away from the turtle, but Evos do not know that. They should try to find some control, find ways to maybe rush down this turtle, as both junglers are off on the bottom lane. Might be wait for a 1v1, but no, Rin will be rotating away.
Remember, Rin is level 10 already. It's almost a 2-level gap between both of the junglers.
Yeah, it's gonna be free as Rin picks it up. Alter Ego still hovering over. That's a big lead now, big bounty on Rin.
2,800 gold lead now for Alter Ego with the second neutral objective secured. Earlier on, Nino first pick priority. Quite interesting. What do you think about this, Arashi? I think that's a Radiant first item.
Yeah, it's a Radiant armor built in for Nino.
Ooh, nice slam. This frag coming down. Natko still able to escape highs with the Zaman Force. Forcing that flicker out from Natko.
Right, I think the idea is that when he's all in the front line, he's taking a lot of damage from the Gatot and from the Sushin as well as the Joy. So it's a lot of repeated magical damage coming through. He's a good way to stack it up through, especially with Swaylo picking up the glowing on right now. But we'll see if he's tanky enough.
Does look like it right now. Alter Ego. No threat. Getting killed, getting picked off, and Evos. They're really struggling in this early game now with Albert having to farm up. Remember, Ling isn't like, the other assassins that need a snowball. He's better in the mid game, but if he has a snowball, that's a big bonus.
To win the late game as well with the maneuverability. With the Finch Poise, he's been able to cover a lot of distance. And that is what Altrigo are playing around. Tsunami Slam though.
With the flicker, oh, Natko's able to escape somehow. Zaman Force coming out, Rin able to get the execution. Now as Albert jumps into electrifying beats, highs is able to escape. Albert running away, getting chain CC by Naruto and Sakura together. Swaylo, Natko down. Albert able to escape, and Rin jumps in. AOG won't land on Rin. He's still looking for the kill. Wants to go to the Divine Blaze and will be able to find it under the turret. Dreams given that safe space for Rin to escape with.
3-0 trade. Oh, Highs!
Solo kill in the mid lane. Highs on the Harriet.
Make it a 4-0. Ladies and gentlemen, the three-face mass looking to find their edge here in game number 1, 5,300 gold lead. And Rin is performing out of his mind on this Ling. 6-0-2. That's a free Lord in the 8th minute of the game. Alter Ego complete control.
And Evos, they don't have a response right here. We thought that with the Badang, with the Gatot, then these assassins, these dive heroes are going to find it difficult. But Rin and Hijime have just been all over the place, and Nino joining in for good measure. He has even more tankiness built up right now, going with a Thunder Belt. So again, Alter Ego, if they can maintain this, as long as they are able to out-damage and out-sustain Evos in these fights, they should be doing fine. So Evos have to find ways to maybe bait out Alter Ego and punish, because their counter-engage actually isn't too bad. They just need more damage coming through from Erlan, because their mid lane isn't a big damage dealer. It's more utility more than anything.
That's a magic damage placed onto Key. It's all right, all dandy. Alter Ego have been playing this quite disciplined, right? They're waiting for the objective. They're being able to translate the kills onto something else on the map. And like you guys mentioned, right? The fact that Rin is on the Ling, more ground that can be covered, more side lane pressure as well that Evos have not been able to deal with. That's a Lord marching in the top side of the map. You see Highs opening up vision. That's not go down already.
Obliterated. Not given a chance. Nino picked up under the turret now as Rin walks up as well. Gets shoved back. The poke over to Erlan and Swaylo. They're still able to clear it out now with the help of the Holy Defense. Alter Ego though, that's an 8,000 gold lead. One that Evos might not be able to deal with. Ooh. Good dodge.
Definitely a tense situation here for Evos. I think they really have to coordinate the front line kind of backup situation. Because whenever Key gets jumped on, Natco isn't really there to back him up. And same thing can be said for Natco. When he gets jumped on, Key isn't there to kind of immediately cover. So the front lines that should be able to cover each other haven't really been allowed to do so. Which means Dreams can just do whatever he wants and look for those engage whenever it's possible. Because there's nothing that's stopping him or even stalling out, making it difficult for him to reach the targets in the front line.
That's a 2,000 gold difference between the gold laners. What to do for the White Tigers at this moment in time?
And they gotta endure. I mean, even Erla now goes for the Malefic Roar, knowing he needs some more penetration. The front lines are just out-sustaining for a bit too much for now. And talking about sustain, it's not just the front line, it's also highs on the Harith. If Evos don't have enough damage output, then this Harith can literally go in with the Zaman Force unthreatened, right? Especially when he's still scaling up, already with the Holy Crystal. With one or two more items, he might be too tanky with all the shielding to even care about the damage coming through from Evos.
And he has the Purify as well, so how are they going to be able to pick him off at the back? I mean, technically, Evos still have that 2-layer composition, right? They have Natco as well as Key, but so far, they haven't been able to find that opportunity. That's a Divine Glaive now for Highs.
Man, way more burst damage coming through for both the frontliners. Again, Alter Ego hasn't really been making Dreams go for those risky plays to the back line. All Dreams is doing is jumping on the first target he sees that is kind of unprotected. So with more penetration, it means that Natco and Key are just that much more vulnerable. And Dreams looking for another play.
Again, Tsunami Slam on Natco this time around. They're gonna go in for damage. AOG with the first play. Oh no! Alter Ego! They're all gonna be collapsing down, but it's a double kill for Erlan. Now Highs though is too much for Evos to handle, even in that crazy combo. Rin in a 1v1 against Albert. He doesn't have the Tempest in place, doesn't need it. Albert gets a shutdown, but Alter Ego get a wipe out.
Wiped out a triple kill as well in the hands of Alter Ego right now, and it looks like they might be looking for the end here. No Lord, no problem.
Should be over. Zaman Force used already. Highs will deal the final blow. Alter Ego lead in this best of 3.
12 minutes and 30 seconds. Man, Alter Ego, the comfort picks coming through with the Ling, Selena in the mid lane as well in the hands of Hijume. Kalea for Dreams. That was a very decisive victory. What was that, a 10,000 gold lead at the end?
Yeah, just about. It was 10,000, went up and down between 8 and 10,000. But I think Evos definitely underestimated Alter Ego, man. This is a dangerous composition, and we know that Alter Ego likes playing around these things. And yet, they allowed Alter Ego to really start snowballing. They did not respect the engage potential. They didn't expect the burst damage as well. And in this fight, despite everything going so well for them, it just wasn't enough. A 10k gold difference, man. And Alter Ego know it. They take the fight, they know they can win it. And they decided to take game number 1 away against Evos.
That was the problem at the end, right? That 10,000 gold diff. The fact that Evos actually found that opportunity but didn't have the damage nor the defense to kind of deal with the main cores, the main damage dealers from Alter Ego, Rin and Highs at the same time. You can see the flare from the audience as well, the Alter champs up front. They're all celebrating this victory, but it's just one game. There's still an opportunity for a reverse sweep from the White Tigers. So the big question is, can Alter Ego remain consistent, and do they have a different game plan?
That's the thing right now. For Evos, I think the only thing I didn't like from the draft was the fact that it's Natco on the Badang and Key on the Gatot. Because that was one of the keys to victory as well that we were talking about. Yeah. He needs these heroes that can actually, you know, force the tempo, that can engage. He needs to be the main initiator. When he's on a reactive pick, he just doesn't, it's not Key, it's someone else. It's like, it's Yik.
Yik.
Yeah, it's not Key.
Yik. Interesting. But this is one of the crucial moments here, one of the bigger fights in the mid lane where I think this is where the gold gap really widened out. Because before that, it was about 1,000, 2,000. But after that fight, right, that really cements the situation here. That Alter Ego are the ones hunting, and Evos are just trying to survive, right? With a 10k, I mean, at this point, I believe when this fight began here, 10k gold lead, it's no question who has the higher damage output and who has the more sustainability. So EVOS cannot allow Alter Ego to have that, man, because this guy will take full advantage.
Absolutely, and take advantage he did. Game number 1, player of the game will go to Mr. Rin on the link, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. And this was 1 minute in. The White Tigers barely had time to kind of recollect after they just went into the game.
After the initial kill, it's just Dive City, man. This is level 3, level 4, by the way, right? It's super early on, and already chases and invades are happening. And look at how the fights get started, right? EVOS should understand this. They should understand how to deal with a pick-up composition because they themselves like using it. And yet, if you look at how Alter Ego were able to engage, every single time, EVOS never made it costly for Alter Ego to pile on all that damage to one of the members. They come in a bit later, they allow some space around, and when they're leaving the decisions here to Alter Ego did a great job using that maneuverability of the Finch Poise to really put EVOS on the back foot again and again.
The targeting of Albert in that turtle fight, you know, I didn't really notice it the first time around, but it's odd. You have Rin right there who's low, targeted by the other EVOS members, but Albert decides to just walk away, looking for a kill on Dreams, it was. A very interesting target, like, for Mr. Albert Rabab.
Right. There certainly is a bit of a disconnect, by all means. And here, I mean, this is the crucial fight by all means, but it's also too little too late, right? We wanted to see fights that are kind of more like that from EVOS earlier on when the gold was a bit more competitive. But to Alter Ego's credit, they didn't make it easy for EVOS at all. The positioning, right? Whenever they go for the fights, they're all spread out. And despite having all these AoE tools, EVOS were unable to do that. Because I feel like the early game really relied on Albert being able to snowball, being a real threat. And then in that way, Sway Low and Key can really start to look for plays around the map with Albert as the main cleanup tool. But when Albert gets pressured so much by Rin himself, but also by Hejime, also by Dreams, then that whole game plan just falls apart, and the early game was almost non-existent. And even when they do have a chance to go for the neutral objective type of playing, like you mentioned, Mirko, I really feel like there's a bit of disconnect in the communication, in the targeting, and in decisions of like, are we moving in? Are we moving out? Who's going to be engaging? Who's going to be trying to save us when things go wrong?
I think it was a panic. Like, they were at panic mode at that point, right?
But why, right? It's so early to panic.
Exactly. And this is a team with experience.
Yeah.
This isn't a team full of rookies anymore.
This is veteran EVOS, right? With Albert and Key
no
as
rookie.
well.
Not even Erlan is a rookie.
Oh, it was new.
I mean,
I don't remember an Erlan last season.
He's newer, but
it was dope. Well, 12 minutes, 12.5 minutes basically. Alter Ego again shows that when they do get that early game pressure, they know how to use it very efficiently there. So after experiencing that, EVOS, what's the idea here? I mean, I do agree that that Key being on the Garot Kacha is definitely something that kind of dulled their aggression in the early game. That certainly could be changed.
Yeah. I think it's just about getting Key on initiator here at this point. It just doesn't work when he's not on initiator. He just doesn't have a say in a lot of these skirmishes. But I gotta say, Albert, this was a pretty bad performance for his standards, right? The fact that he tried to fight early on the Joy, that he took so many skirmishes early, it almost seems like he's too used to playing the Suyo that he forgot that the Joy doesn't actually win out early on. You gotta wait for a few items, or at least for your team to walk in. You're kind of like a cleanup tool. You're not the type of guy that wants to start fights.
Can we say the same thing about Sway Low, technically? Because we didn't see a lot of prodding, annoying maneuvers on the Sushin, because that's one of the main strengths of the Sushin, right? You can stay in the front, you can, threaten and engage with the lantern, like, hey, I'm going to lift you up, or not. And when they jump on you, you can escape with the Crimson Beacon. But in this game, if you look at it, who's always doing the prodding? So is the Gatot, so is the Badang. So is he too used to playing something like a Zask that wants to stay, further in the back, allow the Nightmare Spawn to do his thing? That's the question right here for EVOS, right? Have they kind of fit too much into the old mold that they can't really take on a new shape, a new form?
Comfort over meta.
Is that the solution?
That was in the... Wait. Is that keys to victory for EVOS or Alter Ego?
EVOS.
Well, Those are the keys to victory. The keys to victory, they're never wrong.
Never wrong?
They're never wrong.
Well, they're not wrong today just yet. But we'll have to wait and see, man.
We
Comfort
do.
over meta. Is that really the way it goes? And if that's the case, what happens when their comfort is no longer in the meta,
Geek fam.
Oh, they just
won with
transform to
it.
Geek Fam.
They won yesterday with comfort.
Well, it's 1-0. We'll see the results of game number 2 because we're gonna throw it over to Alyssa first.
Thank you, Caster. Kembali lagi bersama Lisa Natali di sini dan pastinya tadi kita sudah melihat di game pertama antara EVOS melawan Alter Ego. Nah, tapi pastinya Alisa kalau sudah di sini ditemani dengan ciwi-ciwi cantik. Halo.
Halo.
Boleh kenalan dulu nggak sih namanya siapa? Silakan.
Boleh, aku Cindy Yuvia, biasa dipanggil Yupi. Aku Natse.
Yeay, ada Yupi dan juga Natsu di sini dari tim EVOS ya pastinya. Dengar-dengar nih katanya EVOS ada buka subscription di Instagram. Apakah betul?
Yes, betul. Jadi EVOS baru aja keluarin fitur terbaru di Instagram. Dan itu tuh fitur subscription di Instagram itu bisa di-subscribe sama kalian semua dan bisa dapetin konten-konten menarik pastinya.
Kalau gitu konten-konten atau benefit apa aja sih yang bisa didapatkan kalau kita subscribe?
Nah, kebetulan benefitnya banyak banget. Bisa dapat badge eksklusif, terus juga bisa dapat behind the scene pas player ataupun brand ambassador lagi di shooting dan lain-lain. Terus bisa dapetin konten langsung yang didapetin pas player lagi di GH maupun di arena. Gitu sih, Kak.
Wow, jadi banyak sekali ya yang bisa kalian dapatkan kalau kalian subscribe nih ke Instagramnya EVOS. Nah, tapi kalau ngomong-ngomong subscribe-nya ini juga bisa dapetin barang-barangnya EVOS juga nggak sih?
Yes, buat yang subscriber bisa dapetin kayak merchandise eksklusif gitu dari EVOS.
Wow, menarik banget ya. Tapi harga subscribe-nya mahal nggak sih?
Harganya nggak mahal, cukup 9 ribuan aja. Kalian udah bisa dapetin konten-konten eksklusif dari EVOS. Mulai dari player, terus juga brand ambasadornya, terus juga talent-talentnya.
Jadi bisa dapetin foto-foto kalian juga yang gemes-gemes ini ya sama di MPL Arena. Nah, pastinya buat teman-teman EVOS fans jangan lupa juga ya untuk subscribe karena very affordable dan pastinya bisa dapetin konten-konten yang kalian butuhkan untuk melihat idola kalian ya di Instagramnya ya pastinya. Dan ini juga aku pengen tanya-tanya nih kalau misalkan para superfans pengen juga untuk dapetin merchandise-nya. Bisa didapetin juga nggak sih? Kalian punya merchandise apa sih yang menarik?
Banyak banget ya lagi. Iya, mulai dari kayak kaos, ada hoodie, ada jaket, ada jersey, ada segala macam kayaknya banyak ya.
Iya, buat lebih lengkapnya langsung aja cek di EVOS Goods.
Jadi langsung aja cek di EVOS Goods buat kembaran juga sama Yupi sama Natsu ya pastinya ya. Oke, dan boleh dong satu wish dan semangatnya nih buat EVOS fans di game kedua ini pastinya biar tak kalah. Silakan.
Oke, kalau dari aku sih aku harap next game bisa lebih baik lagi, bisa dapetin poin dan kalau bisa hari ini 2-1.
Iya.
2-1 buat EVOS.
2-1 karena nggak bisa 2-0.
2-1 buat EVOS pastinya kita berharap yang terbaik ya Yubi dan Natsu.
Betul.
Thank you so much.
Iya.
Jangan lupa dukung terus idola kalian dan pastinya jangan lupa kita akan melihat di match yang selanjutnya ini di game kedua ini apakah EVOS akan dapat bisa mengejar dan kita akan langsung kembalikan lagi ke caster. Silakan caster, take it over.
Thank you, Alyssa. So, those of you guys who are big fans of EVOS or are part of the EVOS fams, you guys can subscribe to the membership to enjoy exclusive EVOS content. And plus, there's so much EVOS merch that you guys can actually get your hands on by checking their website earlier on. That's why you gotta pay attention. You gotta pay attention.
You don't have an EVOS?
What?
Are you gonna go alter ego now?
People say I'm anti-EVOS.
Whoa! Really? Really? Why?
The claims are crazy.
Oh my lord.
Anti-RQ, anti-EVOS.
Someone said I was biased for RRQ in their match against BTR.
So that's why you dyed your hair red.
Yeah.
That makes
I'm
sense.
an RRQ fan.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes sense.
Yep.
It makes sense. But what doesn't make sense is how do people create or generate so much great content?
Are you... Is that a rhetorical question?
Maybe.
Because
He looks
if it
so
was a-
disappointed in
If it was an actual question,
I'm scared.
what the hell, brother man? It's obviously with this right here. Arashi, you know what this is, right?
The Samsung.
See, he knows. That's my boy right there. That's
At a glance, you just know, man. The design, the quality, you can
The color.
see it from distance, bro.
Exactly. Awesome
It's so
generation. Y'all are part of the awesome generation. Are you? Okay, I don't know, but want to play games
Hey,
with auto win streak
we're
and
the same
smooth performance
generation.
all day? There's something new from the Galaxy A series 5G. Introducing the Samsung Galaxy A36 5G, equipped with a Snapdragon 6 Gen 3 processor and up to 20 gigabytes of RAM. 20, brother.
20.
Not 8, not 12, unlike some others. With a as well, 256 gigabytes of storage and 120 hertz screen with an AMOLED display. Plus, charging used to be a problem with your other devices, your non-Samsung devices. With this, 45-watt supercharged, fast charging, you get it quick, man. I think 15 minutes and then you're back to gaming.
I believe the camera's amazing, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 50 megapixel camera with the OIS on the Galaxy A36 5G. Plus, there's this awesome intelligence My Filter feature, so you can create your own filters.
Yep.
You know, you're tired of looking for this filter that really works for you.
Rush.
Yes.
Make your own.
Make your
I know
own.
how to do it. Here. Take a picture of you. I'm gonna take a picture of MPL. All right. So now we go to Arashi's picture, and I can put in the filter. It's an MPL custom filter. Look, plus, and then
Okay.
boom, boom, bang. Now
What?
Arashi is custom made for MPL. This is the custom filter mode.
That's pretty cool.
Interesting.
All right.
And
That's
if you're not sure what you're looking at when you're using your phone, don't forget you got a circle
That's true.
to search feature, and the AI will just tell you exactly what it is, just like that.
So don't forget to head over to Samsung.com/ID or the nearest Samsung store to get the Galaxy A36
Get it.
5G starting from around 5 million rupiah and get awesome bonuses worth over 1.1 million rupiah until April 27th, 2025. And not to mention, you guys can flex your purchases, your devices in the Team Galaxy Zone up front, right in front of the players with all the talents, the brand ambassadors. Sometimes there's even pro players up front as well.
Saw that girl?
Yep.
I feel bad for her.
Why?
She rolled for Naruto yesterday, and she rolled 4,000 diamonds, Arashi.
Yikes. That's a tough one.
Yeah.
It's pretty tough. It's pretty tough. But it's not tough if you can get as many diamonds as possible by, giving out the least amount of money possible. And that's possible because of GoPay.
Wow, so
All
many
right?
possibilities.
Get a free weekly diamond pass at GoPay Games, and here's how. Simply purchase a WDP at gopay.co.id/games during their flash sale.
Yep.
And don't forget to use the promo code shown during the MPL ID Season 15 live streams to get a bonus of 5 diamonds. That's the
Whoa.
promo code down there, and it's exclusive for first time top-up. So topping up diamonds at GoPay Games is always cheap and 100% secure, and it's only around 26,000 IDR, and you get so many extra promotions. So what are you waiting for right now, guys? Top up now, and of course grab that new Sasuke skin or whatever skin you want from Naruto.
Why only Sasuke?
Because I don't remember everyone
Are you
else.
biased to Sasuke? You only like Sasuke?
I wanted Hinata, but she's not there.
That's crazy. Why would you want Hinata when you
She
can
has
get
white
Sasuke,
eyes.
Naruto, Sakura,
And
Kakashi,
eyes?
Gaara?
I'm sorry, guys.
I see.
It's okay.
Which one did you get, Arash?
I mean, I got the Sasuke one and the Kakashi one, because Kakashi is my guy. And since I was a kid, it's like, dude, this guy has crazy hair.
I see. Yeah, exactly. I saw a pattern there. Sasuke, Kakashi.
Oh,
They got amazing eyes. Oh, yeah, hair. I mean,
the hair,
yes.
bro. If you have hair like that, dude, you gotta move on to Head and Shoulders and
whoa.
wipe out up to 100% of wet dandruff. Plus, you got the itch protection as well, man. Especially the lemon flavor right here. This one works great. But if you need something heavy duty for the hot Indonesian sun, you wanna check out the mint one, the Mia. Wait,
The
not the
Zilong.
Mia, the Zilong one.
Ice
Exactly.
Cool Menthol. It was Tigreal back in the day, but now we got a new, I guess, brand ambassador, Zilong.
He has, his hair is more in line with what Sasuke's vision is, I guess.
I guess, yeah.
There's more angulature.
It's more of wavy. It's good. CRTB though. CRTB.
CRTB.
Two CRTB.
Head and Shoulders hair cam. Guys, we cannot stress this enough. You want long, glorious, beautiful, out of this world, gilded hair.
Gilded.
Head and Shoulders.
Hey. I've been watching Game of Thrones recently, and all of them have long hair. If it wasn't because of Head and Shoulders, I don't know. I don't know what kept those crazy hair follicles beautiful.
Me neither. I mean, look at Zephyr's hair.
I didn't get
It's
to see
amazing.
it. Why? What's up with Zephyr's hair?
It's beautiful.
It's got volume.
Look, it's magnificent. Look at that.
Oh my lord.
Not oily. You don't see any dandruff there. That's Head and Shoulders, guys.
And it's not Nafari. Why are you only giving love to Zephyr?
Because we only saw Zephyr on the camera.
No, we're seeing Nafari right now.
Okay. Now we do, yeah.
Arashi, you have any kind words for Nafari?
Nafari's nice.
You're not gonna compliment his hair. He's just nice because you know him personally.
I like Caleb's hair.
So everyone except Nafari.
Nafari's hair
I
is
see.
nice too.
I see. Okay. Whoa. Everyone except Arashi.
Nafari has solid hair. Let's put it that way.
Whenever you have to say solid, that means, you know, like, what is he, a cube? That's crazy, Eterna. It's good shapes.
That's pretty whack.
Whoa, that's pretty whack. What, the solid hair?
No, that's pretty whack that Alter Ego now have first pick.
Why is it whack?
I don't know. I just wanted to say whack.
You know what? I agree. Because they have to ban Chip and Fanny. And on red side, you can get away with that. But on blue side, it's like, why? Or white, because they can't play it.
Interesting. See, that approach really works well for them, by all means. But yeah, I mean, looking at how Alter Ego are in shape, you know, quite literally, we were talking about cubes earlier. I think we gotta see Evos here and how they actually perform when they're on the receiving end. Because I feel like, damn, they have a better track record when they're adapting, by all means. It seems like when they tunnel too much on their initial idea, right, they find it difficult to pivot.
So can they pivot?
Exactly.
In game number 2. Drafting phase. Let's head over, ladies and gentlemen, presented to you by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A36 5G, Alter Ego Fanny, and Granger banned out. And it looks like that's 2 jungler bans from the White Tigers on red side, Joy as well as the Hayabusa.
Yeah. I think they have to ban Harith though next. That's a chip coming out from Alter Ego. This should be a Harith. Has to be a Harith, right? You saw what Alter Ego could do with the Harith yesterday. I mean, earlier on the hands of Highs. And I think Alter Ego won't go Kalea like they did yesterday and leave the Harith open. So, good Harith ban.
Yeah, especially after they saw that Rin was still performing on these really off-meta heroes there, despite all of the bans targeted towards them. I feel like targeting someone else would be an idea that Evos will be willing to explore. First pick though for Alter Ego, the Suyo is open.
It is.
It's Sasuke gonna show up.
What are the options?
Kalea.
Do they go Kalea first? Do they want Albert to pick the Suyo up?
They don't. They banned it earlier, yeah. They kind of have to go Suyo here because we've seen if Suyo, Joy, Hayabusa gets taken away from Rin, he doesn't do too well.
But the Loyi is open, by the way. Are we finally gonna see it in the Land of Dawn? Alright, against an aggressive team like Alter Ego, you know, those yin-yang effects can come in really handy. No, Tsushin still is required here for Evos, along with the Kyla this time. So they're the ones now potentially going with this aggressive pick-off heavy style. It should work for them.
Do you think Alter Ego wants a Luo Yi?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think we've ever seen them play the
Hijime
Luo Yi.
has picked up the Luo Yi, but I don't know if that was a win or a loss.
For Hijime on the Loyi, 50% win rate. So,
how many times picked up?
Twice. It's like, I mean, not really the best of stats, you know, to talk about how good he is on the Loyi. I still think the Loyi could be good, especially because they have a Suyo. That's a good combo. They could also go with a Dreams Classic then if they go Suyo, if they go Luo Yi. Something like a Tig later on. But they will just go for the Yi to beat out the Jusin and the GK. Gatot Kacha. Alright.
Gatot Kacha counter engage against this divey looking team. Now without a Valentina threat available, Evo straight up go for the Lucas.
Oh my lord.
And it's flex pick still.
Arashi.
Lucas jungle, no, for Albert?
Exactly.
It is the matchup.
Yes, sir. It was banned all throughout yesterday. It was always just Lucas or
Naruto?
Naruto or Suyo.
It's Naruto and Sasuke.
Yes, sir. This is the final battle in the show, named after Lucas's skin, Naruto.
Wait, what?
Yeah. This is the battle, the final battle in that show. Naruto versus Sasuke. In the, you know, the 2 statues of Hashirama and Madara.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, is that a loading screen in Mobile Legends right now?
Yeah, the 2 statues.
Which is very cool.
Yeah.
That's
very
pretty cool.
All right. With that though, the CC, the Edith, sorry, that's not CC. Valentina and then the Edith. So Alter Ego definitely concerned about the chance for them to get countered with the Suyo and Garukacha potentially going in aggressive. But for Evos here, if they get some more fighters in the picture, a lot of fighters with a Chushin in Tao can be a bit of a troublesome situation. But if they get an assassin for themselves as well, they can really find ways to jump onto this Yeeve and make Hijume just that less efficient.
Okay. Now for Evos, the Valentina ban already. Are they gonna ban? Oh, I thought they were gonna go for the CC ban too to just stop, all the counters, but they let it go. And you gotta remember, Alter Ego kind of love the CC, but remember also that this Lucas is going jungle, and that's why maybe they don't care about the XP matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah. Could be where they have their sights set on.
Nice ban.
Mathilda ban as well, so they're trying to remove the utility picks from Evos. By all means, Alter Ego, they have been doing really well when they're able to go for a full-on committed fight. When it comes to a back and forth, maybe that's where they're gonna start faltering and making mistakes. So the Mathilda taking away, along with the Edith, makes sense. With Evos picking up the Moskov, this has been a make or break hero here in Season 15, man. There are great highs, great lows as well.
I mean, luckily it's not for Alter Ego, right? So
yeah.
Still though, I'm concerned about him.
It's for Ella though.
Yeah, same highs, same
lows.
Same type of questions here.
Oh,
posed on both gold leaders.
Could be Kelran, could be Erlan.
Erluz.
Oh.
I'm kidding.
Hey,
relax,
Okay.
relax.
I love Doma.
They need a Badonkadonk, right? They need an initiator to help the Garukacha.
Gold lane though. Do they go Kimmy here?
I did not expect a carry. But that's a CC as expected. We wanted to see the CC, but remember that this Lucas is not going to go into the XP, and they already have a Kalea. That is a pretty good matchup against CC if he doesn't go Purify, which Nino has never done before. He's always gone Vengeance.
And now there's not a lot of engage tools for Alter Ego at all. I mean, we talked about how Suyo does really well when you have a jawhead or something to enable him. Now without that, can Rin find those plays? And for Evos, dealing with a lack of decisive engage when they have a Kalea, a Chushin, and a Moskov, this is a setup for them to be able to go for that split push style, and Alter Ego can't do anything about it.
I agree. And even the Jushin big displacement.
There you
They
go.
Jawhead on top of that. This is danger.
Henki on a signature pick. This is what we expected in game number 1. El Momento on a momentum-making pick.
I think we're gonna see game number 3, boys.
Well, I mean,
amen.
It seems interesting. It seems very, very likely, but you never know, right? In the Line of Dawn, anything can happen. But Alter Ego definitely has to be a lot more careful, and they need to try and find ways to try and pressure Evos, even when they don't have engage tools, when they don't have the cards to really control the game.
This would be just a cherry on top of a story for Alter Ego if they can win this 2-0. After so much pressure on top of their shoulders with their up and down performance, especially coming to leg number 2. This is all they need to shut down the haters, but will Evos be able to let that slide? Game number 2 commences as we get into the Land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Alter Ego and Evos.
It's so meta right now. It's so meta. Arashi, that's Naruto and Sakura up against Sasuke, brother man. That is Naruto Shippuden meta.
Yeah, that's mid-season there. That's not exactly the where the anime ended.
No.
But that's like the middle arc.
That's how we started.
Which is interesting. So hey, let's see if it plays out exactly the way it does in the anime. But for now, watch for Key. He's now on a playmaking hero, and Dreams is on a Gatot, right? So he's on the back foot, definitely. Ooh. Wow. Already a flicker used up by Hijume right there. Lethal, full control by Evos. This is what Evos want to do. This is what they will be trying to do continuously. And again, Alter Ego won't have an answer just yet. I don't think they'll have an answer all the way till maybe like level 8, somewhere in the mid-game like that, where the AoE, the real-world manipulation, and the Avatar of the Guardian might be able to swing the favor in favor of their team.
Like at least level 4, right? Because that's when the big ults they do come through for the side of Alter Ego. Meanwhile, Evo's level 1, already very strong. Suelo on the Jushin. Wait a second.
Oh, first blood, Rin in the bottom lane, taking out the Kalea.
Yep, 1-0 trade already. But back to that, right? Jawhead as well in the early stage of the game. That's a lot of pressure given over to the White Tigers. But Alter Ego, with that first pick, have been able to look for opportunities of themselves.
Okay, hang on a second. Couple of minions there not being picked up by anyone from the side of Evos. That might come in important later on in the mid game. Looking at the emblems, basic emblem, Wilderness Blessing and Agility for Suelo. And also Wilderness Blessing for Netco. So Evos are really trying to double down on the rotation around the map. They've been outmaneuvered by Alter Ego in game 1. They don't want the same thing to happen in game number 2. But that means they're giving up a bit of combat prowess. We'll see if Albert can kind of equalize here, going on the turtle already.
Suelo already zoning them in the back now as Nino looks for an opening. Dream's gonna be caught all alone. Ejector, locking him down. SOD will land. Retribution battle. Rin wins it out with the Sacred Beast, gets rid of Dreams. Now it's Nino caught. Tsunami slam to bring him back. Good night, Nino. Double for Albert.
I believe Albert was a level above of Rin, right? Was that right?
5 to 5, I think.
I guess we'll see later on.
Wait, they're equal now, but Albert just leveled up. But it's the control that Alter Ego had in the Lord Pit there. Because they were able to send Dreams in on a all-in mission toward the back line to sacrifice himself for the greater good. Alter Ego got the initial objective, but for 2 kills, it's somewhat equal. Another factor though, small factor, is that Erlan actually threw the SOD down there and was able to get an assist, so we'll see if that really throws some balance off in the gold lane.
I mean, if we're talking about balance, Keys, again, still heavily putting some pressure onto the gold lane. Highs not in the best of positions on the carry as well. Also, earlier on in that trade, it was 2-0 for Albert on the Lucas. So, not the best of resources that Alter Ego would like to see Albert on. That snowball could be a problem later on.
Yeah, especially on a Lucas, right? The issue with these fighters in the early game is that all the way until much later, they're just an absolute menace. Because they don't have the same mobility, but they have a lot of damage and they're hard to shut down because they're sustainable. And he doesn't have Albert, doesn't have to overextend because he has Key, he has Suelo and Natco. So many playmaking tools to set him up for success. All he has to do is do damage and not get taken out.
Rin now level 7, Albert as well. We're 20 seconds approaching to the next neutral objective. Dreams maybe looking for an opportunity here onto onto Erlan to try and shut him down. We're looking at only a 300 gold difference in the gold lane though.
Not a massive difference for sure, but this is the second turtle, and here, if a team wants to try to snowball, wants to try and shut down their opposition, this should be the time that they can do so. They can kind of dictate what Alter Ego is gonna do, and Dreams, I don't know if he's gonna be tanky enough to do the same thing twice.
Good talk coming down with the Ejector. Oh man, knocks him up. The Violet's already baited out. The AOG locking him down in the back, but no, Dreams gonna be cancelled out. Suelo still having the Crimson Beacon, can disengage. Natco jumping in, zoning them in the back as Albert goes on the turtle. Suelo regenning back up. Erlan taking a SOD. AOD locking him down in the back now, but it's Albert who wins it out. Rin gets caught. My lord! Look at that tail beast bomb. Nino shoved back by Albert, who's still alive somehow. Eyes able to rotate all around as Hijime shuts Albert down, but it's a win for Evos.
Great job by Evos right there. Again, playing it patient, waiting out Dreams and his pressure, punishing him forward, and Alter Ego, they try to do the same exact thing, but Evos now has the damage and sustain to just stand there and wait it out. Now Alter Ego are on the back foot, only 800 gold by all means, but let's take a look at this replay here by the official tournament smartphone. AOG real manipulation doesn't really land on anyone. Albert wasn't really pressured, and while that is all going on, look at the members of Alter Ego here just taking damage again and again. Fortunately, Alter Ego were able to find some kills to trade back. But overall, right, that's 2 more kills in the hands of Albert. Not ideal.
Yeah, he's sitting at 4-1-1 now on the Lucas. This was a signature pick from the early stage of the season. A lot of people actually respected the Lucas away from Evos every time they went against this team. And we're finally seeing it at play again. And that's the confidence that we're seeing just really protrude into the game. Highs gets a kill though, so that is something, or somewhat, of a good aspect for Alter Ego. That's a real world manipulation.
And The OG, good night key. Heis gets the second kill, but Nino, down below in a 2v1. Swalo picks him up, and Albert scratching him down.
Don't forget, towards the late game, Evos has that split push angle. And if the EXP laner gets shut down here, it might be a bit difficult.
Oh! Double knock up, Natko on him, Hijume low! Not a kill, Swalo with the Crimson Beacon, jumping in forward, getting the kill onto Hijume, flickering out to safety now, as Rin wants to go for Natko, but she's too slick with it.
Great moves by Sakura there, being uncharacteristically agile.
That's true.
And look at this, now Evo is playing for the turtle, they have that split push ready. Alter Ego have to try and make the first move, try and do something, surprise Evos, they need control.
Albert's a level ahead at the moment, 11 to 10. Rin needs just a little bit more to get that 11. He is on the Suyo, so there is a possibility that he can get this. Let's see the execution.
Dreams taunting Key. Key's still able to escape now. Natko jumping into the back line, but Rin is able to pop it in. Rin with a red 2 win. Albert, Sacred Beast form, jumps into the back, but Hijume is still there, and that's gonna be the free hit from Heis, who continues to shred. Key with the unstoppable force purified out by Heis. Albert now all alone in this jungle. At least Erlan on the other side gets 2 turrets.
That's a 3-for-0 trade. A tower falls into the mid lane. So Alter Ego are picking up all they can in the 7th minute of the game.
Erlan up top, down below! 2 turrets and a shutdown!
And he was able to save the turret with that play as well. I believe he was trying to clear the minions partially, right? To try and save that bottom turret from being traded as part of that deal for Alter Ego. But it landed on Heis. There's a great stroke of luck there for Erlan. Might be planned as well by all means. Now Evos have some more control to work with. Can they get that mid turret at least? Trying to equalize.
Unstoppable force, tsunami slam, everything in the kitchen sink. Thrown at Dreams. Oh, that was painful.
Now Evos have the Swift Trinity to boot, so Erlan gonna be ready for more of these team fights. Look at the shred.
Erlan still able to escape now in the back line. Hijume taken down by Albert. He wants to go for more, and he gets a double. Nino picked up by Swalo, and now it's a burst down from the main character of this collab.
Triple kill in for the baby alien Albert on his signature hero, the Lucas. What was that damage? Heis barely walked up. That was, what, 3/4 of his health in that first hit?
It's almost his whole HP bar, honestly. That's why you don't mess with the main character. When you see someone with a tragic backstory, back off, bro. Don't walk up like that.
His entire village called him a monster, man.
And you see why. What is that damage, dude? 8-1-3 for Albert. He's back with a vengeance, and everything that we were asking for from Evos in game number 1 is coming through. All the playmaking, all the map control, and Albert having the damage, having the decisiveness to seal the deal. 3k gold lead. By all means, Alter Ego has the carry and the heave. Their late game isn't bad by all means, but they're gonna really fall short in the frontline department, and Evos are definitely gonna be punishing for that. So Dreams is in for a world of pain.
That far lane control as well is something that the White Tigers will consistently have a better time at handling over Alter Ego as time progresses. You can already see Erlan in the top side of the map trying to go for the push. He knows at any time he can just come into the team fight. And look at this, Alter Ego. They're hesitating on that decision.
Oh, look at the spacing from Swalo, able to knock Heis up. Great ejector from Key to save him. And the current call was used. So much value for Evos right now. This should be a free neutral objective, and Erlan is still up top. Dreams.
Wait a minute.
Desperately trying to run away. Crimson Beacon. SOD lands. Swalo in the midst of it all. Now Dreams gonna be caught again. It's gonna be Hour picking up the kill. And Key gets the kill, or rather the ejector for Erlan to get the kill on Rin.
Like we said, we talked about how Alter Ego will do great when they're moving forwards. On the back foot though, you saw how Hijume used a real manipulation and was immediately forced to respect the damage and cancel it out. Evos are just brute forcing their way right through Alter Ego. But look at this, a familiar face.
It's Raja Boy. Raja Boy.
What is he doing?
Please, is he gonna? Okay, no.
What was that? Wait a minute.
I have absolutely no idea, and honestly, I do not want to know. But for those of you guys back at home, you guys can watch from a different perspective. Raja Boy is restreaming back at home. And there you go. What's that?
He's doing a heart now, and he's doing a dance now. Hey, Evos are winning. You can celebrate.
can
XP Tiara, by the way.
That's true.
Traitor.
Now with this controller Evos, how do they want to play this? They don't even have good siege, but they have multiple ways to go for an engage, and they have burst damage coming in from Albert. Might as well be an assassin, and they will get the first base turret. All three go force away. Respected.
An awkward engage there. RWM locks him down. Key will be taken out now. Dive into the back by Dreams, but will be shredded down by Airline. And Suelo is still doing a good job. Zoning them. Holy moly, what was that damage? Suelo almost getting shredded to a base turret in the far lane. That's a win. Hijume. All right, just zoning Evos away.
But all in all, that was still Evos being able to pick up some value, right? They were able to get the inhibitor turret on the far side. Understandably so, he kind of missed that engage, and I think that was how Alter Ego were able to kind of do damage control.
I mean, you can only take so many ejectors before you kind of wisen up. You see key positioning. You know, right at that max distance between the flicker to try and go for that ejector play, and they read through it. So credit to Alter Ego. But now that they're
oh my lord,
too worried about that, this is where Natco can maybe try and do something by all means. The conceal play though, who are they looking for?
Anyone they can get their hands
on.
on.
Wait, they're cutting off Evos.
Oh, they're outside of their base. Highs walks up, Suelo with the Crimson Beacon. RWM comes down, but Key is able to get this double force, and Highs is able to sustain now. Suelo falling! A big blunder! Or is it? Albert jumps in, getting the kill down. Albert going in one more time. Airline versus the world, getting the kill on Red Airline! With a dive forward! It's Highs there. Also, Airline still able to survive. Nice immortality too! Highs very low. Can Airline do it in a 1v4? Airline trying to sustain, gets another triple kill for Airline. He saves the day, but he gets wiped out, and Alter Ego have another shot at this game.
That was so intense. So much spotlight on both of the gold laners from both of the teams onto Highs as well as Erlan. And in that final moment, he was able to do the impossible. Erlan on the Moskov, that was redemption, despite the fact he was traded in 1-1 with Highs.
You did see that a bit of a miscommunication there for Evos though. Their targeting was kind of weird, man. They were caught so off guard, and they fell into all the combos, right? They got a taunt on multiple members, and it was a 2v4 effectively, right? They were only able to get one person off that surprise play. It was just Alter Ego not respecting the damage coming in from Albert and Erlan. And by all means, this was a cool moment, great moment by Erlan. But the gold lead from 6,000 is now back to 500 only. That's not a good sign for Evos at all.
You know, I'm not too sure if he's going to be stepping up like that. Retry battle. Nako going to be bursted down. The AOG lands in the back. No, it doesn't. Now it's going to be the Sacred Beast. Taunted up. Albert, did he get it? Suelo able to pick up the kill. Albert with the Retry battle win. But look at the members. Very low. Keep the flicker out. Rin still looking for the play. 2 for 1. But Evos get the Lord.
Man, talk about an instant swing in momentum.
No way.
Hijume
gets the kill on Hijume! Redemption for the man who is hated by his own fans.
30 seconds until Hijume spawns back into the game. It should be enough time for the defense, but Evos again find the right moments. Erlan again on this Moskov, 718. This is a huge Moskov performance after the last time we saw him on the Moskov.
That was a bold move to get in there with the Spear of Destruction when he doesn't know where the rest of the team is. But again, there's only one real engage tool, which is the Garukacha, and even through the taunt, Erlan should be able to sustain still through that and they use damage. That's why Alter Ego can't really threaten Erlan right now unless they use multiple members. With the Lord cleared out though, Evos gonna try and do something with the empowered waves only. Won't be allowed to do so though. The gold lead widens back to almost 2k. But again, now Evos are stuck in the situation here. Highs already is on full items with a Malefic gun to boot. So earlier, they were forced to use Suelo to kind of distract Highs, zone him out. Suelo!
Crimson Beacon, always the get out of jail free card. He? Oh, hold up. Tsunami Slam locking him down now. He looking for the ejector. Will be provided on Nino. But Nako's going to be taken down as well. That's going to be Airline in the back looking for the piercing damage from Dreams. Albert very low. Shredded down. Has that tail beast bomb. Rin jumps into the back, but Airline has the Rose Gold Meteor. Oh my lord! SOD from Airline. Does he take it? No, he won't.
It's a 2-for-2 at the end of the day. Erlan though Gonna try and get some damage onto the waves. We'll be able to clear it out. And it looks like they're still looking for the siege. Albert and Suelo are still up. This is 3v3 at the moment.
There's enough happiness for Evos to try and do something here. They have one fighter. They have a mage with a lot of shielding here, so there's a chance to do something. But look at the damage, dude. Highs in the late game on the carry. Definitely a menace. Good for Evo, so they're able to get Rin out of the picture, but it's still 40 seconds to go before the next neutral objective. So effectively, that fight was just to kind of show everyone who's boss almost.
It's an ego play between the goal laners.
For sure.
It's a good time to pull out those battle emotes, Arash.
Exactly.
Kalas? There's no alter ego one, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it's not even the class lineup anymore for Evo, so interesting. Oh, highs? Whoa, could have been bad.
He does have the Purify, so I guess he'll be fine, but yeah, that's a risky move.
Now, as both of these teams are going to collapse onto the Lord, that far lane is going to be ever as important. Remember, Erlan at any time can utilize that to his advantage, and it's going to push in favor of Evos. So this is Evos' time to play.
Oh, reset coming down. This is Tsunami's time to lock him down on the back line. There's going to be Rin taken very low. Still able to escape. Ijuman gets the steal. SOD to the back line. Now Erlan getting the killing spree. But Highs is still right there. Nako able to escape. Now Erlan, can he save the day? Erlan jumps in. Hijime gets a kill. Erlan very low. Hijime going to be trying to lock him down as Dreams walks up at the taunt as well. Erlan with the life steal. Erlan trying to survive. Void blast. No, Erlan dodges away from it. Hijime needs to kill him. Erlan gets shut down by Ijume! And now it's Suelo with the Winter Crown. A desperate one, and Dada's Dreams takes him out. 5 members down, a wipeout, 15 seconds for Albert, and the Lord is marching for Alter Ego.
Is it over? Is this it? Is this going to be a 2-0 victory? Alter Ego, will they find? What?
It is all over. Alter Ego with 1, 2, 3 big moments. It doesn't matter how much of a lead you had, Evo's Alter Ego get a 2-0 clean sweep.
Huge upset today. All the casters predicted a 2-0 for Evos, but Alter Ego say it don't matter. They take it into their own hands. No story for revenge for the White Tigers today. Another victory for the 3 face masks.
Oh boy. Despite everything that, it's not even the early game and all the problems that was fixed by Evos, it wasn't enough. Alter Ego were able to find the moments here to really turn things around. The doubts were on the mid game, the doubts were in the late game, and at least against Evos, they have definitely delivered.
This puts Evos in dangerous territory. Very dangerous. And now they don't even have a scapegoat, because their scapegoat did good.
Are they 6 now?
I believe they will fall to... Yeah, it's a 2-0 win, right? Oh. We're going to have to check again.
That's how volatile the standings currently are, ladies and gentlemen. That's how crucial every single, not just match, but every game win is. So let's talk to Alter Ego. Let's see how they feel after that 2-0 decisive victory against the White Tigers, Evos.
Alter Champs sedang berpesta karena akhirnya yang dinantikan kemenangan dari Alter Ego. Woohoo! Menang lagi nih lawan Evos.
Alhamdulillah masih bisa menang.
Tapi menangnya ini nggak main-main loh, 2-0 Nino.
Mungkin ngerasain sakitnya di pantai 2-0 sama Magi kali ya kemarin. Jadi kayak panas gitu anak-anak.
Jadi panas. Kemarin kalah 2-0 kenapa tuh?
Mainnya aja sih kurang nyatu aja sih. Kayak ada yang ini gitu dah intinya.
Hari ini?
Hari ini connect aja.
Jadi keadaan Alter Ego yang connect itulah menjadi kunci kemenangan kalian?
Benar.
Nge-connectin, kemarin nggak connect. Terus hari ini jadi connect. Gimana tuh caranya dengan secepat itu?
Caranya ya kita ngobrol bareng-bareng aja sih di GH.
Ditelepon nggak?
Enggak.
Semalam belum ditelepon?
Tadi sih sebelum main ditelepon sama Big Boss.
Ngomong apa tuh?
Katanya, gimana ya?
Kasih tahu
Katanya
dong.
ya main percaya diri percaya teman aja udah itu aja. pesan dari dia itu aja.
Oke, nggak ada teknik ancaman nggak ada hari ini?
Nggak ada.
Dan ternyata kepercayaan Big Boss kalian buktikan dong.
Alhamdulillah berarti masih dipercaya sama Kodelwin.
Asik. Coba dong sampaikan sesuatu kemenangan kalian. Kodelwin, kita menang nih.
Alhamdulillah ya kok hari ini matchnya menang. Lu nggak marah-marah lagi.
Darahnya nggak tinggi.
Iya, nadanya nggak tinggi.
Oke. Kodelwin tarik napas, buang, lagi senyum pastinya.
Senyum pasti senyum ini. Senyum
Bahagia.
banget. Ya.
Lanjut terus.
Padahal kemarin baju gue mau dibakar kan sama dia.
Nggak jadi kan?
Nggak jadi, menang hari ini kan.
Dapat baru pasti nanti.
Harusnya dikasih sama Kodelwin yang baru.
Asik Kodelwin.
Kok?
Menutup minggu ini dengan senyuman, tapi yang lebih senyum-senyum mungkin dari sini Rine ya. Rine, gue penasaran banget. Kenapa Rine kemarin kok kayaknya nggak kayak hari ini? Hari ini buset, point kill sama death-nya berbanding terbalik dibanding kemarin Rine. Kemarin kamu pakai Fredrin, kenapa Fredrin dari Rine?
Itu Bude.
Hah? Kenapa?
Disuruh Kos Navari.
Jadi gimana? Kamu nggak siap dengan Fredrinnya kemarin kah?
Main aja sih, ya udah. Kalau dikasih Fredin, dikasih Laila.
Jangan Lela, jangan. Nanti pada ngetik-ngetik. Oh rame, tapi hari ini kamu link pertamamu, perdana dari Rine. Ngosak-ngasik tim EVOS hari ini. Emang ini hero signature dari Rine yang kita nggak tahu kah?
Soalnya itu Hayabusanya di band udah, cuman bisa Hayabusa soalnya.
Oke. Tapi sekarang nambah dong. Tambah link bisa. Suyo bisa. Redrin bisa nggak?
Enggak.
Kalau next time semua heromu di ban. Komplit tuh. Nanti Rina pakai apa? Assassin nggak ada hero. Disuruh pakai Fredrin lagi siap nggak?
Aku main XP kalau gitu.
Akunya jungler berarti. Akunya jungler.
Gitu?
Iya, kalau hero maunya di band, hero dia, akunya jungler nggak apa-apa.
Itu plan Z
Iya,
kalian ya?
itu-
Ini kok Delvin dengerin loh?
Kok dengerin itu pasti.
Nggak apa-apa ini?
Nggak apa-apa, kok gue jungler nggak apa-apa kan kok.
Jangan. Rame. Tapi kamu bermain link di hadapan Albert, salah satu player yang memang legend banget tuh pakai linknya. Gimana kamu melihat dari permainanmu menunjukkan kebolehanmu di depan sosok Albert?
Oke aja sih Bude. Aku belajar link dari dia juga soalnya.
Apa yang mungkin kamu tunjukkan hari ini kepada Albert? Hasil belajaranmu yang seperti apa sih?
Cara pencet skill 2 kayak 4 pedang gitu. Set.
Oh, itu belajar dari Albert. Belajarnya langsung dari Albert kemarin.
Nonton
dulu.
Nonton dulu.
Udah happy belum sama performamu hari ini Rine?
Belum.
Belum. Rine happy kalau apa sih?
Happy kalau apa?
Kalau apa ya? Nggak ada sih Bude.
Ya udah main aja ya Rine ya. Oke, tapi hari ini ya seendernya yang bermain, kita lihat 2-0 juga. Hais, di gold lane banyak kejadian menarik. Solo kill demi solo kill terjadi di game 1, di game 2 dibales. Ada apa sih di gold lane Hais?
Ada apa di God Lane? Nggak ada apa-apa sih. Cuman ya Toki aja mungkin solo kill pakai Harit 2 kali. Mereka nggak respect Harit, gue aja.
Harit dari Hais. Sempat nggak solo kill 2 kali, tapi di solo kill juga dibales ya?
Iya, itu misinfo. Tadi itu ceritanya pikirnya Moskovnya no ulti, taunya ada ulti.
Oke, jadi miskalkulasi itu ya, misinfo.
Ya.
Oke, dan kalau ngelihat pertarunganmu di leg yang kedua, lebih baik loh bisa dibilang. 2-0 dibanding dengan leg 1, 2-1.
Enggak,
sama-sama
leg 1 2-0 juga.
Oh iya ya?
Iya.
Ingat ya kalau menang ya?
Ingat kalau menang emang.
Keren loh, 2-0. Ampun po sepul. 2-0 juga, hasil yang sama. Memang kalian tuh punya cara untuk mengetahui permainan dari EVOS.
Ya bisa dibilang gitu lah.
Bisa dibilang begitu. Tapi bisa dibilang ini dua player yang sama-sama terkenal dengan Moskovnya. Hais gitu, Erlan juga gitu. Dan kamu bagaimana sih ngelihat hari ini Moskov dari Erlan?
Cukup bagus tapi Moskov gue lebih better ya.
Widih. Mantap. Kasih nilai, coba kasih nilai.
Apa?
Moskov Erlan berapa? Moskov Hais berapa?
Dia 8 lah, aku 10.
Mantap. Ini nih. yang kita tunggu-tunggu akhirnya muncul. Udah mulai kerasukan jiwa-jiwa alter ego ya?
Ya, udah mulai kerasukan.
Udah mulai kerasukan dan terlihat semakin yakin juga. Di papan klasemen pun terlihat mereka masih berjuang dengan gigih. Tapi yang menarik adalah dari Dreams. Dreams.
Ya Bude.
Di depan situ tuh ada piala tuh.
Lihat Bude.
Piala baru.
Ya baru.
Apa nih tanggapanmu? Kepengin ngangkat gak sih?
Ya semua pengen lah yang udah di MPL kan, nggak mungkin kagak.
Melihat perubahan dari piala, apa yang Dreams langsung pikirkan ketika wow ini piala muncul di season 15?
Lebih keren sih Bude tampilannya.
Lebih keren. Apakah turut membakar api semangat dari Dreams dan juga kawan-kawan alter ego?
Ya pasti lebih semangat lah karena kan juga piala baru juga kan.
Piala baru. Semangat baru dari alter ego kan untuk leg kedua.
Semangat baru ya semangat aja kayak biasanya udah.
Semangat aja terus ya. Tapi dari minggu ke-6 ada kalah, ada menang. Melihat leg kedua, ini peta kekuatannya akan berubah gak sih menurut Dreams? Peta kekuatan dari tim-tim klasemen bisa terjungkir balik dengan mudah?
Ya sekarang semua tim ya pada imbang lah, nggak ada yang bisa dipredik yang menang siapa, yang kalah siapa. Kayak semua bersaingnya ketat lah.
Bersaingnya ketat. Jadi apa dong yang menentukan kalau udah sama-sama kuat, sama-sama jago? Apa yang menentukan nih menurut Dreams?
Mungkin dari gameplay masing-masing lah.
Gameplay masing-masing. Gameplay kalian udah kuat? Udah kuat belum nih gameplay dari alter ego?
Belum.
Belum. Jadi minggu ke-7 kalian akan lebih kuat?
Apa?
Minggu ke-7 akan datang lebih kuat?
Insya Allah lebih kuat.
Insya Allah lebih kuat. Pada nunggu ini, Alter Champs kemarin habis terseduh-seduh, hari ini happy-happy bareng. Tapi di Jume, kita ngelihat bahwa dari regenerasi lawanmu hari ini bisa dibilang ganti-ganti.
Ya.
Leg 1, Natko main di mid lane. Leg 2, ada siapa tadi? Swaylo, ada Swaylo. Gimana kamu udah menghadapi keduanya?
Dua-duanya sama aja sih Bude, nggak ada yang bedain.
Nggak ada, apa tuh samanya apa?
Apa?
Samanya apa maksudnya?
Sama-sama kalah lah sama aku.
Udah. Sama-sama kalah, sama-sama 2-0.
Apa?
Jadi siapapun yang kamu hadapi kamu nggak masalah berarti ya?
Nggak masalah, yang penting main aja dah.
Namun kan bisa dibilang kamu juga salah satu dulu yang mengisi mid lane dari tim EVOS. Tim EVOS berganti-ganti dari segi mid lane-nya. Regenerasi mereka gimana sih menurut
Untuk generasinya ya Bude?
regenerasi?
Bagus sih Bude, ada generasi terus kan. Kayak aku kan udah pernah di sana juga dari rookie jadi di MPL juga kan. Ya EVOS menurut aku bagus lah buat regenerasinya.
Bagus, tapi hasilnya belum bagus. Ada yang mau kamu sampaikan nggak sih untuk EVOS atas kemenangan 2 kali dari tim Alter Ego dengan 2-0 untuk EVOS?
Apa?
Untuk EVOS kemenangan kalian 2 kali 2-0.
GG aja sih Bude, gak ada kata-kata lain dah.
Gak ada kata-kata lain, GG. Dan berterima kasih juga pastinya ya.
Ya.
Terima kasih mungkin mau kepada Alter Champs yang kemarin-marin ada yang mau disampaikan untuk Alter Champs, untuk CEO kalian, untuk siapapun spesial.
Apa ya? Nggak mungkin nangis. Tenang, sabar. Nggak ada kata-kata selain kalian jangan capek dukung kita sih guys. Kita juga berjuang, latihan, pakai perasaan, pengen menang. Ya intinya makasih sih guys udah support kita terus dari atas atau membayar dari bawah. Buat Ko Delwin juga makasih kok telah udah support kita terus. Walaupun kita kalah kemarin kan lu kesel sama gua. Gak apa-apa kok tetap support kita terus. Terus buat kakak gua yang datang, makasih juga udah sempet datang ke Jakarta. Udah.
Terima kasih support system Kakak Nino. Namanya siapa?
Lutfi.
Kakak Lutfi, terima kasih Kakak Lutfi.
Iya katanya.
Iya. Dan juga Alter Champs. Terima kasih suara kalian untuk menyambut Alter Ego. Silakan rayakan.
Congratulations to Alter Ego
Oh
for
my
that
God,
2-0 victory. No revenge story for the White Tigers today.
Apollo did it again. The Mad Lad
How
did
does
it
he
again.
do it?
He's just built different.
What is your secret?
That guy's weird. He's got some juju, man.
There's something up.
Some wacky stuff.
Well, the question is this like Evo's on a slump? Is it Alter Ego on the rise? Or is it just a matchup issue, right? Because it's not the first time. Happens once, okay. Happens twice, what's up? What's
Actually,
up?
what do you think? Yeah.
Game 1, I think it was matchup issue. Game 2, I think it was an Evo's issue. This has happened twice now. Remember, against BTR, they were winning Game 3 up until they threw. There's some big throws here and there. And the play, you remember the purple buff play?
Yep.
That was one of the biggest throws I've seen in my life. Why? Lord was coming up. They had a 4,000 gold lead. Why? That was the real crucial moment for me, not this.
Yeah, where they went for the conceal.
Yeah.
Was that not the key moment?
The
Was
thing
it a
is,
different moment?
Conceal. Sure, you look for it while the conceal period, is there. They didn't have conceal anymore. It ran out, and they were like, "Nah, let's keep on going," even though they were in the lead. It's a play that someone behind, that someone losing would make, not someone winning.
Definitely interesting here. But let's take a look at the highlights of that game presented by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. And again, in the early game, it was looking so good for Evos, and they were able to play this calculative style where they stay there, they would force Dreams to go in aggressively or not go in at all with all the playmaking pressure, and because of that, they were able to get such a lead. But towards the mid-game here, they were taking these fights when it wasn't under ideal circumstances. Even here, if the idea, well, this was the big one, right? You can see, even in the targeting, it's completely disjointed. What are they going for? Erlan was behind the wall for the longest time, confused on how to actually enter the fray. And of course, afterwards, he was able to make the plays happen and kind of pull it back from the brink of defeat, sort of. But again, it was a 6k gold lead down to 0. And now this was a fight on equal grounds, and they did this creative alley-up, alley-oop kind of strategy, which is great. But overall, again, it just wasn't the kind of winning fight the way they wanted it. And then here again, it seems like they weren't really on the same page when it comes down to the targeting. Things got in the way. Are they playing for kills? Are they playing for the Lord? You can make an argument that you can make reads into their movements for all of these things. And once, again, Alter Ego on the back foot, they lose. When Evas are on the back foot, same story. With the Yves chasing, with the Suyo chasing, it's just a tough order.
It's a back-to-back match point throw for Evos, I will say. Not a good look for them. I think Abdil, when he did the loser interview last time, already said, we already won the early game. It's just we needed discipline. We just needed to be a bit more clean. The decision-making wasn't the best. And now we're seeing it again. So it's kind of like a tilt pattern now for Evos. Whenever they are tilting, whenever they just don't get what they want, they get emotional. And then they go in, and then they fight, and then they make decisions that are not the best at the moment.
So, to be fair, Alex an olive branch, and I think that if they're able to cut off Alter Ego from their own base, in theory, a team with a carry and a Yves would not want to fight under those circumstances. I feel like there is... You can make an argument for how that would have worked out for Evos by all means, but even if they were gonna take that fight, again, how they were doing it, who they were targeting, who they ran into initially, I feel like all that wasn't really communicated properly. The biggest factor for me is the fact that Erlan was stuck not basic attacking for a good 2 or 3 seconds.
Yeah.
That's fatal in a game that has gone full late game with both marksmen at full items, So, yeah, man, I don't know if that's the decision-making issue or is it a communication issue? Because I feel like the communication issue would explain a lot more than just that one moment.
And it should be the shot calling coming in from Key, right? And
yeah,
it's been working for the first few weeks.
When they win early game, when they get the snowball.
But they did win early game, right?
Exactly, but they didn't win fast enough for those risky, explosive shot calls to win them the game.
Interesting. Let's take a look into the mic checks now for Alter Ego in this 2-0 victory against Evos.
Atasnya.
Boleh.
Matt, gue butuh badan lu, Matt.
Carry,
Sumpah, gue butuh badan lu, Matt.
carry kita nggak ada ulti, boy.
15 santai dia. Clean mid.
Ayo, gas. Bukan.
Pelan-pelan aja. Boleh. Ayo maju pelan-pelan. Udah
Takut.
Lihat dari mid. Moskop di mid, golden ya. Golden.
Moskop putar.
Gue ikat.
Nice, double go. Bisa balik.
Lihat Moskop nih, masuk ke gua.
Bring it, Moskop. Moskopnya bring it rata-rata sama gua. Moskopnya kan
Ada gua.
Let go, sumpah.
Dia ada one. Oke, boleh.
Main-mainan gua, boy. Main-mainan gua boleh satu main.
Meng, kok lu jago banget, Meng?
Udah selalu, udah biasa.
Nice! Cari mainan gua kan.
Main-mainan gua, boy. Santai aja. EP kan.
They were so happy about that win.
Bro, you gotta love Nino. You gotta love Nino,
so
dude.
cute.
You know, Speed when it comes to Indo should meet Nino. El Sabar,
They have
bro.
the same energy,
Santai, bro.
kind of.
Sabar, oh my
So cute,
god,
it's
bro.
so
That's-
cute.
Yeah, he was going like, bro, come here. I need your body, bro. I need your body.
Right. But also we learned that Nino needs someone louder than him
Yeah.
to make the calls because
Who's louder?
in that final moment, he was nearly like, let's stop, let's just wait for Lord. But then somebody, I don't know who it was, but somebody was shouting like, no, we got this.
I think it's Hijume.
We can take
I think
Elan.
it's Hijume.
Yeah. Hijume's always been very, very vocal.
Yeah.
But
So Nino can make or break a game because of that, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because of that emotion.
that's always been the case, you know. El Sabar.
It's always fun to see, though. I mean,
Yeah,
towards
it's
the end,
amazing
there-
to
Super
see.
cute.
I tied him up. I'm like, you tell him, bro. You tell him.
And then the nice that breaks your ears, bro. Nino, what a. It's crazy to see. You know, this guy has gone through season 7 all the way to 15, and he hasn't
Yeah.
lost that emotion,
Yeah, that's
that
true.
But we're in
passion.
the same generation, kind of, with Nino.
Yeah. We
That's
entered
why
at
I
the
had
same
to
time.
ask in the interview with him. I was
Yeah.
like, are you just an emotional person? He's like, yeah, kinda. I get terbawa suasana.
He's very passionate.
Carried
very, very
by
passionate. The mood,
the mood.
the atmosphere.
Atmosphere. There you go. Because I cried because of him.
Oh.
Speaking of crying, let's talk to Evos and see how they feel in the back
Oh,
rooms with
yikes.
Alyssa.
Avil, what's going on?
Thank you Caster, dan kembali lagi bersama Alisa Natali kalau sudah di backstage dan bersama Coach pastinya kita akan masuk ke dalam sesi loser interview. Halo Coach Avel.
Halo.
Bertemu lagi yang harapannya harusnya tidak bertemu lagi ya Coach.
Amin.
Gimana
Semoga
nih
ketemu
rasanya?
lagi.
Yes, gimana rasanya 2 kali kalah sama Shaver nih Coach?
Ya pasti kekalahan nggak ada yang enak. Dan ya kita cuman bisa belajar dari situ aja karena udah nggak bisa diubah juga kan. Semoga ke depannya hopefully nanti di playoff ketemu lagi dan bisa menang. Itu aja sih.
Hopefully bisa menang pasti ke depannya. Tapi kalau melihat dari segi draft untuk EVOS
Yes.
nih, tidak banyak perubahan nih Coach.
Hmm.
Apa emang masih nyaman dengan meta yang sekarang atau sebenarnya telat mengadaptasi patch? Karena kalau kita lihat di luar sudah banyak yang menggunakan Esmeralda, Valir. Gimana nih Coach?
Sebenarnya itu situasional semua ya. Jadi hero-hero yang kayak Esmeralda situasional kalau yang banyak kill. Valir juga itu benar situasional kalau misalkan lawan yang butuh verify gratis gitu bisa juga. Jadi sebenarnya kita juga udah adapt juga. Cuman situasi dari draftnya memungkinkan dengan hero-hero yang lebih efektif. Jadi ya keluarnya pasti kelihatan di itu aja. Di luar juga pasti banyak hero yang ganti itu kalau misalkan hero-hero normal udah di ban. Jadi kelihatannya kayak di luar udah pada pakai ini ya itu karena hero-hero normal udah di ban. Jadi kalau misalnya hero normal belum di ban ya tim luar juga pasti masih kurang lebih hero-nya kurang lebih sama. Karena kita juga scrim kita scrim juga sama tim luar juga kan. Kita juga scrim tiap hari sama PH, sama Malai. Semua ya kurang lebih sama sebenarnya. Sisanya situasional aja dan situasi yang sekarang bagusnya dengan hero yang normal aja udah oke gitu.
Oke, kita akan melihat apakah itu nanti akan digunakan. Namun kita melihat bagaimana persiapan besok nih Coach. Karena kan besok akan melawan Big Fam nih.
Persiapan di 1 minggu sebelumnya setelah MPL minggu kemarin kita juga udah tahu lawannya bakal siapa kan. Jadi di scrim juga kita ada scrim yang kita siapin dari draft untuk lawan AE, ada yang buat lawan Geek Fam. Jadi dari segi persiapan draft, anak-anaknya juga mereka udah nonton Geek Fam juga kemarin. Jadi udah dapat bayangan juga kurang lebihnya bakal kayak gimana. Jadi tinggal nanti di match-nya aja, di stage-nya aja. Kalau misalnya semuanya lancar, ya semoga semuanya lancar dan bisa dapat menang lagi.
Yes, hopefully yang terbaik buat EVOS
Yes.
dan pastinya bisa bounce back di hari
Amin,
esok.
amin, amin, amin.
Dan kita akan melihat apakah besok akan kembali EVOS dapat mengumpulkan poin. Thank you so much,
Sama-sama.
Coach. Dan kita akan melihat lagi ke para caster. Apakah analisisnya sudah cukup? Silakan caster, take it over.
There was. I don't know if we got any information about like
The loss?
what happened in that loss.
Yeah. No.
But
We got a lot of insights on the draft, which is true, by the way. And again, shout out to Avil because his interviews are the most insightful out of all the other loser interviews. But unfortunately, we just didn't get the questions for the
Yeah.
game itself.
yeah. But he did mention about like the up and coming picks that we've been
Yeah.
seeing a lot, right? Like the Esmeralda. We haven't seen the Valeria yet, right?
Not here.
In
no.
MPL ID,
Not
no.
here.
But we
It's
saw
a
the
PH
Kimmy. But he keeps reiterating the fact that the meta picks are still the #1 prio picks. But if these picks are taken out, then there's room for these situational heroes to appear.
I think what you can garner as well is that he definitely had a plan for how his team was supposed to go, and you saw some results from that plan. So it might be something that he has to kind of talk about with his team overall. Because from him, I feel like what he wanted to do was somewhat achieved personally, but team-wise, right? He needs to kind of get back to the team before he can tell us a bit more about that.
So did Sasuke win or Naruto win?
Yeah. Sasuke won. Sasuke won.
Sasuke won.
Yeah.
Is that weird?
No, that's how it started. Naruto Shippuden, first power spike was Sasuke when he was kidnapped by Orochimaru. In Shippuden, he transformed, yo. He was full Orochimaru,
the curse mark.
The curse mark. He was full like
The dark
and
mode.
like he was like, oh, this is my replacement to Sai, you know that
Yeah, yeah.
scene exactly. And then he beat those three up, yo. Team 7 didn't stand a
But
chance. The new Team 7
in the
didn't stand a chance.
final fight, who came out on top? I thought
The
it was some
final
kind of
fight?
draw. It was kind of a
The
draw.
final
right?
fight was a draw, but we all know Naruto won.
Main character, yeah.
Yeah. They
So-
both lost their arms, by the way.
If you guys want to lose your arms, I'm kidding. So if you guys want cool skins,
Whoa.
like what we just saw in game #2 of match #1 earlier on, guys, go ahead and spin, bro. Get your skins.
Hey,
I
Jenna.
actually bought Zipper a skin, by the way.
You bought Zipper a skin? What skin?
What are the options?
Sasuke?
Not
Suyo,
that one. Not that
Kalea,
one. Not that one.
Lucas?
No,
Hayabusa.
the names.
Oh, Kakashi, Sakura, Sasuke, Naruto.
Oh man, I
Gaara.
don't remember.
Gaara, you can't get Gaara.
I don't
Gaara's
remember.
What you can get though, Ichana,
But I
is
gifted him something.
Hinata. Because there was a emoji there.
Wait.
There was
There's a Hinata emoji?
So if you're looking for Hinata, you're in
I
luck.
want
Wait, what is
Hinata.
this? Is that a limited edition figurine? No, I legit saw it.
Really?
earlier. Wait, really?
That's pretty cool.
Well, gotta
That's
go
pretty cool, guys.
and do what the banner says now. Ladies and gentlemen, tap twice on your phone, your Samsung phone, your device, and check
Do
it
it
out.
now. Do it now. But
So was High's sharp shooting?
sharpshooting, yeah, he was. He's the sharpshooter of all time, bro.
What? So High's nickname was sharpshooter.
Can we just talk
last
about
week,
this during the break?
And she called
Let's just talk
him
about
a sharpshooter.
We're going to a break before match
Very
#2. So like, yeah, we'll be right back.
Are you sharp?
No,
Or are you a shooter?
during the break. We're talking about during the break.
Sharp?
Galaxy A36 5G.
Baru awesome intelligence Stand makin next level Always wasting time no more Charging obviously faster
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope. Gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru Pertama di Indonesia Kopi susu rasa cookies Always ready, warnai harimu Good day Groovy Cookies Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Games main andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Pin stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Games Max makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction of the century. I hope you brought your checkbooks and your wits tonight. Let's start the bidding!
The rapid dragon in agile fashion. We jump into action, dashing. Perspectives are clashing. Oh, 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 we're taking on the fight. Jump into the showdown till justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah, fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective. Yeah, everybody's fighting for the truth.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。椿ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
とは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Aspekku pribadi di season 1 itu juga yang juara kalau nggak RRQ pos. Menang bonus kalah belajar. Udah itu doang kita awal ngomong. Kami berlima, G, Billy, Rev, LG sama aku tuh nggak ada mikir sama sekali kita bakal juara. Saat itu seneng banget bos. Pengen nangis aku gitu. Kalau nggak percaya boleh tanya anak-anak. Selama ini berarti gamblingku dari kotaku sendiri ada hasilnya juga buat buktiin ke orang tua juga kan.
Yang gue lihat ya Piala MPL kayak simbol untuk tahta tertinggi di Mobile Legends ini sih.
Our new champion, EVOS Esports. Penantian panjang yang terbayar sudah.
Cuman kalau pas udah juaranya, jujur aja nggak bisa dideskripsikan dengan kata-kata. Nggak bisa diungkapkan lagi pas menang, harus rasain sendiri.
EVOS Legends!
Sampai alien mampu mempertahankan best RRQ Jose.
Paling memorable buat aku juga di season pertamaku bisa juara, terus ya dengan final kayak gitu lumayan ada kepuasan sendiri lah.
Kita lihat ini dia, MPL Season 6 Championnya adalah RRQ Jose.
Kalau untuk di season 9 panas sih, gara-gara dari season 8 kita gagal, dikit lagi kita bisa juara, ya mungkin dari situ juga ada faktornya sih.
Raja Galaksi kita di MPL Indonesia Season ke-9, RRQ Jose.
Pertama kali lihat pengen banget angkat piala lah pasti. Lebih ke pride sih, kayak gue bisa gitu loh, angkat piala sama tim gue. Kalau perasaan yang pasti ngerasa kayak mimpi sih, itu gila banget. Berapi-api banget, terus kayak segala macam usaha juga terbayarkan lah.
Raja Galaksi pemenang MPL Indonesia Season 10.
Kalau buat yang season 10 sampai season 13, kita nggak pernah puas sekalipun. Mau udah juara lagi. Kayaknya belum cukup buat kita. Jadi akhirnya sampai forfeit, kita udah berjuang banget sih.
Kalau ngeliat player MPL tuh ya termotivasi dari situ, jadinya ya pas di grand final kita coba buat main pede aja. Lu baru masuk MPL, lu grand final, upper bracket, tiba-tiba juara, itu kayak bener-bener dreams itu.
Juara baru di MPL Indonesia Season 14.
Ya, karena emang kita mau buktiin kalau emang ada juara baru aja sih, jadi kayak nggak bosen kan lihat.
Melihat piala itu sebenarnya nggak ada pikiran buat juara, Wak. Kita pengen ngasih yang terbaik aja buat satu sama lain, ngebuktiin.
Gua lebih punya mimpi baru sama tujuan yang baru sih. Ya tujuan baru gua ya ini jadi coach, ngelatih anak-anak, makanya gue masih bertahan sampai sekarang.
Ya kalau aku buat piala MPL sendiri, jadi kayak pengen banget ngangkat lagi apinya
kayak terus baru terus lah.
Karena kita udah persiapin segala macam, kita harus dapat lagi si piala itu. Jadi kita bakalan berjuang lagi nah.
Apalagi dengan piala baru, pastinya kita bakal membara sih. Jadi kita harus ada semangat baru juga buat dapetin piala barunya sih.
baru. Awesome intelligence, tanda makin next level, always race. Semua game kita gak worry. Story. Guns victory.
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Baru. Awesome intelligence, tanda makin next level, always race. Wasting time no more. Charging obviously faster.
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Seru pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Pin stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Max, makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction of the century. I hope you brought your checkbooks and your wits tonight. Let's start the bidding!
The rapid dragon in agile fashion. We jump into action, dashing. Perspectives are clashing. Oh, we're taking on the fight. Jump into the showdown till justice is found. Transform into battle now. Gamble coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah, fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective, yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった4代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる
さよなら
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ
Aspekku pribadi di season 1 itu juga yang juara kalau nggak RRQ pos. Menang bonus kalah belajar. Udah itu doang kita awal ngomong. Kami berlima, G, Billy, Rev, LG sama aku tuh nggak ada mikir sama sekali kita bakal juara. Saat itu seneng banget bos. Pengen nangis aku gitu. Kalau nggak percaya boleh tanya anak-anak. Selama ini berarti gamblingku dari kotaku sendiri ada hasilnya juga buat buktiin ke orang tua juga kan.
Yang gue lihat ya piala MPL kayak simbol untuk tahta tertinggi di Mobile Legends ini sih.
Our new champion, EVOS Esports. Penantian panjang yang terbayar sudah.
Cuman kalau pas udah juaranya, jujur aja nggak bisa dideskripsikan dengan kata-kata. Nggak bisa diungkapkan lagi pas menang, harus rasain sendiri.
EVOS Legend!
Sampai alien mampu mempertahankan best hierarchy Jose.
Paling memorable buat aku juga di season pertamaku bisa juara terus ya dengan final kayak gitu lumayan ada kepuasan sendiri lah.
Kita lihat ini dia MPL Season 6 championnya adalah hierarchy Jose.
Kalau untuk di season 9 panas sih gara-gara dari season 8 kita gagal, dikit lagi kita bisa juara. Ya mungkin dari situ juga ada faktornya sih.
Raja Galaksi kita di MPL Indonesia Season ke-9 RRQ Jose.
Pertama kali lihat pengen banget angkat piala lah pasti. Lebih ke pride sih. Kayak gue bisa gitu loh. Angkat piala sama tim gue. Kalau perasaan yang pasti ngerasa kayak mimpi sih. Itu gila banget. Berapi-api banget. Terus kayak segala macam usaha juga terbayarkan lah.
Raja Galaksi pemenang MPL Indonesia Season 10.
Kalau buat yang season 10 sampai season 13 kita nggak pernah puas sekalipun. Mau udah juara lagi. Kayaknya belum cukup buat kita. Jadi akhirnya sampai forfeit kita udah berjuang banget itu.
Kalau ngeliat player MPL tuh ya termotivasi dari situ. Jadinya ya pas di grand final kita coba buat main pede aja. Lu baru masuk MPL, lu grand final, upper bracket, tiba-tiba juara. Itu kayak bener-bener dreams itu.
Juara baru di MPL Indonesia Season 14.
Ya, karena emang kita mau buktiin kalau emang ada juara baru aja sih. Jadi kayak nggak bosen dan lihat.
Melihat piala itu sebenarnya nggak ada pikiran buat juara loh. Kita pengen ngasih yang terbaik aja buat satu sama lain, ngebuktiin.
Gua lebih punya mimpi baru sama tujuan yang baru sih. Ya tujuan baru gua ya ini jadi coach, ngelatih anak-anak. Makanya gue masih bertahan sampai sekarang.
Ya kalau aku lihat Piala MPL sendiri, jadi kayak pengen banget ngangkat lagi apinya kayak terus baru terus lah.
Karena kita udah persiapin segala macam, kita harus dapat lagi si piala itu. Jadi kita bakalan berjuang lagi nah.
Apalagi dengan piala baru, pastinya kita bakal membara sih. Jadi kita harus ada semangat baru juga buat dapetin piala barunya sih.
baru. Awesome intelligence, tambah makin next level, always risk. Semua game kita gak worry. Victory! Victory!
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Baru. Awesome intelligence, tambah makin next level, always risk. Wasting time, no more. Charging obviously faster.
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Seru pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Games match andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Games Max, makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction of the century. I hope you brought your checkbooks and your wits tonight. Let's start the bidding!
The rapid dragon in agile fashion. We jump into action, dashing. Perspectives are clashing. Oh, we're taking on the fight. Jump into the showdown till justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah, fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective, yeah. Everybody
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta.
MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor Head and Shoulders. Official coffee Good Day. We own this.
Yeay, memasuki match kedua di hari kedua minggu ke-6. Kali ini kita punya Onyx akan melawan tim Liquid Indonesia. Dan sudah bersama Lisa di sini. Sonic, mana suaranya? Yes, semangatnya luar biasa. Boleh dong perkenalan dulu nih, namanya siapa? Silakan. Boleh.
Halo, namaku Cornella. Aku Tere. Nama aku Feli.
Ya, Cornella, Tere, Feli dan juga silakan.
Halo, nama saya Joe.
Joe.
Halo, nama saya Anggi.
Anggi dan?
Halo, nama saya Umar.
Oke, Umar, tahan dulu mic-nya di kamu. Aku mau tanya buat kamu nih. Fanny untuk Favian, pick atau ban?
Ben.
Kenapa di ban? Kenapa tuh?
Karena jago.
Karena jago, karena yakin ya bisa mengalahkan. Ya ini kalau kamu gimana? Pick atau ban nih Fanny untuk Faviannya?
Di Ben.
Di ban, oke. Kamu?
Di Ben sih, karena Fania Favian lincah banget kayak Spiderman.
Lincah banget kayak Spiderman. Oke, kalau ciwi-ciwi di sebelahku nih mungkin ada punya jawaban berbeda. Pick atau ban? Fanny untuk Favian.
Kalau menurut aku sih di ban aja, soalnya Fanny Papian kan masih anti meta ya. Jadi mau di nerf ataupun di buff kayaknya masih serem sih.
Oke, ada yang punya jawaban lain mungkin pick aja.
Menurut aku di pick aja.
Di pick aja, oke. Kenapa nih?
Karena Onyx pasti bisa ngalahin guys.
Iya dong, harus optimis ya. Boleh dong Sonic, mana suaranya lagi? Yeay. Kamu ada jawaban berbeda mungkin di sini?
Aku juga kayaknya pilih pick aja.
Pick aja, karena?
Karena I think Onyx ini bisa take advantage of Fanny-nya. Dan dia juga bisa mengalahkan Liquid.
Yes, kita sudah melihat ada dua jawaban berbeda di sini. Apakah nanti akan di pick atau di ban? Kita akan melihat di match kedua ini. Tapi aku mau minta dong semangatnya buat Onyx, tim kesayangan kalian. Silakan. Ini dari Tere atau dari Umar mungkin? Umar, banyak nih fansnya kayaknya. Umar, boleh dong dikasih semangatnya nih. Mungkin buat kembaran kamu, Kairi mungkin.
Cepat semangat Kairi, acu.
Semangat Kairi, acu. Dari kalian ada lagi yang mau kasih semangat buat bias-biasnya, silakan. Bebas dong, buat idolamu siapapun.
Buat Clayton semangat ya.
Buat Clayton semangat.
Buat semuanya sih tetap improve aja ya main kali ini ya.
Tetap improve main kali ini. Dari ciwi-ciwi aku ada pesan-pesan buat Kairi, acu biasanya.
Semangat Onyx buat King Sans utamanya, semangat.
Semangat buat King Sans, ada lagi?
Semangat, kalian pasti bisa lebih baik.
Last but not least.
Semangat Onyx, pasti bisa menang dan welcome back Coach Yap.
Welcome back Coach Yap, dan kita akan melihat apakah kehadiran Coach Yap di sini akan membawa perubahan untuk Onyx, dan apakah di match kali ini Onyx akan bisa mendapatkan poin atau tim Liquid Indonesia sang juara bertahanlah yang akan mendapatkan poin. Langsung saja kita akan melihat dan kita akan lemparkan ke Bude Clara Mongstar. Take it over.
Dan pada akhirnya, siapa yang akan berjuang untuk mengangkat kembali piala yang trofinya sudah bukan selayaknya season-season lalu. Trofi baru menjadi semangat baru di mana kedua tim ini punya histori yang sama-sama menggelegar. Di mana tim Liquid ID, mereka adalah sang juara bertahan yang sedang menunjukkan konsistensi, mencoba membuktikan kekonsistensian mereka. Ditambah yang sekarang harus mereka lawan adalah The 4P Champions, tim Onyx. Keduanya akan berhadapan satu sama lain di leg yang kedua. Namun kalau kita lihat di leg yang pertama, memang match berjalan begitu ketat. Dimenangkan oleh tim TLID, namun bagaimana halnya dengan leg yang kedua? Kita akan melihat seperti apa, akankah ada Fanny yang muncul atau malah Fanny menjadi hero yang akan di-ban? Semuanya itu bakal kita jawab langsung karena semua super fans juga dari tadi kayaknya udah pada penasaran akankah Fanny dimainkan atau di-ban. Jadi langsung aja kita akan menjawab bersama-sama, kita ngobrol-ngobrol kepada sang pelaku. Di Land of Down yang akan muncul bersama-sama jungler dari kedua tim. Beri tepuk tangan untuk Fabian dan Kairi. Ini jalannya penuh semangat kayaknya ya. Untuk keduanya, leg kedua Fabian, seberapa semangat Fabian?
Leg baru, semangat baru.
Wow, leg baru, semangat baru. Masih menang satu. Ini match kedua untuk TLID. How about from Onyx? From you Kairi, leg kedua. Hari ini seberapa semangat Kairi?
Semangat banget kena lawan Fabian.
Wah, langsung nih, langsung ya. Tapi memang lucu mereka berhadapan satu sama lain belum lama di week 4. Hasilnya juga bikin Fabian tuh gemes. Kita bakal lihat bersama-sama ya. Fabian muncul di interview dan dia mengatakan sesuatu. Langsung aja karena kita akan merecall bersama-sama apa yang Fabian katakan. Fabian masih ingat gak waktu itu interview ngomong apa?
Udah lupa sih Bude.
Lupa, Bude ingetin langsung. Belum muncul nih, biar inget bareng-bareng. Fabian tuh bilang kalau dia pengen dilepas Fanny-nya karena mengingat Kairi boleh pakai Fanny waktu melawan Fabian. Dan posternya itu dia nih, tantangan dari Fabian untuk seluruh tim MPL Indonesia. Kamu langsung surat terbuka.
Ya.
Masih nggak?
Masih.
Masih pengen?
Masih pengen. Karena emang belum dapat kan.
Belum dapat. Padahal kamu udah kasih ya waktu ngelawan tim Onyx, ngasih ke Kairi.
Ya nih Kairi lepas dong Fanny gua.
Ngomongin konsep, jangan kayak gua.
Oke, ngomongnya ke Coach Yap, tapi dari Kairi sendiri kamu kan sempat bermain Fanny langsung ketika melawan TLID. Itu memang harapan dari Kairi kah?
Iya sama Coach Adi juga.
Oke, tapi kalau dari Onyx dan Kairi sendiri, mungkin nggak sih ngelepas Fanny untuk Fabian?
Nggak tahu sih, tapi sebenarnya gue mau lihat si Fabian pakai Fanny. Cuman bukan lawan kita.
Jadi jangan.
Dia takut lawan Fanny ku katanya.
Kenapa? Serem Fanny-nya Fabian.
Serem sih, ngeri.
Ngeri. Jadi dari Kairi nggak pengen ngelawan Fanny-nya Fabian?
Pengen juga sih, pengen.
Pengen tapi jangan, tapi pengen. Inilah kegalauan sedikit ya. Tapi ngomong-ngomong tentang Fanny, who do you think the best player? Fanny.
Di dunia.
Di dunia?
Pasti Fabian.
Wis.
Bohong dia Bude, bohong.
Serius Fabian?
Enggak bohong.
Nomor 1 Fabian, nomor 2?
King Kong. Ya.
Nomor 3?
Nomor 3, saya yang di Malai, Uni namanya. Uni. Ya.
Uni. Kairi nomor berapa?
10 kayaknya, 10.
10. Oke, nomor 10. Kalau buat Fabian sendiri, player Fanny terbaik di dunia.
Dari pertama nih ya.
Iya.
1 King Kong. 2 Kairi.
2 Kairi.
3 Sekis.
Fabian nomor berapa?
Sama nomor 11 kayaknya. Dia kan nomor 10 kan tadi, tapi aku kayaknya nomor 11 sih.
Persaingannya di bawah kayak gitu ya. Oke, memang ngelihat kedua ini sama-sama jago, tapi ini adalah yang kalian bahas, nama-namanya pun mereka memberikan pendapat tentang the jungler player Fanny terbaik saat ini. Kalau dari King Kong, Fabian dan Kairi. Kalau harus pilih satu, pilihnya Fabian. Soalnya kamu pernah ngapain King Kong? King Kong sampai pilihnya kamu loh.
Gak tahu, belum pernah lawan Onyx juga kan di turnamen non Fanny, pakai Fanny, paling di scrim mungkin. Jadi ya.
Dia sudah bisa menilai dari scrim.
Ya, dia nilai dari scrim mungkin.
Oke, tapi juga dari dari Sekis Fabian. Fabian lagi nih. Kabelnya. Kairi juga turut di sini memberikan quotes King Kong dan Fabian karena Fanny mereka sulit dikalahkan. Fanny mereka seperti Spider-Man.
Kalau King Kong emang Spider-Man, cuma kalau Fabian nggak tahu nih, Kairi bohong.
Masa?
Bohong.
Nggak bohong loh.
Tuh, nggak bohong loh. Jujur di sini. Tapi Fabian banyak banget yang nge-respect kamu bahkan dari Filipina, Malaysia, Indonesia juga. Kamu ngapain? Kamu pernah menunjukkan di mana sih? Apa nih momen di mana Fanny Fabian menjadi sosok yang disegani?
Ya, mungkin yang tadi tuh yang gara-gara di scream kali ya. Karena di Fanny King Kong sama Sekes, jadi dia bilang Fanny ku paling keren.
Dari scream?
Ya dari scream.
Wow, kalau Kairi kenapa sebut Fabian? Dan
Ya
King Kong?
karena dia emang jago kalau gue liat di turnamen sama kalau nabrak juga di rank game, emang jago Fanny dia.
Dilihat dari rank, dilihat dari oke, banyak banget ternyata Fabian ngeri. Tapi belum pernah muncul di MPL. Dan kita akan ngebahas lagi-lagi tentang Fanny. Fanny itu salah satu hero yang bikin Mobile Legend jadi benar-benar sulit. Sesuai kita bisa lihat di sini. Banyak banget player-player di MPL Indonesia yang menggunakan Fanny. Dan Kairi menjadi top player Fanny dari bahkan dari season 10 sampai 15, hanya 5 season aja kamu udah jadi nomor 1 Kairi. Sesuka itu kamu sama Fanny?
Iya.
Ya, why you love Fanny so much?
Ya karena hero-nya emang bagus.
Hero-nya memang bagus. Di season 1 ada Aura, lalu ada berbagai macam player yang sudah memainkan Fanny. Dan Fabian belum ada nih. Belum muncul Fabian. Pengen gak sih muncul di sini?
Mau dibilang pengen sih pasti pengen, cuma kan kalau emang gak dikasih ya udahlah, main yang ada aja lah.
Pasrah aja ya?
Pasrah aja lah, cuma bisa pasrah.
Cuma bisa pasrah, tapi Kairi season ke season, emang Fanny memang sebagus itu ya dari season-season keadaan dari Fanny masih bisa dimainkan.
Kenapa? Nggak ngerti sih.
So,
Nggak dengar.
ya, apakah Fanny memang cocok untuk berbagai season? Kita ngeliat dari season 1 nih sampai season 15, sempat hilang cuma 3 season.
Ya, emang OP sih Fanny, hero-nya emang OP. Tapi tergantung usernya juga.
Tergantung user. Nah, ngomong tentang user nih, dari season 1 sampai season 15, siapa player yang paling menarik perhatian kalian saat bermain Fanny? Ada nggak?
Di sini,
Name
di
a
sini.
player. Or around the season.
Hai Sans.
Sans.
Iya.
Oke, mid lanernya sendiri ya, dulu player Fanny. Sans pernah ngasih tips bermain Fanny nggak? Give you advice about Fanny?
Pede aja itu. Ya dia bilang pede aja kalau main Fanny.
Pede aja, itu kuncinya. Kalau Fabian siapa? Ada player yang menarik perhatian Fabian dari zaman bahela yang nggak ada di sini? Kayaknya ada semua ya?
Itu si Kabuki dah.
Wih, Kabuki.
Karena unik sih dia, kan dia bot lane kan, cuma pakai Fanny itu unik sih. Jadi suka aja sama dia.
Oke, kalau ngelihat sekarang Fanny ada berbagai macam dipakai juga sama Kabuki pada saat itu. Saat ini kita penasaran banget sih. Fabian, coba dong. Ini kan ada Coach Chip nih sekarang baru nih. Ada Coach Chip, ada Coach Adi. Coba langsung minta ke mereka buat ngeluarin Fanny-mu. Dan mungkin kamu mau ngapain Kairi nanti?
Ya buat Coach Yeba, tolong lepaskan Fanny saya.
Tolong lepaskan Fanny saya, Coach Yeba. Tuh udah senyum-senyum di ruangan. Dan ada nggak mungkin di sini dari kalian tantangan untuk nanti di Land of Dawn, apakah ingin bertemu adu retri sesuatu Kairi to Fabian to Kairi?
Tantangan. Oh, lu dulu.
Kairi, I wanna solo kill you.
Kairi to Fabian.
Ya ambil sama dia. Nanti nggak mau jawab itu. Mungkin ini aja challenge buat dia.
Apa tuh?
Di MPL kalau sempat main Fanny mungkin jangan pakai ini, coba. Jangan pakai skill 2.
Disuruh jangan pakai skill 2 main Fanny.
No kabel.
Cannot bro.
Gak bisa langsung ditolak. But you have any message for the last, before you guys meet in the Land of Dawn?
Buat dia kan.
Last word.
Good luck, have fun. Terus ya kita pasti buka Fanny buat lu.
Wih. Fabian?
First. Apa ya? Ya good luck Evan juga lah. Sama lah sama kayak Kairi Acu.
Kairi Acu dan Fabian Acu. Boleh dong kita kasih tepuk tangan dan semangat untuk Fabian Acu dan juga Kairi Acu. Thank you dan good luck untuk match ini. Akankah ada pembalasan dendam atau akan ada sebuah pembuktian di mana The 4P Champion akan melawan The Defender Champion? Menariknya, memang Fanny akan menjadi salah satu hero yang banyak diperbincangkan dan diharapkan pula oleh semua super fans. Kita melihat bahwa posisi mereka bukan ada posisi yang baik. Posisi yang begitu dekat, hanya berbeda satu saja, posisi 6 dan 7 atau 5 dan 6, hanya berbeda satu match kemenangan. Dan siapapun yang menang bisa jadi akan mengubah klasemen. Dan tentu saja di sini Bude mengajak semua super fans yang telah hadir, yang ada di rumah untuk menantikan bagaimana kedua tim ini akan beradu. Sorak-sorai dibutuhkan dan semangat pun harus mengalir. Namun Bude juga mengingatkan bahwa MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Moonton, supported by PBSI, presented by official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official sponsor Head and Shoulder, official dari coffee partner Good Day, dan juga kita punya partner ini sports ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome. Tak lupa ada advertiser, Hokben, dan juga Kacang Sukro, ditambah dengan supplier RSV Helmet. Dan di MPL Arena sudah terasa wajah-wajah tegang, wajah-wajah semangat, dan bagaimana kalau kita dengerin semangat dari Sonic. Sonic nge-hype banget nih. TLID di mana nih? TLID jangan mau kalah. The Cavalries. Semuanya sudah bersiap. Semuanya sudah tidak sabar. Fanny, bagaimana nasib Fanny di match kali ini? Langsung saja kita cari tahu bersama dengan para caster. So caster, monggo.
Will the sleeping giants continue on their trajectory to reawakening, or will the defending champions stop them in their tracks? Ladies and gentlemen, as we get into match number 2 of MPL ID Season 15, Week 6, Day number 2 here on the English desk. With me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko as well as Arashi. TLID versus Onyx. Leg number 1, it was TLID that won it 2-1, but it was a very, very close match. Looking at the performances of both of these teams so far, I would expect the same kind of storyline to happen again.
Yeah, I mean, looking at their form currently, it does seem like Onyx's form has been quite off. They've been on a downward trajectory. Meanwhile, for Liquid, it does seem like they're just inconsistent. They have really high highs, really low lows, both of them having kind of same problems. But for Onyx, a lot more criticism sent towards a particular man in the drafts.
But on the drafts, it looks like a certain person is back. So will that be the game-changing thing to happen for the Sky Kings? As we ask you guys back at home, with the rise of the Sky Kings, will Onyx stop TLID's 3-win streak? Do you think A, the Sky King era is over, B, TLID's win streak continues, or C, it will be an intense match either way?
I feel like it's gonna be an intense match regardless, right? With what's at stake, with the reputation that both these teams has. I mean, they both have great junglers. They both have really good roamers as well. There's a lot we can mirror between these two teams, and they're both teams that are really, really good, that are on a downward slope. So it's kind of funny how they're kind of like so similar at the same time. So if you look at their consistency here versus the Sky Kings Awakening, if you look at the performance, I mean, what do you think, Eterna?
It's been consistent. Consistently mid.
Oh,
all right, 5-6, 5-6, and now we're up 4. But that's why things are shaping up to look like the Sky Kings Awakening, right? Because regardless of their past performance from seasons ago, this season in particular, they started off so terribly. Number 9. Imagine that. Sure, they're still in the red zone right now, but with Yeb stepping back in, you mentioned as well, Mirko, about the criticism surrounding the drafts. this could be the moment where we could be looking at a trajectory that goes up for the Sky Kings.
Yeah, again for TLID, it looked kind of mid because they were still trying to find their jam, finding their best lineup possible. Now it does seem like Hyo is going to be the main man for TLID, but for Onyx, they started off already very, very shaky because two of their main members couldn't play. Savero, Lutpi, two boys that were in for the first part of SBS before Mobile Masters, made it to the grand finals but couldn't play in MPL, having to use CW, Rez, and then swapping them later on, and then there's also Ryota who stepped in, Savero again, and then again now it's Lutpi, and then now it's Yeb. So a lot more changing for Onyx. A lot of crazy dynamics that gotta work.
They're still looking for that formula, right? They're still looking for that main five. Understandably so. You guys thought 47% it will be an intense match. 38% Sky King era is over. Okay.
It's quite high for an opinion that strong.
I think the Sky King era is over. It has been over for a while.
Right.
We're not in the Sky King era anymore.
Yeah.
There's a chance that they might, still perform well. They might somehow make it back, climb back on top. But at that point, the era resumes. It's stopped at this point. We're not in it right now. It's a different Onyx.
It was the Sky King era when they won for Pete. Back to back to back to back.
I would say only the Golden Road. Only that year where they almost made it to Golden Road. Because after that, yes, they still won. But they got grouped at MSC.
It's way different after that, for sure.
It's hard to see things differently. Like, we've been so used to Onyx being up top. And now number 7, imagine that. I don't think anyone really expected that. But coming into this matchup, we have to talk about the Fanny. So far, every team that goes against Favian or TLID has banned out the Fanny. So will it be a consideration to let go amongst these two? Because we saw up on stage with their interview that both of these players highly respect each other's Fanny.
And with Yeb in the picture, it's hard to believe he would take such a risk unless he has a really good reason to. But then again, it's Yeb. Sometimes we've seen Yeb do something that really, at first glance, looks so questionable, but somehow knows the inner workings on how it would actually work for his team. Now, the concern here is that he is coming back into the team. Does he have the same kind of control, the same kind of understanding of the team when he's taken a step back for quite a while now? Coming back in, I believe, my assumption is that the draft is going to be a bit more textbook, a bit more standard, just because he doesn't have the leeway to really wiggle around and use some of these crazy picks, considering the context.
Yeah. I don't know. If you guys read through Mas Ade's statement there, I agree. When I saw Favian's Fanny for the first time, it was up against Evos, I believe. That was the first time ever that I saw it last season. We were in Morocco casting a different event, but when I saw it, I was like, damn, this guy's got crazy skills. That was the game that he lost. He's played it twice. This is the second time up against Alter Ego. And yeah, no wonder Kyrie actually put him at number 1 in his best Fanny over King Kong. That's crazy.
The world.
It was quite surprising, honestly, but at some point you do know that with the highlights that we're seeing right now, you can see just how effective this Fanny is. It's not just for Favian, but also for Kyrie. I think we've drawn comparisons that Favian is a lot more dynamic, a lot more surprising and aggressive, whereas Kyrie is also aggressive, as an assassin should be, but also a bit more calculated. He kind of predicts, kind of plans a bit more towards the future, whereas Favian is like, I'm here right now, right? What can I do right now at this moment? He lives in the now.
People would call it youthful explosiveness.
Youthful explosiveness.
Youthful explosiveness.
You're calling Kyrie old?
No, because what Kyrie brings to the table is that veterancy, right? You saw in the post earlier on, 20 times picked.
Right.
60% win rate. He has the efficiency, the discipline, like you mentioned, the calculated way of doing it that is different to Favian, but both have been highly feared at some point. Kyrie at one point was the golden standard for the Fanny. When was that?
Dude, he was a god in the jungle.
Yeah.
He wasn't just a standard, right? Like this guy, who was him? He won 2023, by the way, was the year.
There you go.
He won MSC Grand Finals with the Fanny too. It was like Fanny 3 times picked up, destroyed Owl. I think Owl still has flashbacks every time he sees a Fanny on the other team, especially when he's on 1-1. He's like, oh my god. Whew.
Just the jitters, just remembering. But he was definitely terrorizing everyone. And what's really special about Kyrie, prime Kyrie at least, is like he doesn't really... he does a lot of things really, really well all together.
So the sleeping giants, will they reawaken it today? 4P champions, back to back to back to back, looking to find their former form, their former glory. The question is, will that journey begin today?
A shaky Sky King lineup will make their way up top, trying to desperately recover their old magic. With some old components in the return of the mastermind, will they prevail? Welcome, Onyx!
To make a break moment for them right now. They've pulled out all the stops, they've taken all the measures, calling back Coach Yev. A huge factor, a massive factor in their success. That shows their desperation, but it shows that they have hopes right now.
Speaking of desperation, and speaking of past eras, TLID.
Whoa.
Wait a second, is that's Aaron Shiki back into the gold lane, no Kyo today. I wonder what the idea behind this decision is.
Back to their old ways. We thought Kyo was going to be the main man for TLID. We thought they had formed their formula to go and get top 2, maybe go back to back, but they're back to basics now. Aaron Shiki is back for the Cavalry. Liquid ID!
The good old team Liquid ID. They bring out the old school to deal with the old school Onyx today. And they recreate the same kind of success, the same kind of factors that allowed them to be the champions just last season, man. The unpredictability, the flexibility, that all comes through from these men right here. And today it's a special one, man, with the return of Coach Yev against St. DeLucas.
I never thought that this would happen once again. Coach Yev back on Onyx
Coach
ID.
Yev.
You're right. It's been so long that we forgot Coach Yev.
It's Raja, Coach VP Yev now.
But the fact that he's here, there's been a lot of discussion surrounding it, right? He's been with, sure, behind the scenes, backstage with Onyx. But will his presence now, just after a few days as well, be able to create an impact for Onyx today?
I think so. You know, a lot of people will definitely say one man can't change that much, but I think if there is someone like that, it will be Yev. Yev, for the longest time, has not just been the head coach for Onyx, but he's been the father figure for a lot of these players. He knows how to straighten these players when they're not disciplined. He knows how to just form a unit when it comes to these all-stars.
And by all means, it's not the same kind of situation. There's a different player in the mix. Again, Coach Yev hasn't really been around as much, but there's definitely a lot of respect onto his name, onto his prowess here as a coach, you know, as a mentor figure as well, like Yurka mentioned. So even if he doesn't really get Onyx to shape immediately and changes everything immediately, I think we're gonna see some results. Whether or not it's enough to win today, we'll have to wait and see.
We will. We'll have to see that impact. I think, you know, Sonics all around the world are just anticipating this matchup, especially with him coming back into the fray. And we've heard a lot of discussions about what's been going on internally with Onyx. They seem, well, that's what we've been hearing anyway. Don't know if it's true or not, but we've been hearing that Onyx aren't the same Onyx that we used to know, right? They're not as close anymore. That brotherhood isn't as evident as it once was, and I feel like that has a huge impact towards their chemistry, and that's the chemistry that we're waiting, and whether or not Baba Yeba here can actually bring that chemistry back onto the table.
Baba Yeba. I mean, look at the accolades, dude. This man is no pushover whatsoever. One of the more well-known figures in the whole scene. Again, since he's also a mentor figure, it's not only about the drafts, it's also about the synergy. Yep. He might be able to fix that. He definitely has his ways. We've seen the results of it in the past, which is exactly why today the expectations are so high for Onyx. Let's take a look at the keys to victory here by the Samsung Galaxy A36 5G for Team Liquid ID. Let Aaron Shiki play really like last season. Use that creativity, do those aggressive moves in the laning phase and also outside of the laning phase, and give Fabian the the assassin power. There's so many options available in the draft right now for Fabian. If he can get the Fanny, that's great. Most likely he wouldn't. So they should plan around here and try and find him something that allows him to carry. Not just to, win, get something really good. But for Onyx, it's plain and simple. In Yeb, we trust.
Wow. Just as simple as that.
A lot of pressure on Yeb's shoulders, to be fair, with the hype surrounding this move. But again, if there's anyone to really fix those internal issues, like you said, yes, maybe some drafts have been good from Adi, but the thing that Yeb brings, the reason, again, we've been talking about it so much is because he can unite this team. He's the guy that you can trust to unite a team like this. If they are all going their separate ways, you can expect all of them to form back together if Yeb is there with them.
And that's now pressure for TLID. But going back to the keys to victory for TLID, with Aaron Shiki back into the gold lane, can we expect Ruby to maybe come out into the gold lane, let the Fanny go, pick up Ruby like Amon did?
Yeah, if they do want to go if they want to go up against the Fanny, maybe that could be an angle too, yeah.
Love to see him, and it's an option they can explore. It hasn't really been as meta. You have to recall that the Ruby and the Golden was an actual thing when they were doing it. Well, in fact, they kind of popularized it as well to a degree. So, yeah, that approach still hasn't really been explored. Aaron Shiki hasn't really been allowed to actually be too creative in the hero selection. That might change here with the change of the drafts, with all the heroes opened up. We haven't seen Team Liquid do anything too crazy with the possible options, but maybe that's about to change.
Maybe. It's just, seeing Aaron Shiki back to the gold lane, it offers more flexibility and options, I think, for TLID. Maybe someone like Kyo isn't comfortable with exploring those options. Because what do we remember about Aaron Shiki last season? Alice in the gold lane, Ruby in the gold lane. Maybe heroes like the Kimmy might actually pop up. Maybe Kyo's not comfortable with that, right? Maybe that's the reason Aaron Shiki is back.
Right, with the experience, that confidence to bring in something that's not really widely accepted yet, it's definitely something that favors Aaron Shiki a bit more. But there's also pressure on his shoulders here because a lot of people are complaining that he's just past his prime. He's no longer performing at the same level. So if he brings out something crazy and fails to perform on it, that thought, that possibility is definitely lingering around his head.
So many questions, and so many avenues for proving grounds for both of these teams equally. Can Yeba be the X Factor? Can Aaron Shiki be the X Factor? As we get into the drafts for game number 1, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G, Onyx on blue side. Kalea, Hilda up front, banned out. Jushin also taken off the board. Like we've been seeing time after time, the Hilda is always respected away from TLID, but so is the Fanny.
Yeah, it was Fabian's request, but he's not gonna leave the Fanny open for Kyrie. He wants it for himself. Remember, can't really be giving Kyrie the Fanny, especially when Yeb has already set up for a Fanny game. Jusin, Hilda, Kalea ban.
But the chip is open. By the way, we've talked about how effective it has been, and some teams have found ways to counter it by all means. But Onyx, is that a play they want to make right now? They go for the Joy. Team Liquid ID, we've seen them play around that chip. Do they want to try and do that against Onyx?
Oh, there
They
is.
do.
Yeah, chip for Weedy, huge problem. Harith for Aaron Shiki, also a huge problem. But if we're talking about problems, this is like a similar situation that maybe Alter Ego is in as well.
Yep.
Can Fabian pick up the Fredrin?
I think he can, but yeah, it's definitely not as good as he is on the Assassin. So we might have to see just, he doesn't need to go Fredrin with the chip. He can still go for like aggressive picks and then they'll just, outgun the Joy. I think in the first pick department, Liquid have gotten more value. They got Chip and the Harriet, so now let's see what Onyx, will be cooking. Valen, but down.
Interesting. Good crowd control, good cat potential. And the Valentina though, I think the big assumption is for it to actually be used against the chip, allow for Onyx themselves to try and do some kind of global maneuver. That's going to be a Hayabusa for Fabian though. Very aggressive pick right here. Are we going to see 1v1 duels? That's the big thought whenever you see Fabian and Kyrie go toe-to-toe.
Absolutely, that's something that we're all anticipating. I think even you guys back at home wanting to see that 1v1 battle between Fabian as well as Kyrie, two very high mechanical assassin players. I think the Valentina, do you think it was also an option for them to kind of drive TLID away from a Lucas potential pickup?
Could be the idea, and we've seen Onyx use this Valentina as a bit of a deterrent before, right? Especially in the hands of someone like Gila Sans. We've seen him use a lot of different ultimates in a very creative fashion. So if there's anyone you want on the Valentina that can threaten the playmaking potential, it's definitely Sans. At least it used to be. Now though, with the Gut and Phoveus, it seems like both teams are trying to limit the catch potential, the big AoE catch potential. And for Team Liquid ID, it makes sense, right? They're going to be funneling through from the shortcut. But for Onyx, they themselves ban away this Phoveus. So I think they want to try and dive themselves when they do get a catch. And the last thing they want is someone that can kind of stop the whole charge immediately.
With the Phoveus and the Gata Kacha ban, now just, I think, a lot more XP lane bans for Onyx. They know that Aran has been, a crucial part of Team Liquid's success, especially how they've been able to enable Hayabusa on Fabian. So again, what Liquid are doing here is going to hurt the XP even more. For Onyx, they have a flex pick in the down. They can go roam, they can go XP, but for TLID, the XP is very vulnerable. So taking away the Gata Hylos could actually hurt themselves, right? And then obviously we already have the Phoveus, we have 2 technical XP bans for the Hilda and Kalia.
I have a question. Is glue not an option?
Yeah, the glue...
Is it still global ban?
No, it's not. It's been left open, that's why. We haven't been seeing glue at all. I haven't been struggling against the glue in ranked games, to be honest with you, but I thought with the changes that we would see more glue. Oh! And I guess, right on cue, we will be getting a glue ban.
Alright, so the glue gets taken out. The Valentina pickup also denies the Edith pick. Farsa on Yeheskill's signature pick. So who will Aram be playing?
Yeah, it's quite interesting here, because again, the options are definitely dwindling down for Team Liquid ID.
Do they go Akai, Aran?
Do they have something that's out of the box here? Something that's not meta, not comfort, we haven't seen before? Because otherwise, I don't see why they would be so desperate to hide it all the way till the final pick.
This could be a Carmilla still, I would say. They go for the Claude. There has been a way to actually deal with the Harith. Again, you can blink. It's good against the Farset too. You can go Purify, so it's a safe choice up against Chip. Last pick though, we've seen Carmilla up against the Chip. You'll see Cho for Keyboy for Onyx.
Huh. So the Cho definitely wasn't expected. It's a good deterrent for the Hayabusa, but that's about it. But it is Keyboy we're talking about here. The man makes moments happen. So there's potential for this to really work out, but overall synergy, don't really see it working out, synergizing together too much, right? No big AoE combos, but that means they're also a bit more flexible in how they want to approach fights. That could be what they're trying to use to confuse Team Liquid ID.
Never mind. I was gonna say, like, how crazy would Fredrin XP be, right? But no, I don't think so. I think if they do want to go for Peel, it's like Akai XP. We've seen it before from Aran. They go Edith.
Still, even against the Valentina.
Yeah, they're gonna overwhelm Sans with as many big ultimates they can find. They have 3, Edith, Farsa, and Chip.
But I don't know, a player like Sans, with that experience, with the fact that he's been in almost every single role, like, I would expect Sans to be able to kind of know which ultimate to pick up in which kind of scenario.
I feel like in the big fights, Sans might not even be really forced to use one of these big ultimates. In these kind of divey teamfights alone, right? He can terrify so many people, stay safe in the by kiting backwards with the dashes. So even before the ultimate's in the picture, I feel like the Valentina already has value for Sans. What can he do after though, and how can he deal with this Chip? That's the big problem.
I guess we'll have to see, Arashi, as we're heading straight into game number 1. Proving grounds for both of these teams. Once holding a certain layer, a certain era as well. Can the Sky Kings come back on top? Can they crawl out of the red zone? Or will it be the defending champions to stop them in their tracks? Ladies and gentlemen, game number 1, here we go.
All right. Put your eyes on the roamers, man, because I think Weedy definitely wants to be a bit more aggressive. And whenever you're on a chip, you have this benefit of having built-in sustain, so you can see Witty immediately go into dangerous territory, and as long as he doesn't get fully picked off, which in the early game, Onyx can't really do just yet, I feel like he's doing just fine. But later on, Onyx will have to use that burst damage, that crowd control to really threaten Witty, otherwise they're gonna lose out in the information department. But looking at the emblems here by IndieHome, You can see the Wilderness Blessing for Chip and the Farsa, his skill and Witty. So they're gonna be trying to roam around as much as possible. Same thing for Onyx. So roaming is the big idea. And once the roaming is done, I think it just comes down to the clearing and how fast these mid laners can really assist and help with the small skirmishes around the contestable objectives, like the Litho, like the small jungle camps that are a bit closer, more available to steal away.
Arashi, interesting choice of emblem for Sans on the Valentina. That's not something that we see too often.
The Quantum Charge? So potentially, right, that could be because he knows there's an Edith there, and so if he steals a Primal Wrath, he can use that as extra kite ability. And no, he usually goes for a Brave Smite, I would say. The Quantum Charge allows him to get some sustain as well still, so it's a bit of an adjustment that still allows him to have the benefit of the sustain that you usually get with that Brave Smite.
So we're already seeing a layer of flexibility here and adaptability, even from the emblem choices from the Sky Kings. We're gonna see whether or not it works out. Keyboy so far doing a really good job of giving information as well as screening Weedy, who has not been able to find an opportunity just yet. I think that level 4 spike will be incredibly powerful for TLID. Let's see this turtle take.
No watch out already, Shadow Kill gonna be used up. Baby wins out that retreat. Will be able to get there first. Arando gonna be chased. CC pops in the Primal Wrath, but gets taken down. Kai now on Witty. No only try and beats. Flicker out from Witty. A kill for the turtle. Keyboy going already into the enemy jungle. Fabian, no retribution. He's gotta be careful here. Keyboy, no way the dragon just yet. Fabian jumps back in with the quad shadow, forcing Keyboy to flicker out as Witty has the shortcut. Doesn't have the flicker, but will be looking for the crash course. Both teams disengage.
1-for-1 trade, and I believe that TLID was still able to get the orange buff, yes?
I believe so. I think Fabian was still able to secure it for himself there, fortunately for him. But you can see that both teams, there's not a moment wasted, man. The moment that there's a shift in the tempo, the moment that there's a advantage there, immediately there's going to be a response. But that's an interesting prediction there.
Talent prediction by GoPay. 2, Lim Kochil and Papulung for Onyx 2-0, and the rest for TLID.
Yeah, I voted for Onyx, by the way.
Oh.
Oh.
Very interesting. So you believe in the Baba Yeba effect?
Never doubted the man. Raja Yeba.
All right.
Goat.
Well, let's see how that plays out here in the mid game. This is where the synergy is going to be a bit more important.
Way the dragon over to Witty. The fuel lockdown. Not even giving him a chance to shortcut. Feathered airstrike to Zonia. Hezkiel away from the minions too. 2-0 start for Onyx.
Yeah, level 4 don't matter if the chip is taken off the board completely. Not given any room to look for that opportunity. We do see some rotations coming through from both Aran as well as Fabian. Looking to take that jungle creep away from Kyrie, but he's still able to take it out. There's a lot of zoning coming from Lutpi as well. So far, things are quite passive.
Pretty passive until it's not, right? I think, again, it all depends on the roamer. Because I don't think you're going to see the EXP laners like do a lot of moments to really engage a big fight. All these fights are taking place near the objectives because both teams have a composition that plays around that, right? So I think look between Witty and Keyboy to get the ball rolling, and from there it becomes a bit of a chess match here, a bit of a prediction duel almost. Both teams are trying to see into what the other team is trying to do. Keyboy though, already spotting Witty out, and he has the advantage here of being able to escape from danger a lot more reliably compared to that chip.
So let's see the setup now for TLID, because technically they do have a little bit more power in the early game, especially with the Hayabusa, considering Kyrie on the Joy needs to wait for that power spec to hit. They're not forcing any fights, not like Evos did in match number 1. We do see them starting. Savero's in vicinity. Look at Keyboy.
Crash course. Keyboy with the dragon there, but the airstrike going to be coming in with a shortcut too, but Witty's going to be pushed it down as the retreat will be used to get the turtle. Aaron Shiki gets one. It's Keyboy down. No trades on the board for Onyx. That's a blazing duet over to Aaron Shiki. Someone's able to go in. That's a great escape from Aaron. Aran taken down by Sans. Witty crash course again, but it's to his demise. Shadow kill transferred over to Sans and Savero. Fabian pinned down to the wall. Has the quad shadow. Oh, wow! What an escape, but Fabian walks back up. Sans! How has he done that? A 1 HP escape and kill.
1-for-3 trade at the very end of it, despite TLID picking up that turtle, but those are a lot of kills and a lot of resources given over. Feather airstrike opened up to zone Kyrie away, still going to be able to get the clear so that turret does not fall in favor of the Sky Kings.
Both these teams, man, they're playing with razor-thin margins. You're seeing players survive on a sliver of HP, and even when they're low, when they're at a quarter, they still keep moving back and forth here. So the willingness to try and attempt an outplay is very visible from how both teams are playing. But so far, you can see that in the gold lane at least, there's an advantage for Aaron right there. But the fact that they have 2 turtles, Team Liquid ID, and they're still gold, they're still below on gold by about 500 here. That's showing Onyx having a bit more pressure, a bit more control that's allowing them to farm in a more dangerous area.
I mean, look at Sans, right? 500 gold lead at 2-0-3. You did mention Sans on the Valentina, I think in the drafts earlier, and we're seeing that. Kyrie, 1v1. Not gonna commit to that. That's a pair-up that we were waiting for.
Now it's back to the waiting game. And watch for a dive potentially, because so far, Widdy hasn't really been able to set up for any real impactful pickoffs. And usually you would see that shortcut being used to try to orchestrate some kind of dive, but Onyx hasn't really allowed that to happen at all. They've been able to match the damage in the early game with these early game picks like the Valentina, like the Badang and the Cho. And technically they have more damage and crowd control for now. So Team Liquid ID are the ones just trying to get an advantage here, because your roamer can make a global play, but individually, Keyboy.
Crash Course canceling conceal. Widdy can be targeted. Terrify, a bit of poke. Widdy again pops into Crash Course, not using the shortcut just yet as Fabian holds the turtle. Aran trying to zone away, Keyboy. Jikundo coming down as well. The shadow kill will be there. Fabian with retribution. Shortcut to the back line. Widdy gonna be taken very low. Feather airstrike coming down, but it's the pin down from Lupi over to Fabian. Aaron popping some on force, blazing duet from Savero. Aaron still dishing out so much damage. Savero taken down by Aaron. Sansing with the kill on Aran, very low, and he won't be able to get the kill here. Aaron, we have one more shot over to Suns. Won't be able to get it. 2-4-3. TLID with a winning team fight. Kai ready with the electrifying beats. Will pop it to escape as Aaron pops the Zaman Force.
Alright, both teams again clashing there in the turtle, but now it favors Team Liquid ID. They're able to get the turtle first, and afterwards, they were able to just withstand from all the damage coming through from Onyx, despite the fact that Sans was free hitting with the Primal Wrath, and Savero has a full channel blazing duet right there. It's just not enough damage just yet to really swing the fight fully in favor of Onyx. But they gotta wait and make more of those individual Keyboy pickoff plays, because they've just seen from that fight alone, 5v5 all in, Team Liquid ID still has an advantage because they do have a Harith, and you can see the value there. The sustainability and burst damage, but also DPS. That's what the Harith brings to the table that Savero can't really do just now, and he's 2 levels down.
Yeah, not just yet. Savero's also on his second item, so that Trinity hasn't been formed. But the same can also be said for Aaron Shiki. He's sitting at 202. Oh, wait, that's so much damage on
Sans Fabian! That's the reason we call him the Usurper. Shortcut to Widdy! Finding the catch on Savero.
We were just talking about the man, and he gets instantly taken out. Savero punished.
Kyrie looking for an electrifying beat. Aaron Shiki with his on force now. The quad shot on that landing. Kyrie still able to escape. Now regen gets out.
That's huge. Sans taken out. 2-1-5 now. Savero also. That Trinity is going to hit a little bit later, perhaps, as Aaron Shiki doing work against Savero earlier on. That's the damage without the Holy Crystal.
Onyx are trying to scramble to try and get that Lord, but Team Liquid ID burst it down immediately. Can Onyx find something? Lutfi tries to try and get a catch here, Keyboy.
Keyboy with the kick, but it's only onto the tank right now as the Feather airstrike locks him down. Great Earth Shatter from Aran.
Oh boy, man. Team Liquid ID now are getting the full control. Earlier, the balance was swinging back and forth between both teams, but now Team Liquid ID have a very clear lead now. Onyx definitely on the back foot. They have tools, though, to try and make some plays happen, but they gotta wait. And while they're waiting, Widdy and Fabian are just waiting around, waiting for a chance to make an individual play or a team-based shortcut play that we still haven't really seen. A massive shortcut to really go for some kind of pickoff.
Not just yet, but that possibility is always lurking, and Onyx knows that. So far, it's Onyx that's been the one to look for an engage and kind of fail with the range coming from Yehezkiel. The damage already there with 2 items under his belt. That's a 1,700 gold lead on Aaron Shiki, by the way.
Pretty crazy, man. 3-0 and 3. Still no deaths despite all the dangers right here. He's doing a good job really respecting the damage potential coming in from Onyx. We haven't really seen him overextend or get stuck in a position where he'll be in danger. Witty there gets spotted by Kyrie, but Team Liquid ID just brute forcing all these turret cakes, using the damage and sustain advantage they have right now with a 4K gold lead, and it's still growing.
Yeah, and they're not forcing anything fancy, right? They don't really need to. The range alone has been able to zone Onyx away. Keyboy giving up information, not looking for that moment once again. But all these turrets have been taken down. The shield in the bottom side as well has also been bursted. And that can be utilized to TLID's benefit. 4,800 gold lead.
Right. There's going to be a defensive move here from Onyx. And Keyboy is definitely looking for something, but he might get caught.
Great Shunpu to escape there. But the airstrike still committed down on Keyboy. He'll be able to escape. But again, it's TLID with this crazy lead. Aaron, he's going to start to one-shot a lot of these, very squishy members.
He's standing on the Holy Crystal after all, so definitely a ton of burst damage. And the thing with Onyx is they have outplayed tools, but now they're going to really be forced to go for a front-to-back against a Farsa, a Harith, and also an Edith that's going to be just blasting away with a Primal Wrath. So they might have to really wait and try and find a moment where they can try and get a pick-off onto someone like a Haskill, perhaps, because they can't even go for Aaron Shiki because he has the Purify, and he hasn't really been abusing the fact that he has that Purify. He hasn't been overextending and allowing Onyx to try and get something and force out the Purify before a big engagement.
Yeah, I think Haskill is also going to be very key. I like that you mentioned that. So far, Haskill has been very patient in opening up the Feather Airstrike, but his positioning in future endeavors will be very important. No Purify on the board for him, so it should be an easy target for Keyboy to pick up. And we've seen TLID falter in these team fights when Haskill makes certain movements. That's a Divine Glaive now for Aaron Shiki alongside that Holy Crystal. That's a lot of magic damage and pen.
Oh, Haskill!
There it is.
The reactions of Haskill. Witty with a shortcut behind, flanking Lutpi. Only finding Lutpi though. Are they going to take it? Around with Primal Wrath already. Keyboy bait. And able to get the Weatherweight Dragon. They're going to try to burst him down, but Kai's getting very low. That should be over. Fabian jumps into the quad shadow one more time. Sans in the back! Haskill taken down. He has the Primal Wrath now, and he's going to be silent to go in. Witty in the back going to be taking that Samaro! Almost getting him down. A double from Sans. Now only against Aaron Shiki. Fabian's running for the hills. Kila Sans!
He's back! He's back! That's a wiped out, ladies and gentlemen, for the Sky Kings in minute number 13. And they're going straight into the enemy base.
They have the waves. Oh my goodness. Glimpses of the old, the prime, the Sky Kings. A 5,000 gold lead. The madman who terrorized the world, MPL ID for the longest time. Looks like he's back.
That definitely seems like the case. The fact that they were so behind, it's looking so bleak, and yet they found an angle. They found a moment created by the individual performance of Sans, of Kyrie, of Keyboy. This is the Onyx that everyone, literally everyone, has been waiting for. Do we dare assume that they might be back?
The madman is back.
Wow. That's crazy.
No way, right? No way.
Let's see it again. In slow motion here, Sans finding Haskill, and afterwards, I don't know what happened. I think Team Liquid might be just caught completely off guard there. Sans just started blasting with the Primal Wrath 1v3 and just wiped the floor with everyone from Team Liquid ID.
That's why it was such a gamble in drafting phase for them to pick up the Edith into Sans, of all people, on the Valentina. Like, that's why we were thinking about heroes like the Akai from popping up. But man, that was a gamble that they took, and it did not pay off at the very end. Just behind that move alone by Sans, 1-0 for Onyx.
They tried to overwhelm Sans. Little did they know, Sans does not get overwhelmed, brother man. Those are just more options for him to take. Jeez. We thought Yehezkiel was impressive with a flicker out to G Kundo flicker of Keyboy. Sounds like, nah, brother. Oh my lord, that was crazy. That was ridiculous.
Usually I would say like, oh, it's a coincidence, and then afterwards, you know, Sans seeing that Keyboy has forced Yehezkiel to use his flicker, taken advantage of it. But with how clean that was, I'm starting to wonder, was the whole thing planned? Because we were talking about the wind conditions, potentially going for some kind of pickup only onto Yehezkiel, because everyone just wasn't a valid target. Was that the idea? Use Keyboy, force the flicker out, and then Sans can just get in there, get it done? This is the Onyx effect from way back. When something looks so coincidental, you're like, hang on a second. Was that the idea? Was that intentional? Oh boy.
I guess only they know at this point. We're looking at the crucial moment from earlier, 5 minutes in.
Jeez. Wow. That's Fabian trying to go for outplay there. By all means, both teams were doing crazy outplays there. Very impressive. But in the end there,
Oh man, let's see it again. To start things off again, the calculation of damage, right? A lot of times the Valentinas will just dash first, then flicker. He flickered, then dash because he wants the damage to just burst Yehezkiel before he can react. Stole away the Primal Wrath, and I think this is like we've seen back in the day, Edith was a way to counter the Harith, right? Because when you have Primal Wrath, you kind of out-sustain the boy when you constantly just, you know, get the spell vamp while hitting. And that's what we saw from Sans up against Aaron.
Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. The smile on his face when the camera panned on him earlier.
He's
feeling that confidence.
Bro, he knows that he has just done it. You know, he has shown a glimpse of the good old Gila Sans. But credit to the rest of the team as well. I mean, Ludwig, despite being behind and you know, being the main front line, taking all the abuse, he was still able to find some really good piss cracks here towards the late game. And I believe later on we might see in the highlights that Salvero actually survived almost like a 1v1 type deal against Fabian. But definitely kind of swung the tides in their favor as well. But yeah, whenever Team Liquid ID were the ones who were able to play their game to try and get their damage, you know, onto the right members, Onyx was definitely struggling. And Fabian, oh boy, when he was on that Hayabusa, on curve with the items, definitely an absolute menace. But despite dealing with a chip, Onyx seemed to struggle initially and they got punished for it. But in the end here, they found a way to kind of bait Team Liquid ID. They'll escape with a sliver of HP, and then unexpectedly they make the play happen right here. Severo there went for the duel with Fabian, able to dodge out from that shadow kill, I think, with the battle mirror image. That kind of extended the fight in all directions, but still the highlight is Sans. Basically 1v3, right? 1v3 plus Lord. That was kind of ridiculous.
And against, you know, Aaron Shiki of all people, right? On the Harith as well. Interesting choice. That's why he went so aggressive when it comes down to his item choices, right? Divine Glaive. You see the Lightning Truncheon as well on the Valentina.
Yeah, he wants that burst damage. He understands that, you know, he can go for more sustained damage, but at that point, it won't really help him out. He can go for more sustain with the Blood Wings. That's an option we see Valentinas go, but he shouldn't really be in the front in the first place anyhow.
Because usually Moreno on the Valentina picks up something like the Starlium Scythe when he wants to play like that.
I think that's for like the prolonged fights, so you can get in and there, weave in some true damage with the basic attacks. That's something that we have seen before. But I think he recognizes that sustain and DPS isn't going to help him here. He needs burst damage to make that surprising play. Whether it's with the, you know, the Primal Wrath, whether it's with a Feathered Airstrike, he needs to nuke someone down. And he did it.
Yep. Great atomization, man. I think the Lightning Truncheon is an amazing item. Again, the adaptations after the patch. You gotta remember the Lightning Truncheon now is just so much value. And Sans picked it up. You saw the burst. It zaps
everyone. Yeah.
That's why he flickered before he used the skill. He flickered and then used the skill twice. You know, dash, and then Yehezkiel couldn't react. He reacted to the play earlier from Keyboy with a flicker. It's, again, the layering of CC, the layering of plays from Onyx, the ones we saw back in their prime. Here again, a 5,000 gold, winning a fight while being down 5k. I don't think I've seen the Onyx of the last 5 weeks do that.
The past 5 weeks, definitely not. Which is why we're saying, you're seeing glimmers, you know, glimpses of the good old But they have to kind of maintain this, you know, that's one time, and now Team Liquid ID are definitely on their guard. They have to guard up for the next game. And they continue and do the same thing, make it a clean 2-0. I mean, Eterna, how do you feel, man?
Well, I know Codelwin's on my side, so
Codelwin?
yeah. Codelwin said in his restream yesterday,
Okay.
he's like, now all I need to do is just pray TLID wins against Onyx. Because if Onyx wins this 2-0, there is still a chance that Alter Ego could drop to the red zone because they're the guardians of the galaxy of the red zone right
I
now.
think that's if Alter Ego lost to Evos.
Ah.
Yeah, so I don't think it's possible now.
Still.
Right.
I still feel like he's on my side. Either way. But I'll be on your side. But what side are you guys on? Don't forget to vote for your champion, ladies and gentlemen, by heading over to the application or the website gopiraco.id/games and win guaranteed rewards. Because for your first vote, you'll definitely get 3 diamonds and 1 token. Now, with the token that you guys can get, you can use that to spin for prizes in the gift arena, where you guys can get GoPay coins, MLBB skins, smartphones, and even an electric motorbike. Amazing.
15 electric motorbikes.
As in, like, we get 15 or
Yes.
like...
No, they're
I think
giving
it's
away
15
15
spread
Oh,
out.
okay.
But if you win that many times and you get lucky 15 times in a row, technically those are all yours, right? And it's very easy. Go to gopay.co.id/games or scan the QR code that you see on there. Just type it in. You know what? Take the hard way. Or open the GoPay app. Select the top-up game icon. Click the trophy icon in the top right corner. Click vote now to get a token. Click vote for your champion and enter the winning team and final match score. Collect as many tokens as possible by playing, vote your champion, and spin wheels in the gift arena to win your dream prizes.
There you go. Don't take the portal. Just recall.
Just... No.
He said the hard way.
Right. Well,
yeah, but
if you do the hard way, then you need a good day, is what I was trying to say. And today, us
2 for you.
cookie people,
Here,
it's cookie time, bro.
you gotta drink both.
It's a groovy cookie.
Chefin drank, chugged one whole good day coffee.
But why?
Now it's your turn.
But why?
He needed the energy.
He needed the energy boost.
Did you not see the matches yesterday, Rashi?
You know what?
Sir
I'm
Pump.
gonna say that the matches today have been energizing enough.
What
so I'll
the
leave
heck?
it for later.
Well, I see, because Liquid can lose, and technically it'll be a bad day for her.
Yeah.
This is gonna be the backup. If TLID do lose, you might have to get good day.
Yeah.
So
I see.
Their day becomes
Okay.
good.
So I'll save it. I'll save it. I'll save it.
It is nice though.
Don't forget our favorite snack in the building, sucro. Not a hand and shoulders.
I was concerned for a second.
No, no one would like. You
think
this is
Mia's
not to
looking like a
consume,
snack?
This is to use. Don't forget our favorite snack in the building. You can search it up on your Samsung phone. It's sucro.
It's sucro, guys. You can eat it with rice. You can eat it with noodles. You can eat it alone.
Alone.
With people. On
Wait,
its own.
people? You eat people with? That's crazy.
No, I meant like.
I mean, it's like
in
this
the
guy.
presence of
It's
people.
the sucro guy.
Oh.
She wants to eat the sucro guy.
Dude, that's crazy, man. Like, I don't.
That's a big sucro.
Oh,
I wouldn't
Eterna?
mind eating that.
That's the spirit of #Gasla, bro.
Actually, I'm
Just do
confused
it,
now.
man.
Is he a human or is he?
We need Sucro Man lore.
We do.
We do. Sucro Man
We need an
lore.
explanation
Maybe he's
here.
a Kribo, man. Like the Kribo flavor.
Maybe. Kribo is
Gasa.
better.
Kribo is better.
Kribo is
Is that
better.
a preference?
Yeah.
Interesting. You don't like original and barbecue? You.
Kribo number one. Number one fan of Kribo.
Wow, she doesn't like you barbecues and you originals.
You originals.
Only the Kribos.
Only the Kribos.
I mean, you know, it's yeah, you're free to have that opinion. No problem.
Thank you.
That's crazy.
free
That's
country.
offensive to all the originals. And
The
barbecues.
originals.
It's preference.
It's preference.
It's like saying I don't like people who play mages. You know, it's what if they like playing mages? That's preference.
That's
Yeah.
crazy. You just hurt Arashi without knowing.
I'm a mage
So you don't like
player.
yourself?
I mean,
You just want to make sure that you can play mage when we're playing. That's why you don't like me around.
is there a break?
If you play.
What?
When you play. If you play.
Isn't there supposed to be a
Because
break?
If not now, when?
Zipper,
not-
save me.
You? Who?
Oh, we see
If
someone.
not now, when?
See some fan interaction, by the way, from behind the turner.
Who's going to Sarp suit? These are all lines.
Oh, that's a
said
Sarp
by-
suit, bro.
Thank you, sir. This is a sharp shoot, not Sarp suit is the.
Alyssa doesn't have anything planned for us, no?
No.
No
I
zipper?
don't think so. Reported it
I don't
today.
think so.
Eterna, these are all the things, by the way, if you guys didn't know, these are all the things that Eterna has said live on broadcast. Sharpshooter, right now.
That was Gani.
Yeah, but sometimes you do it too.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I do it ironically.
Sure.
I do it. You believe me, right?
I'll reserve judgment until I see it for myself, you know. Gotta see it with my own eyes, like with Onyx. You know, everyone has been saying that Yeb is back, it's gonna be way different. But deep down, I voted for Team Liquid ID
That's
there
crazy,
because, you know, is it possible that just one man can make a big difference? But already, they just don't seem like the same team anymore, and you just have to question, like, what was he able to do? What is the secret? The special sauce.
We've seen matches go completely in a certain way for match number 1 and then get reverse swept.
True. No.
All right.
First game was a sweep. First match was a sweep. Eterna. It was.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay.
But there's still a possibility.
Do you? It sounds like cope, Eterna. It sounds like cope. It's like the type of cope that I
need
say
the
when
emote now.
BTR are down 1-0 too.
I need the emote.
Which one? You might need.
You
good
know which
day.
emote.
Yeah, good day.
Yes, you know which emote.
Why don't you? Oh no!
Oh wow, I got saved.
Wow, you go off camera, you use the emote. The
Thank you,
timing
Zipper.
on that.
Thank you, Zipper.
Oh boy. Oh
Okay.
boy.
The timing.
So draft side selection. Do you think that will be a thing that we need to consider?
Draft side selection? See, the crazy thing is, if we assume that this Onyx is anywhere near the prime Onyx because of Yed, then the side selection hasn't really been detrimental, hasn't been fatal to their success rate. In a sense that, okay, they'll be playing things differently, and Team Liquid ID will get something, you know, out of it, but like themselves will have known their way around it for sure. So with the current patch and so many like prior heroes, I feel like Team Liquid ID might benefit from first pick by all means. But again, it depends on whether or not they can kind of like read into what Onyx want to do. And there's an argument to be made still that, hey, the draft was actually fine from Team Liquid ID. They're able to play that macro game with the chip. They're able to punish Onyx for overextending and trying to beat them in the early game. But yeah, so it might be only in the execution, and if that's the case, then pick order becomes less of a factor. What the coaching staff tells the players of Team Liquid ID in the back rooms is what's gonna matter even more.
You know what? No matter what we're talking about right now, and no matter what we will be talking about in the next few minutes, the fact that Onyx are laughing and smiling with one another, that's a scary sight. Because we haven't seen that in so long. Every time they're up on stage, they're usually like hard focus. Okay, now we're seeing Keyboard like hard focus, but earlier on he was like laughing with Adi. Guys.
Interesting.
You know, at the end of the day, Mobile Legends is not just played with like data and statistics. It's basically also a relationship and synergy between these players, and we're seeing that come back to life for the Sky Kings. Will it be enough for them to take this 2-0 against the defending champs TLID as we get into the drafts presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. TLID now on a blue side. Back in the day, Yeba always loved to draft from red side. So the fact that they're on red side now,
I think it just really shows that it's not a surefire advantage for Team Liquid ID, even when they have the first pick here. They have benefited low Yi, so in theory they can force Onyx to try and respect that chip. But after that performance, I don't know if Onyx feels that threatened by the chip at all. CC is the final ban, but for Onyx, will it be the chip or is it gonna be something else here?
because technically the chip wasn't a problem, right?
Yeah.
I would say, again, I didn't like that Edith pick into the Valentina, and at the very end, it was the Valentina Edith pick that really threatened them in that one moment when Sans made that crazy outplay.
Time to drop the beat of the flash.
We're actually going to ban out the Joy. So TLID making them choose between the Harith or the Chip.
With the CC being banned, is it a Lucas pick though?
I think it... I don't think they want to go Lucas. I think it's just because they want to go with their old style of the Hylos Gatot, Badang Gatot, you know, Witty back on those kind of picks over the Chip. And so far it's looking like that. The Harith's still going to be the choice for TLID.
remember that Team Liquid ID has found a lot of success off the back of Witty and his pick-off style. So the fact that Onyx are kind of essentially forcing Team Liquid ID to respect the chip, right? It's also kind of removing the hard pick-off possibilities from the hands of Witty, and I wonder if that's like a 2000 IQ mind game angle from Coach Yeb. Now, Suyo chip. Finally, Team Liquid ID is gonna try and double down on it.
Yeah. Speaking of mind games, right? They opened up the Hilda in the second game, but they were able to take it for themselves. Also, doubling down on denying TLID maybe a potential assassin pick, right? But the Suyo comes through.
Yeah.
And with the chip and the Harith, it's looking like a strong composition.
This kind of has to be a Hayabusa, no, for Onyx? Like, the Suyo's already taken. There's not a lot of junglers left.
Hanzo? No way. Against
no,
chip? Right.
Not against this comp, I feel.
Especially against the chip, dude. You
And
have
it's
no
just
idea.
not Kyrie's comfort. Last time he picked it, it was pretty off, man.
He won on it, right?
No, he lost.
The last one? The last time?
I believe so. It was the one where he went in with the... It was Keyboy on chip.
Oh, no, I'm thinking about the previous one where he was able to make plays with a diversion from Sans and have that long-range Hanzo delivery. But no, it's gonna be the Hayabusa. So Sakura and Kakashi for Onyx right now.
He's only played it once. Right. So I believe it was the game where Keyboy had the chip.
The only one bound by these
Interesting.
chains.
Might have been a different match then. Okay. That being said, Phobius now being picked up, being banned up by Onyx. You're seeing a more proper, like, I don't know, both teams actually don't have a lot of good front line. It seems like it's going to be a sporadic type of fight. But Team Liquid ID immediately respect the Valentina for a good reason.
Yeah, they lost on Hanzo against TL.
Yeah.
Oh.
I remember it. I remember because it was, he used the Hanzo, he didn't go back in time, and then he appeared in the fight. The glue's still going to be banned out. Again, the focus seems to be Aran. His picks has been taken away from him. Now maybe like, I'm thinking more Hylos, GK, those are the two. Maybe the GK here with the chip. Or actually, maybe the Hylos actually with the chip.
I don't think Lucas could pop up. CC Valentina banned out.
Could be actually, yeah.
It's for sure going to be for Team Liquid, right?
But Onyx have first pick. Oh, they have the clear Hilda already.
Exactly, they have all the cards already shown.
Yeah.
Even the jungle, right? So everything picked up.
Alright though. So the Claude actually, interesting. Alright, so what would you pick against a Harith, Mirko?
Moskov.
Oh, just the usual Moskov?
Yeah, that's a safe choice. But if they do want to play with the Kalea, with the pickup potential, I can see how a carry could step in. It's just you're not as mobile, right? Against the chip, that could be kind of scary. And with this team, it does seem like you want mobility. They're very fast.
I wonder for Onyx, they're gonna try and get some more utility. Because I figured that with the Kalea and Hilda, it's literally just the Kalea. So you can either get some more lockdown to ensure the job gets done, or you can get some damage to really seal the deal. And that's where the Farsa comes in. Good option here. Can kind of catch the whole team of Team Liquid ID when they're funneling through that shortcut as well.
Signature pick Farsa on the Sans.
Yep.
TLID though, are they gonna go for the Hylos or the Lucas?
No other option, right?
Technically is already
Badang?
set up. Edith.
What the Badang?
The Badang, yeah.
Badang chip. That works.
And it will secure a good engage tool, but no, Edith still.
Yeah.
For Aran.
And the Novaria.
Novaria.
Good shot. Nice. That's a good choice, I would say.
It's gonna help them, find Onyx and set up for some of these plays. Good harass damage as well, because there's a Hilda, but late game Novaria damage can't be tanked up by the Hilda alone. The only real risk is the Hayabusa. If Kyrie can get onto your Heskill, Ghost of Jakarta, it's looking pretty spooky there.
I just don't see the synergy with the Novaria and the chip.
First, it's signature pick. Second, it enlarges the hitboxes. So when the chip does go in, if they get hit by, if they get hit by the Astral Echo, Edith, Suyo, Harith it'll be easier for them to brawl because everybody's like easier to hit.
But there's so much magic damage.
For Suyo,
good idea.
It's all good, I think, for now. I mean, I think in the late game, I think it's fine. They have Suyong.
Definitely not bad, but I think Onyx has a bit more of a, I wouldn't even call it balanced composition, but they just have a lot more burst damage, right? And in a game like this where there's no real front line, I feel like that burst damage is going to be so useful for Onyx because we saw it earlier, right? In game number 1. Because of the burst damage, they're able to do things that catch you off guard and you can't respawn once your HP bar hits 0. And Onyx has an abundance of ways to make that happen.
So is the Coach Yeb effect real? Or was it just a one-game kind of thing? I guess we'll see as game number 2 will unfold. Ladies and gentlemen, will he be enough to bring the Sky Kings back from the red zone? Let's head into game number 2.
We shall see, ladies and gentlemen, a possible clean sweep for Onyx as we see the Kalea Beatrix. Arashi, thoughts on the Beatrix? Not really, you know, the choice I would have gone for. Not safe. Kyrie still able to get the orange buff, jumps in. Uh-oh, look, piece here too, Witty. Might just be first blood, and he will be to Kai on the Haya. That's some bad news for TLID.
It's almost like a misplan. They were invading in the side with the Hilda. An early game Hilda is not something to be trifled with, that's for sure. Fabian trying to return some of the favor. But yes, I think Onyx are completely disregarding safety. Just try and get some more playmaking, some more damage, and we've seen that work out for them. And in fact, Severo went with the weapon mastery and thrill, so nothing when it comes to movement speed or defenses. He's just going all in here, probably trying to rely on the team and use that damage pressure to really force Team Liquid ID back.
And TLID should know that, right? They're like the number 1. Oh, wait a second.
Shadow kill into the back. Aaron Shiki with the Purify already. Just forcing out these battle spells. Both Purifies are down.
Resources taken out of the bat just like that. And that is the danger of Kyrie on the Hayabusa. But back to the point earlier, TLID should know that. They're the ones that have been picking up the Hilda left, right, and center. They know the early game damage that the Hilda can do. They know the pressure and the presence.
Witty again targeted down. Very low. He's practically out of the fight despite not getting taken. Wow. Whoa. Just outside of the range of that Blade Surge. Sans really playing with the pixels.
And he's been super aggressive the whole time here. If you look at the Yeheskiel, again, Novaria clears waves really, really fast, but he has not been allowed to at all by Sans. But Team Liquid ID
walking up. Aran's gonna be the one who picks up the neutral objective. For the airstrike coming down, is Witty gonna be bursted down by that feather airstrike. It's slammed down to Aran. That's an onward to lock Keyboy down. Turtle for a kill. But it's a kill traded back. Let's pay! Oh, he gets through the wall almost. Snipe from Severo. Doesn't land. Yeheskiel. Ooh, barely had a range.
Almost. 1-for-1 trade, but TLID still pick up the turtle. Was it a worth it trade?
For Team Liquid ID, I feel like it's still within what they want. That's how I would categorize it. It's definitely not ideal for Onyx. Against this chip, all they want to do is maintain that control, right? So as long as they don't fall back when it comes to the damage output and the sustainability, I feel like they're in a good spot. Later on, the Kalea and Hilda technically have good sustain built in with the Kalea healing and the Hilda, bush shielding and healing as well. So when it comes down to it, Onyx are going to be able to out-sustain Team Liquid ID. And it's not like Team Liquid ID are fully geared in for some kind of harassment battle. The only long-range weapon they have is that Star Shatter, and they're trying to use that against a Feather Airstrike and a Runner's Apathy. So they're definitely outgunned, quite literally.
Yeah, that's definitely what we're expecting when they come down to those 5v5 team fights. Which is why we're wondering, what's the idea for TLID? Because if the idea usually is with the Novaria, you try to go for a range, you go for poke, but like you mentioned, there's so many sustain tools that they have. Do they go for pickoffs? If they go for pickoffs, who's supposed to burst them down? Are they expecting Aaron Shiki, the only person to be able to follow up on that kind of pickoff with Weedy?
I think it's definitely more of a pickoff angle. If they can get to Sans or Severo, then immediately one of the bigger damage-dealing tools of the whole team gets negated, right? But we've seen Onyx plays so well to really shut Witty down. And even now, Kibo is doing a great job spotting him out again and again. And Lutpi can do the exact same thing, but he gets jumped on.
Blade Surge, the onward, and the Earth Shatter, but Lutpi is able to dodge away from that Earth Shatter. Witty now with the Crash Course. Does get on Lutpi. Oh! Wow! Tsunami Slam to the back with the Feather Airstrike as well. Good Blade Surge out. Aeron Shield is on force now as Kyrie jumps back and forth with the Quad Shadow. Lutpi in the back is right there. Fabian very low. Lutpi getting away with the Primal Rat on Aran. Onyx looking for it. Kai this now will be the one winning it out. Still Fabian shooting down. Kyrie jumps in. Shadow kill. 2 kills for Sans. Witty gunned down by Savero.
That's a 3-4-0. That's a 3-4-0. A 4-4-0 with that neutral objective take by Kyrie as well. He wasted 0 resources before that take. Sans!
Uh-oh. Way too aggressive this time, Sans. Aeron with the punish.
That's a shutdown as well for Aaron Shiki. Should be able to utilize that resource to their benefit. But in the end, Keyboy goes in once again onto Witty.
Whoa. Tsunami Slam too. Not too sure about that. Witty. No shortcut, so there's no punishment. But Onyx, they can't overheat here.
Well, as we said earlier, Hila Sans works both ways. Occasionally he overextends. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I think a bit of a weak link you can see from Onyx right here is the placements of the Bennett's rages. We've seen those. You know, it's not a really difficult skill to land, but sometimes Savero has been placing it just outside of range, and that is going to be very important when it comes down to the later stages of the pickup game. So Onyx definitely have to try and communicate better with Savero on that. Even earlier with the Tsunami Slam, Savero did not put it in the right location.
So they were unable to utilize it in that particular moment. But for the most part, it's still Onyx claiming control, 2,000 gold lead. They pick up the turret as well in the top side of the map. And Lutpi has been doing a really great job at zoning Fabian out of these neutral objective takes. They're not giving Fabian an option on the Suyo. That's Witty.
Wow. Is able to escape Kyrie against all of them. Now it's a re-engage from Keyboy. Jumps in, Tsunami Slam, locking him down. Punish Rage! Over to Aran, Witty to be shredded down. Fabian jumps in, Sans able to fly by away. Lutpi still zoning them in the back. Fabian taking low! Kai with a Quad Shadow and the Shadow kill. It's a good blink out from Yehezkiel as Aeron goes in on Lutpi, but Lutpi is a bit too tanky. It's just tanking everything now, putting the damage back on Aeron. Shiki, Savero. With a shot on Aeron. Lutpi sandwiched under the turret. Sans in the mid lane still. Zaman Force used up by Aeron as he tries to recall. Keyboy cancels that recall. Savero with the orange buff take the turtle for Kai.
The sleeping giants are slowly reawakening in the 7th minute. Game number 1 was brutal. Game number 2, it's looking like the same. Cut from the similar cloth. Onyx, 4,000 gold lead. Arashi, what's going on?
They're just able to use the back and forth, dude. Whenever Team Liquid ID can get a fully committed fight, they have the tools available there. The Primal Wrath, the shortcut, the Blade Surge, all of these tools, right? But the moment Onyx are able to get some distance and then do the back and forth, that dance, you can see Kyrie, even when he's low, able to find windows to get in. He has an invulnerability period. There's a range to play around with for Onyx as well. And they can go in, do some burst damage, and then get back out and wait for the reset. And Team Liquid ID cannot do the same. So Team Liquid ID should really stop chasing once that shortcut play doesn't really work out. Because when they've done so, again and again, they have been punished for it.
So what do they look for, if that's the case, right? What do they commit to? What can their composition offer in this moment in time?
At this point in time, unfortunately for them, the only real good lockdown tool...
Oh boy! Snipe! Feather Airstrike, last one doesn't land! But Witty's practically out of the fight already. Keyboy with the conceal, looking for the back line.
Shiki?
Able to zone them away. Kai though, Shadow kill! Oh! Transfer over to Aeron Shiki. Baby just soaking it in. They will recall, but look at Witty in the back. Sans goes in. Oh, what a shot! But Lutpi takes him down. Witty in the back, looking for the flank right now. Sans will be taken very low, but it's going to be the gun down. Aran finds the Earth Shatter, and that's the Star Shatter to take Savero out. But look at Kai on Aran. Keyboy walking up, getting the sustain necessary. They're waiting for the cooldowns now. Kai, Quad Shadow locking him down. Onward, Earth Shatter. Kyrie locked. Oh, won't be able to get the kill, but will be able to get back into the Quad Shadow. Onyx with another favorable trade.
It's a 3-4-2. It's a 3-4-2, but saving grace for TLID is the fact that they took both Sans and Severo down. So that was a shutdown and given over. Fabian though.
Ooh, okay. Won't be a steal just yet. Onyx though, now they can set up and do the exact same thing near the Lord objective. Admittedly though, near the Lord, with this kind of situation, that all-in nature of Team Liquid ID can be a bit better. They just have to kind of space out better right now because Sans and Severo are getting taken out, but they're doing so much damage before getting taken out. There is a run!
Full burst on Aran. He did not get a chance to react to it. Bennett's Rage, Feather Airstrike. It'll be a turret up top at least, but Onyx will definitely get the value out of this one.
Yeah, no contest whatsoever there.
That was
They
a
know
fun one.
that he's behind quite a bit. 2 levels down, plus even if they wanted to go for, let's say, a team fight, Aaron Shiki only has 2 items under his belt, no Holy Crystal just yet. So they're buying time, and hopefully this could be the moment where they turn things around. Maybe that's what they're thinking.
Could be it, but against a Farsa and a Beatrix, man, the siege situation doesn't really look too promising. Onyx, whoa!
Oh, Redder's Apathy! The ball from Sans! Feathered Airstrike and the shot. Sans and Severo, the double S of Onyx.
What was that? Was that lethal ignition tick?
And blowing one.
Wow.
And the built-in Farsa passive as well. I mean, man, that's a combo we haven't seen in a while, and it's devastating, dude. That's Aaron. Check out the picture. Whoa!
Kiboy! Getting the pick. Sans again with the burn. What? Onyx are well and truly back. The mastermind behind this, but the players who have all the morale. Kiboy jumps in one more time. Aran with the Primal Wrath. Kiboy gonna be taken very low, taken down by Aaron Shiki as he pops the Mind Force down. Now Kyrie with the Quad Shadow jumps in. Aaron trying to poke Sans. Turret very low up top. Severo just needs a few more shots. A base turret again falling down below.
Wow. What was that engage? We're seeing Onyx back. These waves are still crashing in favor of the Sky Kings as well. TLID have not been given room whatsoever.
Oh.
Look at that damage!
This time though, Severo with a big blunder. Oh, still able to flicker out and the
Kyrie?
in the back getting a killing spree with a Quad Shadow able to escape as well. Really no flicker to jump in. Onyx somehow with Severo locked with Kyrie jumping in. They got the dub, only losing their Hilda.
Yeah, they traded back just Lutby for Fabian. That's super worth. The waves are still crashing. It looks like Onyx are still there. That's an inhibitor turret taken down. And this is an 8,000 gold lead for the Sky Kings.
It's Sans just making solo plays, dude. Doesn't even care that the team has backed out. That play was a winning play by Team Liquid ID. They're able to get Severo. He wasn't able to output all the damage. That could be an angle to really start a winning fight. But Kyrie, dude, came in there 1v2 with some minions too. Takes out Fabian and still finds ways to be elusive. Get out. Kyrie just turned that around solo.
So much centering and surrounding the Sans Kiboy duo that a lot of people have been saying has not worked lately. And just that slam into the Feather Airstrike alone, it feels like that chemistry is back. We're looking at the real-time stats here, comparing both of the mid laners, and you can see just a glaring difference. Sans is so far ahead. On top of all the damage that he's been able to do, he now has the Divine Glaive, so even if there's magic defense, that's gonna be a problem.
Uh-oh. The conceal's canceled by Kiboy. Read out like a book.
Despite the fact that the chip should be a bit more difficult to track down, Onyx are doing a great job spotting him at every single turn. Yes, he has the Wishing Lantern, he can do a bit more damage, but Whitney gonna be frontlining. Is that a wise choice?
Salami Slam, locking him down again with a Bennett. There's no way you can survive that Aaron Chiquito with the Mind Force now, locking him down. Look, he's still able to survive, gets into the bush with the regen. Sans just scouts in the back. Kyrie pops in a shadow kill. The chain CC getting him down. Kai still able to survive somehow. Kiboy, how has he survived? Now it's Severo with a question mark to Aaron. It's Onyx with a declaration of war. Back to MPL ID. The mastermind is back. Onyx are back. Who's next?
Who is next, indeed? That is a question that will echo through the minds of the next teams that will have to face the Sky Kings on their journey to reawakening in the red zone. By this match result alone, 2-0 TLID. This should put them out. It should bring them out of what seemed to be a bad season for Onyx.
After falling all the way down to the last spot in the standings here, Onyx with a bold move, a crazy play, an insane play, and it just worked out, man. Immediate improvement already, and this was on a shorter notice. I bet the fans are already imagining what could be possible here if Yep sticks around.
We were talking about proving grounds today. We were wondering whether or not just a few days, just because of one man alone, things could change for Onyx.
Yes, the answer is yes.
The answer is yes.
Never doubt Raja Yeba. Never doubt him.
Let's talk to Onyx. Let's see how they feel. Let's see the changes. Bude Clara, take it away.
Dan 2-0 disapu bersih pembalasan dendam yang manis dari tim Onyx. Minggu ini minggu pembalasan dendam yang sepertinya dinantikan oleh Sonic. Dan langsung aja Kairi. No funny in this match. Only Hayabusa. You play Hayabusa and then Fabian juga main Hayabusa. Ini malah Hayabusa ya?
Kenapa?
Malah mainnya Hayabusa. Nggak ada Fanny,
Iya.
saling nge-ban.
Ya karena Fanny Fabian emang sengeri itu. Jadi kita nggak buka.
Oh, jadi kamu udah diskusi sama coach dan pada akhirnya udah nggak usah gitu aja.
Kenapa? Nggak dengar?
Jadi udah diskusi sama coach dan udah jangan-jangan kayak gitu.
Ya, tadi gua udah bilang nggak usah buka Fanny.
Loh, jangan bukan Fanny tapi Hayabusa. Game 1 Hayabusa dan game kedua pun kamu menggunakan Hayabusa. Gimana ngelihat Hayabusamu dan Fabian beradu di game 1 dan game kedua? What's the difference between your Hayabusa and Fabian Hayabusa?
Apa ya? Nggak tahu. Nggak tahu sih.
Oke.
Mungkin kita cuma mau tes skin Naruto.
Oh. Emang kepengen skinnya ya. Dan bermain melawan Fabian. Leg 1, you lose 2-1. And then the revenge is 2-0.
Ya.
Ini Onyx mode ngamuk.
Kenapa?
Are you angry Onyx in this leg 2, second half?
Bukan gua sih, Gilang sih.
Bener
Gilang.
sih. Bener
Kayak tadi
ya?
kan game 1 dia ada momen kan. Dia tidak, wah gila Sans.
Gila Sans. Kalian juga teriak gila Sans gitu nggak?
Si Sans yang teriak itu, dia sendiri.
Dia teriak sendiri. Tapi Sans, kamu melakukan kegilaan di game yang pertama di mana bisa dibilang itu game lumayan di arah tangan tim Liquid. Tapi dengan satu momen dari gila Sans. Itu kamu menciptakan momen gila Sans itu dengan teriakanmu. Bagaimana?
Nggak tahu emang dapat momen aja tadi. Terus emang semua udah pada hilang skill kan. Jadi otomatis ya maju aja.
Oh jadi udah kalkulasi?
Nggak kalkulasi sih, cuman emang lihat skill-skillnya aja udah keluar. Jadi emang udah harus maju kalau kayak gitu.
Gas aja?
Gas aja.
Dan kamu teriak gila Sans?
Enggak, emang teriak aja. Gitu.
Oh ha, teriakannya ha ya. Dan ngelihat momen itu kalian dapatkan, mudah nggak sih mendapatkan momen seperti itu di game pertama tadi? Apakah itu menjadi benar-benar titik comeback kalian?
Ya sebenarnya bisa bilang kayak gitu, soalnya kan emang pas dia rata kita udah bisa end kan. Jadi ya bisa dibilang momennya emang cukup susah juga untuk dapatin momen kayak gitu. Cuman emang ya mungkin kebetulan aja sih.
Kebetulan?
Ya.
Tapi kebetulan itu pasti nggak mudah untuk didapatkan dong Sans. Pernah kepikiran nggak, waduh ini game 1 gawat nih.
Nggak ada kepikiran kayak gitu sih. Yang penting kita mainnya enjoy seperti biasanya.
Enjoy seperti biasanya, tapi ada yang bilang nih, waduh apakah efek dari coach Shep menjadi Sans kembali gila?
Ya sebenarnya sama aja sih. Ya mau coach Shep, mau Adi, semuanya bagus-bagus aja.
Tapi kembalinya Coach Yep ke dalam coaching staff dari Onyx, apa yang dibawa nih yang berbeda? Mungkin kan udah nggak ada, atau sebelumnya dari yang sebelum terakhir dan sekarang. Gimana, ada sesuatu yang Coach Yep bawa terbaru untuk kalian?
Yang baru sebenarnya kalau dibilang perbedaannya dulu sebenarnya masih sama aja sih. Nggak ada perbedaan, masih sama aja.
Coach Yep yang dulu dan sekarang masih sama?
Ya masih sama.
Masih sama Coach Yep, langsung angguk dia. Tapi dengan hasil kemenangan balas dendam ini Coach Yep pada ngomong sesuatu nggak sih? Misalnya kayak, ayo guys kita bisa balas dendam guys.
Ya pasti kita lebih disemangatin lah. Kayak kita harus balikin apinya gimana biar bisa main enjoy, main seperti biasanya. Jadi ya pasti disemangatin juga lah.
Disemangatin juga.
Ya.
Tapi yang paling penasaran pastinya dari Boy. Momen di mana kita melihat Onyx mengganas di leg yang kedua. Pada saat Coach Yep datang, apa yang Coach Yep bilang? Waduh guys, keadaan kalian, adakah sesuatu yang Coach Yep katakan ketika masuk ke dalam minggu ini? Melihat keadaan tim Onyx yang sebelumnya?
Nggak ada sih, paling kita balik lagi ke konsep awal, bersatu.
Bersatu. Jadi Coach Yep nggak ada komentar apa-apa nih tentang performa ataupun hasil kalian? Dari hasil kalian, dari klasemen kalian, Coach Yep ada komentar sesuatu nggak pas pertama kali datang kembali ke dalam Onyx?
Yang pasti banyak hal yang Coach Yep bawa juga buat kita. Terus banyak sih, cuma nggak bisa dibilang semua. Ada lah pokoknya. Ya paling yang tahu itu Clayton sih.
Oke.
Iya.
Jadi kayak gitu ya? Udah pegang mic padahal. Tapi hasil hari ini 2-0 pembalasan dendam yang kedua. Kemarin Geek Fam berhasil. Hari ini berhasil juga melawan MPL ID. Dari Kiboy sendiri, bagaimana kamu akhirnya bisa membalaskan kepada tim Liquid ID?
Apa tadi udah?
Bisa balas dendam nih. Kalah 2-1, sekarang 2-0. Kalian begitu cepat mempelajari TLID kah?
Iya, karena udah sering ketemu mereka juga sih. Jadi kita juga belajar banyak lah dari mereka. Cara ngalahinnya gimana. Kata Clayton, apa Ton? Cara ngalahin TLID.
Kasih tahu dong. Ayo dong, Savero kasih tahu. Apa ini?
Gara-gara Gilang aja.
Jadi kunci kemenangannya gila di leg kedua ini. Bisa menang 2-0. Kunci kemenangannya?
Apa?
Kunci kemenangannya apa?
Hah?
Selain Gilang ya, selain Gilang nih. Kalau dari Savero sendiri gimana? Mempelajari kan baru banget kan di week 4 kalian kalah. Sekarang week 6 kalian bisa menang 2-0. Bersatu. Oke. Tapi kamu melawan player yang berbeda nih di gold lane. Savero kali ini melawan Aaron Chiki. Sebelumnya melawan Q. Pasti tahu dong, ada bedanya dong. Gimana kamu melihat dua player dari TLID gold lanernya?
Kata Ryota, Iron Dark System.
Kata Ryota, Iron Dark System. Dan bener ya, dibales nih. Sama-sama membalas. Tapi gimana nih tanggapan dari kalian ketika Ryota dibilang Dark System?
Emang Dark System.
Oh emang Dark System. Upi, gimana nih Upi? Kawan, satu lane, satu role.
Buat yang bilang kayak gitu sebenarnya enggak sih, dia jago lah, banyak kasih tahu aku juga di pas main gitu-gitu. Banyak kasih masukan lah. Sebenarnya yang dibilang Dark System tuh enggak lah, jago dia.
Wih, kalau untuk match kali ini apa yang udah dibisikin nih?
Mungkin tadi Ryota sempat bilang kan buat nyampein ke Iron. Ini Ryota yang bilang, katanya
apa nih?
Iron Dark System katanya gitu. Disuruh bilang.
Oh pesannya gitu ya?
Iya dibilang gitu tadi di belakang.
Oke, pesan sudah disampaikan dan sama-sama kita belum melihat bagaimana mereka akan bertemu nih ya di Land of Dawn. Karena sudah selesai, balas dendam sudah berhasil. Upi bermain dan kamu bisa lagi ngedapetin kemenangan dan 2-0 Upi.
Ya alhamdulillah aja, alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah, jadi 2 sudah. Besok, wow akan menjadi tantangan besar untuk tim Onyx karena Tim yang mengalahkan Onyx pula harus kalian lawan di minggu ini. Tim RRQ yang ada di pucuk atas. Uping lihat ini gimana sih untuk besok?
Ya semoga menang dan kita pasti kasih yang terbaik lah buat besok gitu.
Kasih terbaik untuk besok.
Ya.
Oke, untuk dari Sans. Gila Sans, kata-kata untuk besok dong.
Kasih yang terbaik dan tetap bersatu.
Kasih yang terbaik dan tetap bersatu.
Ya.
Untuk Sonic, besok harus datang dong.
Ya, pastinya berterima kasih juga yang buat Sonic karena sudah menyempatkan waktunya untuk datang nonton di stage. Kita ya semoga besok dukungannya makin lebih dan kita bisa lebih semangat. Terus ya kita bakal kasih yang terbaik buat besok.
Memberikan yang terbaik kali ini, Onyx berhasil membalaskan dendamnya lagi dengan 2-0. Mari Sonic sambutlah kemenangan dari tim Onyx. Semuanya lagi tos-tosan, semuanya lagi happy-happy. Dan menyaksikan bagaimana pertarungan yang 1 detik aja bisa mengubah jalannya permainan. Tapi kalian di sini cuma butuh 1 detik aja untuk mendapatkan GoPay hadiah GG. GoPay Coin secara gratis bisa masuk ke dalam akun kalian dengan mudah. Caranya gimana? Bude akan kasih tahu. Yang penting kalian sudah punya aplikasi GoPay. Yang belum punya, download sekarang juga. Tapi Bude yakin yang ada di sini udah punya semua dan siapkan device kalian. Karena cara mendapatkan GoPay Coin secara gratis akan Bude bacakan sekarang. Dan kalau ngebahas tentang GoPay, pastinya di sini udah pada apal karena setiap harinya kita membagikan GoPay Coin secara cuma-cuma. Caranya gimana? Bude akan ingetin lagi. Pertama-tama pastikan kalian punya aplikasi GoPay, download sekarang juga aplikasi GoPay. Lalu buka kamera pada smartphone untuk scan QR Code yang nanti tuh di putih-putih akan muncul QR Code-nya. Lalu setelah scan, klik buka hadiah untuk terima GoPay hadiah. Dan pada akhirnya GoPay Coin akan otomatis masuk ke dalam akun kalian. Nah, udah pada siap? Wah, sudah pada tinggi-tinggi sekali mengangkat device-nya, smartphone-nya. Mantap semuanya. Sudah siap? Langsung saja, inilah dia GoPay hadiah GG. Woo! Langsung. Tinggal diklaim, tinggal di scan, tinggal klik saja GoPay Coins untuk kalian. Pamerin dong, pamerin ke Bude. Siapa cepat, dia dapat, dia happy-happy. Uduh. Dari Sonic, The Cavalries, lalu Super Friends, semuanya boleh ya, semuanya bisa. Pada tulisan-tulisannya ada yang oke, mendukung. Mantap, ada yang mendukung Onyx, ada yang mendukung TLID juga. Banyak banget dukungan dari Sabang sampai Merauke. Semuanya sudah hadir di sini. Mereka juga sudah melihat bagaimana perjalanan dari tiap tim, tiap match yang mereka berubah. Seakan-akan berevolusi. Dan bagaimana tim Onyx berhasil membalaskan dendam di leg yang pertama. Kita penasaran, jadi langsung saja semuanya akan dijelaskan oleh para caster. So caster, break it down.
The Yeb effect in its truest, purest form. And even in the interview, we heard the players themselves. Their underlining word that they kept talking about was united.
United.
One. United.
One.
United.
They're Onyx United now.
They're
You can call them
Onyx
Onyx United.
United.
No longer Onyx Esports, blah, blah. It's Onyx United. Okay?
Dramatic.
Yeah, crucial moment though. Arashi, break it down.
The final fight right there where Kyrie was jumped on, but Team Liquid ID were unable to get the pickup onto him. And because of that, everyone funnels through. Sans goes for the 1v1, takes Yehezkiel out just to prove a point to a degree. So, yeah. What can you say, man?
Basically, this is the...
Whoa, whoa.
That's the... Whoa, what was that?
That's the gila in him, bro.
Oh, man.
Got a dog in him.
Player of the match presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. It's Gila Sans. King Sans is back. Whether it be on the Valentino or the Farsa, he was able to perform on both.
And we were asking about the potential here. Is it just the drafting that Coach Yeb is going to improve on? Or is it everything else as well? And it really seems like the synergy, the communication, the fact that they were able to pull off some of these fights with a sliver of HP, with a very respectable outplay potential there. I mean, it really shows that they're on the same page. They're trying to help each other out. And even when it comes down to the split-second decision-making, it seems like everyone, not just as a group, but individually, they seem to be a lot cleaner in that department as well. And you really have to wonder how that's all possible. And here you can see that because of that, even when Team Liquid ID are able to catch them off guard, they still have to pay a hefty price walking through the Beer's passion, the Banner's rage, and of course, the long-distance combo, the burn down. Oh man, we haven't seen it in a while, but it really is as devastating as ever. And in this kind of matchup, like we talked about earlier, it's all about the outplays. It's all about the split-second moments here. Onyx definitely basically identified that is the factor here and said, how do we decide fights that have to be settled in a split second? We need damage. And even if we don't have a lot of big tanky members to stay in the front and zone the opposition out and take the damage, we'll be fine as long as we get that snowball going. And it's just a great game plan, and you can see that Team Liquid ID were completely unprepared for it.
Bro, I just realized that was a Sans solo kill on Novaria.
Yeah,
it was.
He just flew after him. Where you going, bro?
So that's why he was at the base first.
Yep. Yes, basically it.
Oh man, that's scary. The scary Sans is back.
Dude, I'm telling this guy is so good, dude. It just comes down to they were okay. Just tell me what the problems were for Onyx before.
Keyboy Sans synergy.
Okay, and
bit of a less vision in the drafting phase.
There you go. With Yeb coming back, I think that's what he can bring to the table. A lot of people, I think, were too tunnel vision on like, oh yeah, Yeb's gonna come back. The draft's gonna be good, sure, but like the players are still gonna be out of like they're not gonna be connected, blah blah. No, that's what Yeb brings. For the longest time, that unity is with Yeb. Like when Yeb leaves, yeah, we see those, you know, the synergy issues, but this guy is not just the drafter for the team. As a head coach, he actually is the head coach. He's the main like father figure. Everybody.
He's the glue.
He's the glue. And yeah, I gotta say, even in M6, we experienced this, Sarashi. We were there with the Onyx PH boys. Well, we were there with Yeb.
Right.
And Onyx PH boys just came over to Yeb. Always. This guy is, he has a way. He has a way with just uniting the team, boosting their morale.
Yeah. It's like a passive that just like radiates from him. And you're seeing it again, like I said, if it's just synergy, I felt like you would see a lot more individual mistakes from Onyx still, because they really weren't all that clean individually as well. And yet, Ludpi, Kairi, Sans, Keyboy, Savero,
yeah,
except for a very select, maybe nitpicky moments there, like Savero not really being super on point with the Bandit's Rage. I mean, there's very little to complain about individually. Ludpi on the Hilda, usually my expectation seeing that was that he's gonna be really aggressive and he's gonna get punished for it. And look at his KDA, 2, 2, and 7, and he was doing side steps. He was calculating the damage, securing kills, zoning. And this is the Ludpi that, you know, people were complaining about. The player that people said needs to maybe be replaced with Ryota. That's why he's in the picture now. And yet he was able to perform at that level.
Truly was just God's work from every single member.
Yeah.
So let's see what the mic checks were like, right? A lot of synergy issues. Was it there still? Let's take a look, boys.
Mau buka? Ayo.
Tolong edit atau enggak Parsha ya?
Ya. Lihat Kiba ya guys kalau dapat ya.
Lagi sagabay.
Parsha guys.
Pikir ya.
Pikir ya. Balik aja.
Bawa lagi.
Bawa lagi. Di
Ayo bisa
Mau buka aja nggak guys? Dia mau masuk itu, dia mau masuk.
Gocip.
Chip guys.
Kiting ya.
Coba cover. Udah miss ya.
Gua mau
Guys, balikin guys. Ayo.
Hayanya.
Hai Sado yang.
Balik guys hayanya.
Harit guys.
Di gua hayanya. Low banget Harit.
Harit lo.
Haya guys, haya.
Terus lang. Nice long. Ayo tolong.
Enggak ada
Itu
tay.
Nice long. Gila,
Kok bisa lang?
Satu.
Siapa aja sih, Boy? Siapa aja, Boy?
Sabro ada combo lain nggak?
Ada.
Coba ganti Sabro. Nih.
Gue TP Toreo. Mau perang ya dia ya?
Pelan-pelan guys.
Gue TP.
Antar lagi cek botelnya nih, sumpah.
Kita ada peneta guys.
Lalu siapa ya guys? Jangan buru-buru guys.
Ada dia nih. Kait.
Oh, dia mau flicker.
Aman.
Guys, 20 detik flicker Sabro tunggu aja.
Iya, menit lagi. Sambil lihat gua ya. Ini chip nggak ada apa-apa, net edit guys.
Yoi, itu.
Bisa Boy, coba.
Itu masuk dia depan lagi.
Gue coba bukain.
Muter.
Gue ready.
Udah.
Dia mau masuk. Orangnya.
Edit guys.
Sisi ya.
Mati dia. Mau coba Arit. Aman. Gue coba.
Arit, kaiting.
Gue masuk.
Sabar.
Mau masuk?
Bisa masuk guys, Arit.
Gua Gua heal orang, gua heal.
Mati belakang guys, mati belakang.
Mati seyonya.
Gua heal orang.
Mati dia.
Bunuh dulu.
Kasih tahu.
Those were some clean comms, bro.
Were they?
They were clean. It was just Lut being like, kill us hands, you know.
It's way more emotional now though, right? You
Yeah.
can really see, it's not the old Onic of just like, yeah, nice.
Yeah.
I mean, I
It
found
looks
that
like they finally like each other.
looks like they're not just there paid by Onic to play together. It looks like they actually want to play together now.
Right. There's like a bit of jokes involved in the comms and all that. I really thought it might be a bit more clean, as in not a lot of clashes, but they were just like yelling over each other, but in a good way. Like there's some balance there in the volume, in the tone and all that. So everyone seems to be doing their own thing. There was that one fight there where someone was saying, "Oh, that guy, the other guy," and yet it still works out.
Really does. So let's talk to, TLID now. Who is it gonna be with?
You.
Oh man.
Thank you caster, dan sudah bersama Lisa di sini, sudah bersama ada Coach Facehugger. Halo Coach.
Halo.
Pastinya kita berharap tidak bertemu di sini ya Coach sebenarnya.
Sudah pasti.
Gimana nih Coach melihat di game tim Liquid Indonesia ini udah punya kunci kemenangan di leg 1 dengan memainkan Kyo, tapi kenapa di leg kedua ini memilih Aaron Shiki untuk dimainkan?
Kalau untuk player yang kita mainkan itu balik lagi dari hasil kita latihan seminggu sebelum bertanding. Jadi kayak siapapun yang ready, siapapun yang layak buat main, bakal main. Jadi kayak nggak harus melulu Kyo, nggak harus melulu Iron. Itu tergantung hasil dari kita latihan dan preparation aja.
Oke, jadi siapapun bisa saja dimainkan di leg kedua ini ya pastinya Coach. Tapi aku penasaran dan aku kepo nih ya ketika Suns itu bikin comeback moment di game 1. Gimana sih reaksi di player room?
Reaksi sih sebenarnya kita lebih nggak ngeliatin gerakan Suns ya, kayak kita lebih ngeliatin gerakan kitanya malah yang blunder. Jadi kayak mungkin nggak notice iya, cuma nggak terlalu yang kayak gimana.
I see, oke. Tapi ya kalau melihat permainan dari Onyx tadi, ada nggak sih sebenarnya perbedaan yang paling signifikan antara di leg 1 dan leg kedua, khususnya dengan kehadiran dari Coach Yap?
Mungkin dari segi draft pas ada Coach Yap lebih punya apa ya? Lebih punya sebutnya apa ya? Lebih pede aja sih dengan pick-pickannya mereka, karena sebelumnya gue lihat kayak dari pickan mereka lebih banyak ngereak pickan lawan. Pas ada Yep, mereka udah mulai nge-rebuild lagi lah.
Oke, kita melihat ini adalah suatu langkah baru juga dari Onyx, dan juga kita tarik lagi ke belakang mengenai pemain. Apakah keberadaan Lutfi di leg kedua ini sesignifikan itu dibandingkan Ryota?
Sepertinya dilihat emang signifikan sih, karena kalau bisa dilihat Lutfi ini lebih satu chemistry lah, karena mereka kan udah lama dari season sebelumnya. Kalau sama Ryota mungkin karena masih baru, jadi kayak masih banyak bolong.
Oke, baiklah, kita akan melihat apakah tim Liquid Indonesia bisa tampil prima besok. Jadi gimana, ada plan-plan untuk reset nih Coach besok akan melawan Navi?
Ya, udah pasti harus reset sih.
Pasti reset, dan kita akan melihat ya Coach. Dan hope for the best, besok kita nggak bisa ketemu lagi di ruangan ini ya pastinya.
Amin.
Thank you so much, dan pastikan juga kalian dukung terus tim kesayangan kalian, Superfans The Calvaries. Jangan lupa dukung terus tim Liquid Indonesia, dan kita akan kembalikan lagi ke para caster. Silakan caster, take it over.
Thank you, Facehugger. Thank you, Alyssa, for
Mr. FH.
What?
FH.
What were you gonna say?
Facehugger.
What?
Facehugger.
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 Okay.
He hugs faces.
Like that.
That's why his name is Facehugger.
Grabs your face.
Pretty
No, that's
violent.
face grabber. Grab your face.
Just a-
Hugs your
Hey.
face. Yeah, facehugger.
Takes your head down.
Very maternal.
No, that's face puller. Face.
Is there gonna be different versions of face hugger?
There has to be in a parallel universe, in a different universe, a face puller, a face grabber, a face. Maybe it's not face. Maybe it's a shoulder.
Maybe it's like
hugger. Maybe it's a liquid hugger.
Like head hugger.
Don't worry, Eterna. In another universe, you'll be instead of that, you'll be pointing up a.
But that
emote.
can definitely still be true.
What?
Because they slept through that.
Hey,
Feels bad.
honestly, they didn't. You know, it's not like they did horrible.
No, they
it's
didn't.
more Onyx were just
really good.
What the heck? It was
Just woke up.
They woke up. They woke up. They actually did. That's an Onyx.
You gotta feel, bro. You gotta feel for Eterna though.
Yeah.
Sky King Reawakening. Why does it have to be against MPL ID?
Exactly.
Of all
I do
teams?
feel always
for you.
against BTR usually, so don't you dare complain. It's always against BTR. And I actually got the truth from Yev at M6. He told me, yeah, because you support BTR. That's why we always focus against BTR.
Are you serious?
Yeah. And I was like, you
face hugger.
There's a lot
Man,
of
what
things.
did you do to Yev?
Yeah, a lot of things But hey, I can't hate them. I really like them. And, yeah.
How do you feel about RQ?
Huh? They have my goat. This guy's cute, but 5 goats versus 2 goats. BTR, baby.
Oh, we'll
So
see.
2-0? Let's see.
this hair,
After the
baby.
break, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you after.
baru Awesome intelligence tambah makin next level always red Soon again kita nggak worry Fast and easy guns victory
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Baru Awesome intelligence tambah makin next level always red Wasting time no more Charging obviously faster
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope. Gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Seru pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good Day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main ngelek, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? ini waktunya ku bersinar. Oke, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma game smash, makin no debat. Game smash booster, kini dapat DG rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction of the century. I hope you brought your checkbooks and your wits tonight. Let's start the bidding!
The rapid dragon in agile fashion. We jump into action, dashing. Perspectives are clashing. Oh, 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 we're taking on the fight. Jump into the showdown till justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah, fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective. Yeah, everybody's fighting for the truth. Justice calls.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クロノ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
とは俺に任せもらった4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。シャンナラ背中合わせでいくわよ。
Aspekku pribadi di season 1 itu juga yang juara kalau nggak rare kipos. Menang bonus kalah belajar. Udah itu doang kita awal ngomong. Kami berlima, G, Billy, Rev, LG, sama aku tuh nggak ada mikir sama sekali kita bakal juara. Saat itu seneng banget, Bas. Pengen nangis aku waktu itu. Kalau nggak percaya boleh tanya anak-anak. Selama ini berarti gamblingku dari kotaku sendiri ada hasilnya juga buat buktiin ke orang tua juga kan.
Yang gue lihat ya piala MPL kayak simbol untuk tahta tertinggi di Mobile Legends ini sih.
Our new champion, EVOS Esports. Penantian panjang yang terbayar sudah.
Cuman kalau pas udah juaranya, jujur aja nggak bisa dideskripsikan dengan kata-kata. Nggak bisa diungkapkan lagi pas menang, harus rasain sendiri.
EVOS Legends!
Sampai alien mampu mempertahankan best hierarchy Jose.
Paling memorable buat aku juga di season pertamaku bisa juara terus ya dengan final kayak gitu lumayan ada kepuasan sendiri lah.
Kita lihat ini dia MPL Season 6 championnya adalah hierarchy Jose.
Kalau untuk di season 9 panas sih gara-gara dari season 8 kita gagal, dikit lagi kita bisa juara. Ya mungkin dari situ juga ada faktornya sih.
Raja Galaksi kita di MPL Indonesia season ke-9 RRQ Jose.
Pertama kali lihat pengen banget angkat piala lah pasti. Lebih ke pride sih. Kayak gue bisa gitu loh. Angkat piala sama tim gue. Kalau perasaan yang pasti ngerasa kayak mimpi sih. Itu gila banget. Berapi-api banget, terus kayak segala macam usaha juga terbayarkan lah.
Raja Galaksi pemenang MPL Indonesia Season 10.
Kalau buat yang season 10 sampai season 13, kita nggak pernah puas sekalipun. Mau udah juara lagi. Kayaknya belum cukup buat kita. Jadi akhirnya sampai forfeit, kita udah berjuang banget sih tuh.
Kalau ngeliat player MPL tuh ya termotivasi dari situ. Jadinya ya pas di grand final kita coba buat main PD aja. Lu baru masuk MPL, lu grand final, upper bracket, tiba-tiba juara. Itu kayak bener-bener dreams itu.
Juara baru di MPL Indonesia Season 14.
Ya, karena emang kita mau buktiin kalau emang ada juara baru aja sih. Jadi kayak nggak bosen kan lihat.
Melihat piala itu sebenarnya nggak ada pikiran buat juara, Pak. Kita pengen ngasih yang terbaik aja buat satu sama lain, ngebuktiin.
Gua lebih punya mimpi baru sama tujuan yang baru sih. Ya tujuan baru gua ya ini jadi coach, ngelatih anak-anak. Makanya gue masih bertahan sampai sekarang.
Ya kalau aku buat piala MPL sendiri, jadi kayak pengen banget ngangkat lagi apinya kayak terus baru terus lah.
Karena kita udah persiapin segala macam, kita harus dapat lagi si piala itu. Jadi kita bakalan berjuang lagi nah.
Apalagi dengan piala baru, pastinya kita bakal membara sih. Jadi kita harus ada semangat baru juga buat dapetin piala barunya sih.
baru. Awesome intelligence, tambah makin next level, always risk. Semua game kita gak worry. Victory, guns victory.
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Baru. Awesome intelligence, tambah makin next level, always risk. Wasting time, no more. Charging obviously faster.
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main ngelek, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game flash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Pin stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Games Max, makin-makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction of the century. I hope you brought your checkbooks and your wits tonight. Let's start the bidding!
The rapid dragon in agile fashion. We jump into action, dashing. Perspectives are clashing. Oh, we're taking on the fight. Jump into the showdown till justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah, fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective, yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
とは俺に任せもらった4代目他にを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。さよなら。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Aspekku pribadi di season 1 itu juga yang juara kalau nggak RRQ pos. Menang bonus kalah belajar. Udah gitu doang kita awalnya ngomong. Kami berlima, G, Billy, Rev, LG sama aku tuh nggak ada mikir sama sekali kita bakal juara. Saat itu seneng banget bos. Pengen nangis aku gitu. Kalau nggak percaya boleh tanya anak-anak. Selama ini berarti gamblingku dari kotaku sendiri ada hasilnya juga buat buktiin ke orang tua juga kan.
Yang gue lihat ya piala MPL kayak simbol untuk tahta tertinggi di Mobile Legends ini sih.
Our new champion, EVOS Esports. Penantian panjang yang terbayar sudah.
Cuman kalau pas udah juaranya, jujur aja nggak bisa dideskripsikan dengan kata-kata. Nggak bisa diungkapkan lagi pas menang, harus rasain sendiri.
EVOS Legends!
Sampai alien mampu mempertahankan RRQ Jose.
Paling memorable buat aku juga di season pertamaku bisa juara, terus ya dengan final kayak gitu lumayan ada kepuasan sendiri lah.
Kita lihat ini dia, MPL Season championnya adalah RRQ Jose.
Kalau untuk di season 9 panas sih, gara-gara dari season 8 kita gagal, dikit lagi kita bisa juara, ya mungkin dari situ juga ada faktornya sih.
Raja Galaksi kita di MPL Indonesia season ke-9, RRQ Jose.
Pertama kali lihat pengen banget angkat piala lah pasti. Lebih ke pride sih, kayak gue bisa gitu loh, angkat piala sama tim gue. Kalau perasaan yang pasti ngerasa kayak mimpi sih, itu gila banget, berapi-api banget, terus kayak segala macam usaha juga terbayarkan lah.
Raja Galaksi pemenang MPL Indonesia season 10.
Kalau buat yang season 10 sampai season 13, kita nggak pernah puas sekalipun. Mau udah juara lagi, kayaknya belum cukup buat kita. Jadi akhirnya sampai forfeit, kita udah berjuang banget sih.
Kalau ngeliat player MPL tuh ya termotivasi dari situ, jadinya ya pas di grand final kita coba buat main pede aja. Lu baru masuk MPL, lu grand final, upper bracket, tiba-tiba juara, itu kayak bener-bener dreams itu.
Juara baru di MPL Indonesia season 14.
Ya, karena emang kita mau buktiin kalau emang ada juara baru aja sih, jadi kayak nggak bosen dan lihat.
Melihat piala itu sebenarnya nggak ada pikiran buat juara, Wak. Kita pengen ngasih yang terbaik aja buat satu sama lain, ngebuktiin.
Gua lebih punya mimpi baru sama tujuan yang baru sih. Ya tujuan baru gua ya ini jadi coach, ngelatih anak-anak, makanya gua masih bertahan sampai sekarang.
Ya kalau aku buat piala MPL sendiri, jadi kayak pengen banget ngangkat lagi apinya kayak terus baru terus lah.
Karena kita udah persiapin segala macam, kita harus dapat lagi si piala itu. Jadi kita bakalan berjuang lagi nah.
Apalagi dengan piala baru, pastinya kita bakal membara sih. Jadi kita harus ada semangat baru juga buat dapetin piala barunya sih.
baru. Awesome intelligence, tambah makin next level, always risk. Semua game kita gak worry. Victory! Guns victory.
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Baru. Awesome intelligence, tambah makin next level, always risk. Wasting time, no more. Charging obviously faster.
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Seru. Pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main ngelek, kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Max makin no debat.
Game Max Booster kini dapat DG rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction of the century. I hope you brought your checkbooks and your wits tonight. Let's start the bidding!
The rapid dragon in agile fashion. We jump into action, dashing. Perspectives are clashing. Oh, we're taking on the fight. Jump into the showdown till justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah, fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective, yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
そこは俺に任せてもらった四代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。シャンナラ今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi prestasi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss the beat. Unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we'll live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta, MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor, Head & Shoulders. Official coffee, Good Day. We own this.
Dan pada akhirnya sampailah kita di match yang ditunggu di malam minggu ini. Di mana dua tim papan atas, dua tim yang sedang menduduki posisi top 2 di klasemen MPL Indonesia Season 15 akan bertemu. Tim RRQ, mereka berada di posisi pucuk. Dan kita bisa melihat bahwa mereka memberikan dan menunjukkan kualitas yang luar biasa. Menjadi whole season champion. Namun sayangnya win streak mereka dipecahkan satu kali di leg yang pertama. Tidak lain tidak bukan adalah lawan mereka kali ini. Di mana tim Bigetron mereka hadir di MPL Season 15. Dari awal kita melihat ada sedikit pergentaran namun memasuki era di mana robot merah dengan rambut yang membara membuat mereka tak terkalahkan. Di mana kesulitan dari Bigetron membuahkan hasil yang terus menerus menjadi lebih baik di setiap matchnya. Belum kalah sama sekali dari kemunculan rambut merah mereka. Dan di sini Budi semakin penasaran juga bagaimana kedua tim ini memasuki leg yang kedua. Di mana proses mereka sampai pada titik ini pun tidak mudah. Dan para super fans juga pastinya penasaran bagaimana dengan dua tim ini di season 15. Jadi Budi akan langsung ngobrol-ngobrol. Panggung MPL akan semakin meriah. Super fans, sambutlah satu sosok yang bisa dibilang sangat dirindukan dan menjadi support system pertama untuk tim Bigetron. Sambutlah Koet! Ya, ada Koet. Koet belum merah rambutnya ya. Koet rambutnya belum merah nih Ko.
Belum.
Belum?
Belum.
Tapi akan gak sih Ko?
Kalau juara.
Wah, kalau juara. Mirko rambutnya udah merah. Katanya, aduh ini Koet baru pakai filter, ditungguin. Kalau juara katanya Mirko, dijempolin. Oke, tapi ngelihat perjalanan kita hari ini, sampai hari ini, Koet tuh gak pernah absen ya Ko?
Belum pernah sih season ini.
Selalu datang?
Selalu.
Kenapa nih Ko, ada alasan tertentu kah?
Perlu diawasin anak-anaknya.
Oke.
setelah melihat secara langsung di season 15, apa nih kok yang membuat mungkin beda di season ini dan season-season sebelumnya? Ada nggak kok?
Bedanya ada pesulap merah season ini.
Pesulap merah, itu ide dari Koet?
Iya.
Oh, ide dari Koet?
Tapi bukan paksa.
Bukan?
Bukan paksa.
Mereka sebenarnya...
Kasih ide, tapi mereka yang jalanin.
Jadi anak-anak mereka tersenyum, cuma ide dari Koet dan bukan paksaan. Dan pada akhirnya malah membuahkan hasil yang baik ya kok?
Ya amin, syukur, puji Tuhan. Hasil baiklah di belakang 3 tandingan ini.
Terlihat keren dan terlihat solid, berada di posisi kedua dan mengikuti di belakang persis dari tim RRQ. Dan kayaknya kita bakal makin seru nih di panggung MPL karena akan hadir pula di tengah-tengah MPL Arena sosok yang terus mendukung dari tim RRQ pula. Langsung saja sambutlah Pak Ape. Halo Pak Ape.
Halo Clara.
Pak Ape lagi di mana nih Pak Ape?
Saya lagi di Yogyakarta, Clara.
Wah, lagi di Yogyakarta, piye kabare? Semuanya pasti pada happy di sana. Api. Tapi Pak Ape, season 15, mantap banget ya Pak Ape ya. Nomor 1, hal season champion pula Pak Ape. Gimana nih tanggapan dari Pak Ape untuk performa tim RRQ?
Ya buat saya senang ya, Clara. Senang. Meskipun memang season champion itu belum jadi apa-apa ya, karena musimnya itu kan masih berjalan. Jadi semoga timnya tetap konsisten dan semoga bisa tetap di peringkat 1 terus nanti sampai playoff. Amin.
Min, doanya terus tentunya ya. Semua mengharapkan yang terbaik, tapi season ini menarik banget di mana tim RRQ Pak Ape diisi pemain muda semua. Ada mungkinkah visi yang bisa dijelaskan kenapa Pak Ape langsung mempercayakan kepada mungkin player-player muda yang sekarang bermain di season 15?
Mungkin saya ngebentuk saya udah mulai coba bentuk fondasi baru untuk RRQ 2 sampai 3 tahun yang akan datang. Jadi investasi yang saya lakukan juga bukan tanpa perhitungan yang matang ya. Jadi penuh kalkulasi, penuh persiapan dan semoga visi misi untuk generasi muda ini bisa berjalan lancar lah sampai 2-3 tahun yang akan datang.
Wow, plannya 2-3 tahun mendatang, tapi tahun awal aja kayaknya udah cukup baik ya Pak Ape ya?
Amin, Clara, amin. Gak nyangka sih, gak nyangka.
Gak nyangka, tapi kalau melihat dari RRQ juga seluruh pemainnya bintang muda di tempat Bigatron pun demikian nih Koet. Ada Anavel dan juga Vin, 2 player yang baru. Umurnya masih muda, potensinya terlihat besar juga. Kalau dari Koet sendiri, mempercayakan kepada 2 player muda, mungkin ada visi tersendiri dari Koet?
Pastinya ekspektasinya bisa juara. Kita berubah terus, anak muda diangkat terus ya, ganti pemain. Pasti dengan alasan pengen juara, rasain sekali di selama 15 season ya. Rasain sekali aja gitu. Itu tujuannya.
Ya 15 season. Memang jadi dari season 1 loh kok.
Iya, gak usah diingetin Bude.
Oke kok, tapi kita mau nginget-nginget bersama di mana regenerasi dari kedua tim ini menarik kalau kita perbincangkan. Kalau ngelihat dari, ada posternya ya, ada posternya di mana tim RRQ dan juga Bigatron memiliki regenerasi dan gold laner ini yang menjadi perbincangan dari era ke era. Koet, mana yang paling berkesan nih Koet?
Eman sih, Eman era maksudnya.
Eman era. Pada saat berhadapan sama Toy berarti season ini kah? Atau ada season-season lainnya?
Berarti dari 13 sampai sekarang?
Full itu? Full. Kalau dari Pak Ape, ada yang paling berkesan nggak Pak Ape?
Buat saya semuanya berkesan ya Clara, karena tiap masa kan ada orangnya, tiap orang pasti ada masanya. Jadi buat saya di setiap masa itu RRQ selalu melahirkan bintang-bintang baru. Jadi buat saya mereka semua saya respect lah.
Gak ada satu gitu Pak Ape yang paling ngena banget nih?
Mungkin kalau misalnya satu mungkin menurut saya zaman era Tuturu ya, karena mereka founder yang membentuk fondasi RRQ sampai kayak sekarang.
Oke, apalagi dengan lain-lainnya ya. Ngelihat dari momen-momen yang spesial dari mungkin Pak Ape langsung bisa menjawab di mana regenerasi tuh gimana sih Pak Ape? Kita ngelihat kalau regenerasi tuh seberapa pentingnya sih untuk persiapan sebuah tim. Bukan ke jenjang MPL doang pastinya, namun untuk MSC, M-Series. Seberapa penting sih regenerasi ini Pak Ape?
Buat saya penting ya, apapun pokoknya dari manapun negaranya, buat saya regenerasi itu penting. Bigetron juga bisa seperti sekarang karena mereka terus melakukan investasi dengan pemain-pemain barunya. Dan RRQ juga sama gitu loh. Kita terus investasi dengan pemain-pemain muda baru kita, dan ya puji Tuhan alhamdulillah berhasil. Belum dibilang berhasil ya, tapi menunjukkan progres yang signifikan menurut saya. Jadi penting lah untuk MSC ataupun untuk M7, dan kalau nggak ada regenerasi saya pikir akan cukup membahayakan untuk ekosistem e-sports, khususnya Mobile Legends kita sendiri kan.
Untuk menghidupkan, dan kalau melihat dari jawaban Pak Ape, kita juga ingin mendengar dari Koet tentang regenerasi. Dari season pertama nih banyak banget player yang datang dan pergi, yang dimunculkan. Bahkan Koet juga bisa dibilang terkenal dengan investasinya kepada player-player muda. Seberapa penting sih kok membawa player-player atau regenerasi untuk jenjang internasional, khususnya MSC di depan mata dan juga M-Series?
Kalau internasional masih terlalu jauh lah Bude, saya pikirin ya. Lokal belum pernah juara juga, fokus lokal dulu. Tapi pemain muda itu penting, buat saya sih lebih ke jaga hausan sebuah tim sih, dengan ada anak muda, pemain senior dicampur biar bersama bisa haus buat juara gitu.
Berarti semangat dan spiritnya ya kok ya, yang diangkat. Namun semangat, dan kita bisa ngeliat bahwa semangat dari Bigetron ini kelihatan banget di season 15 ini, menjadi satu-satunya tim yang bisa mengalahkan RRQ. Koet, untung Pak Ape nggak ada di sini ya. Apa? Koet memecahkan win streak RRQ. Apa tuh tanggapan dari Koet? Mungkin ngelihatnya ada artinya kah? Ini ada sesuatu kah dari kemenangan melawan tim RRQ?
Hoki Bude.
Oke.
Canda. Ini berarti pemain-pemain BTR udah makin solid, teamworknya makin bagus. Dan itu lebih dari keluargaan, mereka juga punya cintai buat salah satu pemain-pemainnya, anggota-anggota di tim BTR.
Respon Koet pas ngalahin RRQ apa?
Seneng.
Langsung chat Pak Ape nggak?
Enggak sih, tapi ada DM bilang GG. WP ya.
GGWP, tetap ya. Tapi Pak Ape gimana melihat win streaknya dipecahkan oleh tim Bigetron? Ada makna tersendiri nggak sih untuk Pak Ape bahwa win streaknya kemenangan yang kayaknya tuh bersih banget, pecah sekali sama tim Bigetron?
Ya nggak apa-apa ya, Bigetron ya nggak apa-apa ya. Yang penting jangan tim satunya lagi gitu, jadi nggak masalah jadi GGWP.
Oh tetap ya, Pak Ape masih ya Pak Ape ya. Kita tahu ya, memang
ya gitu. Jadi ya memang pantas lah BTR.
Oke, ini yang paling menarik pastinya. Dimana kalau ngomong tentang MPL history itu, tapi kalau sampai kita kan ngelihat juga itu momen yang dinantikan juga, banyak sekali yang melihat dan semua mata memandang. Player pun euforianya sampai berasa, Vin sampai langsung selebrasi. Pak Ape gimana Pak Ape? Tim berarti kan untuk memenangkan RRQ sesusah itu. Lihat selebrasi dari Vin, Pak Ape gimana responnya?
Ya nggak apa-apa, kalau menang ya bebas. Jadi kalau kita yang kalah ya kita evaluasi lah. Jadi buat saya tuh wajar-wajar aja ya. Maksudnya buat seru-seruan aja kan itu kan. Saya pikir player-playernya juga saling respect kok, karena memang nggak pernah ada masalah sama anak Bigetron dari dulu.
Sohib dari dulu dan tetap ya ke bawah hype. Dan kalau Koet sendiri ngeliat anaknya berekspresif gitu, seneng gak sih kok?
Lebih ke banyak doa buat Finn sih, buat kuatin mental. Kalau dia berani lakuin hal seperti itu ya sendiri mau udah siap mentalnya gitu loh.
Tapi gak apa-apa, dari Koet gak apa-apa dong?
Gak apa-apa asal gak kelewatan gitu.
Asal gak kelewatan dan itu termaksud wajar.
Masih oke, selebrasi.
Selebrasi terus terjadi. Tapi kalau sekarang, kemarin BTR menang atas RRQ. Mungkin nggak ini menang lagi atau gimana nih Koet? Percaya nggak?
Percaya dong.
Percaya dong. Kalau Pak Ape gimana? Percaya nggak nih RRQ bakal balas dendam di leg kedua?
Percayalah, harus percayalah. Pasti bisa.
Dua-duanya saling percaya.
Saling percaya.
Oke, tapi penasaran. Ini biasa ada sesuatu nih. Kalau Pak Ape dan Koet sudah bersatu, sekarang Bude penasaran apakah ada ingin saling men-challenge satu sama lain? Kalau Koet menang,
boleh.
Dan Pak Ape menang, bagaimana Koet?
Pak Ape rambutnya warna merah.
Weh.
Canda. Kayaknya gini aja. Profile picture di IG 3 hari ganti ke foto saya.
Kayaknya ini ya, benar ya? Oke, Pak Ape gimana Pak Ape?
Boleh.
Boleh, deal ya?
Kalau udah ditantang, saya nggak bisa mundur, Bude. Oke.
Semua jadi saksi, Superfan sudah siap, Superfan sudah juga tahu. Jadi, mungkin ada kata-kata terakhir, Koet buat Pak Ape. Kata-kata terakhir untuk Pak Ape.
Pak Ape, siap-siap. Profile picture-nya jadi muka saya.
Pak Ape untuk Koet.
Boleh. Saya siapin sekarang ya.
Sekian dan oke, terima kasih ya Pak Ape. Salam buat semuanya yang ada di Jogja. Dan MPL Arena juga ramai banget menyambut Pak Ape. Terima kasih Pak Ape.
Thank you Kingdom di MPL Arena. Thank you.
Dan tentu saja kita harus mengucapkan terima kasih sebesar-besarnya MPL Arena di panggung ini. Telah hadir Koet yang biasanya di ruangan player dan sekarang sudah hadir di sini. Kasih tepuk tangan untuk Koet. Terima kasih Koet. Semuanya langsung heboh ngelihat Pak Ape dan Koet karena kita tahu dua CEO ini memang sangat menarik kalau lagi ngobrol. Semuanya nge-hype, semuanya ingin juga hasil yang terbaik untuk timnya masing-masing. Namun kita boleh ingat bahwa ini adalah leg kedua. Di mana match mereka yang kedua, mereka harus menghadapi satu sama lain. Kalau kita ngebahas tentang histori, tentunya mereka membawa histori yang sangat panjang. Dan bahkan kalau Bigetron sendiri dari season 1 hingga season ini mereka berjuang. RRQ pun menjadi tim yang penuh dengan sejarah. Namun di sini kita juga boleh ingatkan bahwa MPL Indonesia season 15 powered by Moonton, supported by PBSI, presented by official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Dan kita juga punya official dari e-wallet GoPay, official sponsor Head and Shoulder, official coffee partner Good Day. Dan kita juga punya partner ini sports, ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games dan IndiHome. Dan juga kita punya advertiser Kacang Sukro dan Hawkband. Tak lupa supplier kita RSP Helmet. Semua yang telah mendukung acara hari ini pastinya juga sangat nge-hype. Ditambah lagi, di MPL Arena bendera sudah berkibar. Poster-poster sudah banyak. Namun kita boleh lihat tuh di situ. Apa tuh? Dari Kingdom punya apa tuh? Kingdom semangatnya mana? Perhatian, waspada, posko, kawasan. Wow. Kingdom sudah panas. Bagaimana nih? Sudah terasa hawa-hawa dari Biget Troopers. Oke. Di sini begitu ramai, semua superfans sudah bersiap untuk menyaksikan penutupan di hari ini. Bagaimana RRQ dan Bigetron akan berhadapan satu sama lain? Mari kita sambut, inilah dia leg kedua dari Bigetron dan juga RRQ.
Once upon a time in MPL ID Season 15 stood a team called RRQ who went on an undefeated rampage. But one day, the Red Robots came over and took them down, tarnishing their first leg despite them still being able to get the half-season champions. Now, once again, these two teams collide. And will it be the same story? Because it looks like the opposite team, BTR, are sitting on a win streak of their own. Will RRQ be the team to take them down? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to MPL ID Season 15. You guys are now watching the English broadcast with me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko, as well as Arashi. And why not we get straight into it? Ah, I see. Once friends, now foes for this upcoming matchup. What do you guys think back at home? Do you think it's going to be BTR to take this? Or do you think it's going to be an RRQ victory? And on that note, we do have another question for you guys as well. Can the King avenge their leg to defeat against the Robots? Because remember, it wasn't only a 2-1 victory, it was 2-0. So what do you guys think? Do you think A, BTR is the kryptonite of RRQ? Do you think B, we need more proof? Or C, RRQ will dominate in leg number 2?
Hey. A. A? You say A too? No, I'm like, A, it's C. What about you?
B.
B.
So we're 1 point each for ABC. You guys get to be the decider. But you know, history has it here. I mean, leg number 1, it was a 2-0, Rashi. And we caught you with the Masha. We caught you with the Ruby Gold.
Right.
Yep.
Yes, you did. It's a different time, though. It's a different situation altogether. And you know, it's kind of poetic. If RRQ actually wins here, when they do win here, they're gonna end up Bigatron's own win streak. So I'm looking forward to that.
That's true. That's true. BTR 3 times so far coming into leg number 2, and that was after they all dyed their hair red.
Yep.
But you know, this is RRQ's first game or first match as well into leg number 2. So we haven't really seen how RRQ has adapted and how they've been looking, especially coming into week number 6.
But knowing RRQ, right? This is a team that so far doesn't really get loose during inactivity. So I fully expect that they're going to come in a lot more prepared than before, especially when there's, you know, a bit of history here. There's a bit of drama going on. I think there's a lot of the matches where we're going to see them go full blast.
Oh, we gotta tell the viewers as well.
All right, tell them.
Just in case they don't speak Indonesian.
Okay.
In that previous interview with Ko Ed and
man.
Pa Ape, the CEOs of both teams,
My goats.
they made a... Can we say bet?
Yeah.
They made a bet.
A wager.
They made a wager. If BTR wins, Pa Ape will have to put on Ko Ed's picture as his DP on Instagram. And vice
For 3
versa.
days. For
I'm
3
assuming.
days.
For 3 days.
3 days.
What about this, though?
It's getting spicy. It's getting spicy.
Oh.
Let's see.
Whoa.
47% Bigatron is the kryptonite of RRQ.
What? 47%?
Don't know, Rashi. Don't know.
I mean, those are bold predictions right there. I thought at least you're going to see more on B, but I guess people are that convinced, so only time will tell, my friend. Only time will tell. But I got a good feeling about today.
I mean, it does make sense, right? So far, RRQ has been looking a little shaky, you know, after their golden run, even through to SPS. There was a slight dip to their performance. And one of the reasons was starting from that loss against BTR, honestly. And I think one of the largest X factors to that was Finn in BTR replacing Light. And it seemed like he was able to have like this calm presence over the team, that leadership over the team that eventually gave them that win against RRQ.
He's definitely on the watch list. He's shown that he has good awareness when it comes to maneuvers around the Lanadon. And I guess against RRQ, a team that really preys on your, you know, your blind spots almost, right? They look at where your weaknesses are and target it. A player like Finn would be pretty good. And we're seeing some of the highlights right here. He can actually be aggressive. He can be defensive as well. So he's shown good flexibility. And technically, he's no longer a rookie per se. He's a player with a good deal of experience under his belt.
this comeback was ridiculous, right? Up against Evos during the NBA week. Really, I think a buzzer beater for sure. That the way that they were able to do it, that was a lure too. Evos really wanted to get the win, but then them just standing very calm, composed, able to make that comeback happen with Emma on the Moscow. And his signal was amazing, right? My question now is it going to be Finn all throughout MPL Indonesia Scene 15 now after Finn's performance, or will it still be a mix of Finn and Light? Will Light still show up here up against RRQ, or is it just an obvious answer now that Finn will be playing?
I think it should be Finn.
Yeah.
Right? Wait, well, technically we don't know. Like maybe during practices or maybe during scrims, Light has been able to step up to that leadership, quote unquote, form.
Whoa.
But,
And mine's just full gold now. That's not red.
Hey, is that a sign?
Is that a sign, bro?
Is that a sign?
Last time someone went from black to white, from color to white, they became the main character, yo. They were the main character, yo. That's Ken Kaneki for you, brother, man. And man, time to crack those fingers, bro.
Right, but you know, is that main character a team player though? That's the question, man. Is the red fading out?
That's a big question, man. Oh, we'll see, because it looks like the red robots and the red-haired meta are ready. What? That's Lights in the room. No Finn this time around. That's a huge shakeup, and that's the big change that we're going to be seeing against RRQ today.
No Finn, the man that has just been, to a lot of people, the final piece of the puzzle for this all-star lineup of the red robots. But today, they deployed the man that the rest of the team will have to follow. It's Light shining bright today for Bigatron Esports.
Trying to finally shut the haters down. Tell them that we are indeed gonna go on a full-on win streak. Gonna continue to be the kryptonite of one of the more dominant teams in the league. That's Bigatron, man. And they always have an aura of confidence around them.
Confidence. That's what RQ needs right now, as they are now ready as well to get to their battle stations. Up on stage, that's Sutsujin in the jungle, not Hazel. And we're gonna see how exactly they're gonna pan things out. Do they have the strategies to take this team down?
Last time it was Hazel. RRQ will also deploy a new member on their team. It will be La Mercenaria Sutsujin, making his way up on stage to lead the kingdom. RRQ Hoshi.
Cold as ice, nerves of steel. Sutsujin back at it again, trying to go with an ice-cold performance here. Gonna go for a clean execution to try and take down Bigatron. Get a W back for his team and continue that Season 15 dominance. Now walking to the stage, arguably even more important than the players, here come the coaches.
The brains behind the bronze. Let's welcome Keskute as well as Coach NMM and Coach Itu Max and Theo Nile.
Coach Eto Max.
I remember calling him Mr. E2 Max at MSC 2022 when he was still coaching Smart Omega, or he was still playing, my bad, for Smart Omega. And then he was like, haha, no, it's Eto Max.
Eto Max.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now he's coaching my favorite team.
Well, had great results there.
You want to know who won MSC 2022, Arashi? Do I want to know who lost in the finals, Arashi?
I cried.
I got really sad too, to be honest.
Moving on.
Yes, let's move on. Let's move on to Mr. Chahyo.
Chahyo? Sheffin?
In the building?
Technically, Chahyo is in the building. No, this is Chahyo on stage, not in the building.
All right, let's talk about Mr. Chahyo on stage and not in the building.
Well, unfortunately, the stats don't really show him to be the greatest of players, but it's because of the inconsistency, right? When this guy is on point, we've seen great things come out from him, and maybe that's why he's being selected today. In the player rankings, though, hang on a second. Wow, he's beat by his own teammate.
Hey, his number one op is his boy, Finn. This is the competition within, right? When Light came up, when Finn just got promoted, it was still Light who played in their first match. And Light said after winning that, this is the competition that we have inside of BTR now. Like, we have to be constantly one-upping each other. And I think because of that, both of them have really improved.
Sometimes that's what it takes, right? Sometimes that's what it takes. And maybe because of that, despite the success that BTR have found so far with Finn in the roam, maybe Light has stepped up.
It could be the case. Again, on specific heroes at least, he's shown to be really, really good. Maybe now he has a wider hero pool that can be used in the drafting phase. Especially in a matchup like this. Bigatron against RRQ, dude, the drafting phase is going to be so critical. And any single weakness will be exploited.
Don't you forget the man you see on your screen here, the Maestro, who's been able to do so well with the new patch. Novaria, it seems like the patch was kind of built for him. Back on the carry mid laners, Rin's obviously more of the utility type.
Those Lord steals, those objective steals were expensive for BTR. Moreno has been popping off. Are you worried, Arashi?
No, I think we've dealt with aggressive, talented mid laners before. I don't think it's something that's foreign for RRQ to deal with. Remember though, Rins, even though he's been very utility based, he has a reputation for going aggro. So hey, you know, gotta be careful, man.
Okay, a lot of aggression.
It's not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed.
It isn't. But what's guaranteed is now BTR, the Red Robots, have first pick with a 50% win rate. Meanwhile, on Red side, they actually have a 69% win rate. So they've been doing better on Red. Meanwhile, we are going to take a look at the stats for RRQ that will be on Red side, and it looks like it's a better win rate for them on Red, 75%.
Yeah, Red side has been the way that Bigatron have been able to also beat RRQ. Remember, in that first matchup, that second game, when they pulled out the Masha, the Ruby as well, they were able to adjust from their previous Uranus RRQ pick that stopped that lineup last season in the Red side.
Well, to see, they've already seen it once. Are there more traps, more surprises in store by Bigatron? Or has RRQ adapted, analyzed what went wrong in those altercations there that allowed Bigatron to catch them off guard?
Because in that specific game, that was the way for them to counter the Fanny, right? RRQ put all their eggs in one basket, put the Fanny up in first pick, committed to that, and RRQ went with the Masha and the Ruby. So it was a very surprising, I think, jaw-breaking moment where they were also able to utilize that to counter the Fanny. So I'm wondering whether or not this Fanny actually will be a contested pick in this next matchup. And I guess we'll see as we get into the drafting phase. Ladies and gentlemen, for the final match of the day to close things out here in Week 6, Day number 2, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. No Fanny ban so far. BTR Hayabusa chip band out. RRQ Jushin.
Tail's been itching for a real fight.
Kalea also going to be respected here. Does seem like RRQ might want to leave the Fanny open. I think both teams haven't been able to really utilize the Fanny. It was also the Fanny 2 games in a row that we saw BTR go up against RRQ in that first leg.
Yeah, so both teams definitely have a great flexible jungler that can use the Fanny, but again, it all depends on how well. You can't just simply be able to use the Fanny, you need to be able to do amazingly on the Fanny. Especially with both these teams having great roamers, right, that know how to adapt in their playstyle and know how to select skills, select utility tools for the right member. So if they want to go with a Fanny, it has to be a very elusive Fanny to try and go around a lot of these danger zones in the middle of a big team fight.
So now the big question is, RRQ, do they let it go? And the answer is yes. Granger, last ban from the Kings of Kings. Are BTR gonna pick up the bait? Are they gonna put it on Anavel?
I think the Harith and the Joy will be the better options here for BTR. Again, for Anavel, sitting at a 0% win rate on that Fanny.
Exactly. For RRQ as well, we've seen Tsujin seem uncomfortable on that Fanny as well. Maybe Bigatron are planning to just force him on it, almost.
He has played it this season though, right? So Tsujin?
Okay, I believe so. Didn't really go, it wasn't really super impressive by all means, but we'll see if that has changed now with the Joy selected first, RRQ. In theory, the gold lane should come through, and it does. Along with that, Tsujin is known for the Hayabusa, but that's banned out, so will it be the Suyo that people have claimed that he is not comfortable with? No, it's the Phobius.
Yeah, so it wasn't an MPL ID actually. The time that we did see Tsujin play the Fanny, it was Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. And it did lose, so yeah.
Interesting. Well, now with the Phobius and the Harith in place already though, strong side lanes already, RRQ still keeping their trio mid lane invisible. especially in a matchup like this. We know Bigatron likes playing with a trio mid as well, with the Maestro, with Light and Annabelle as well. So Bigatron are going to be ones forced to show their cards first.
I mean, technically, RQ could still pick it up, right? Unless they want to go for something like the Fredrin, which also works against the Joy in their next pick. So BTR, do they pick up something like the Moskov, let's say, for Moreno? It looks like, okay. Debut pick. Wait, is this Kimmy mid or Kimmy gold?
Exactly. It's something that we didn't get to see yesterday. We've heard gold, mid, both work. So why is it picked up towards the end when you can flex it? Create confusion. I like it.
Yeah, it's already a curveball by a Bigatron. Now RRQ, how do they want to play this out, man? If they go for a fighter, they can deal with the Joy, but if they go for a fighter, then the Kimi kind of has free reign. And sometimes against a hero like this that just constantly sprays down damage, you don't want to let her, deal damage unsupervised.
And they definitely can't go Suyo here. But I think they should secure a hero for Novaria. Gets picked up in for Rinse. A big deny as well for Moreno.
Interesting. When you talk about Rinse, you don't really think of these really long range, long cooldown kind of heroes. He's known to be a bit more aggro. He wants to go get in deep into the action. But I guess it's a deny pick like you mentioned, so that's fine. But there's physical damage for RRQ right now, so I do wonder how the gold lane situation is gonna play out. Because again, Bigatron have a flex pick ready, but with the Harith, right, is already in the gold lane.
Hey,
now I think you gotta get rid of. See, this is the thing. Now it's so confusing. You kind of need to get rid of the marksman, but also the mid lane. You don't know where this Kimi is going, so every ban you go on mid or gold is kind of like something you throw out the window, just like, all right, here are just the things that we don't want to go up against. And the Farsa has been a really good way to beat the Harith. We saw it from Ila Sans just earlier, a couple of times back as well on just the Farsa versus the Great Harith matchup.
Highly outranged, big burst damage, very difficult for Harith to find a positioning in these team fights, so it does make sense. BTR though, what do they ban?
At this point, right, he's gonna squeeze out on the jungle options. The Fredrin immediately gets banned out already. And again, we've talked about how there's a limited amount of heroes in the hero pool for Sutsujin, technically. But now with the Masha ban as well here, definitely a lot of respect to that surprise pick we saw before.
A little PTSD, I think.
Yeah,
it's like,
for sure.
no, Luke, stop. Okay, but with Fredrin banned out, this really starts to limit Sutsujin, honestly.
Yeah.
What does he go for? He cannot go Suyo, right? Lucas Haya.
Yeah, he can, but Kimmy and Joy,
he's banned.
Kimmy and Joy will definitely
punish.
Penetrate through, the no more magical damage reduction. Yes. Yep. Got that Kimmy, Joy. Yeah, I guess Hanzo, but I don't know if they really want to go. They're gonna ban out Edok too. They know that they've done enough in the jungle. They want to see the Suyo.
And Franco Novaria is such a good combination as well. But Tigreal can serve a similar purpose.
Yep. It's a good deterrent, but for the backline of Bigatron, they can still go for some Purifies right here. If it comes down to a long-range battle, yes, RRQ has an Novaria, but that's not really all that guaranteed, right? Those spells are on a long cooldown. Bigatron, they get something a bit more spammable here. They can go and play this front to back without too many problems. They can outrage and force some crowd control tools onto RRQ. That kind of limits the movement of the Tigreal, Phobias, and Harith. So Lockdown is definitely going to be very valuable for their game plan here.
I agree. Lockdown is going to be important, but also physical damage. Because technically Kimmy and Harith, we've seen the Kimmy outrange the Harith in lane. But what happens when they don't have that physical damage? Glue, poor Gluck, by the way, gets locked in. We finally get to see the Glue at play. And there it is. They put the 1-1 in the gold lane.
So it's going to be Moreno, the Maestro on the carry. And laying for Sutsujin, a great pick against the 1-1. Technically, a great pick against the Joy. If you look at the matchup earlier, Rin able to beat Albert on the pick.
So, boys, what do we feel about the drafts?
I think RRQ has great potential right here. Good wave clear, good three-man roam. And again, if they get going, right, they have mobility tools, and mobility is always great in a team that likes to go for that dance, that cha-cha around the Land of Dawn.
What about you, Mirko?
That's a GG combo. Gacha glue. That's glue, brother man. That's glue. That's glue.
That's a signature pick, yes. So things are already getting heated, ladies and gentlemen. Even on the caster desk, the MPL Arena are soaring as well for their respective teams. So here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Will RRQ be able to bring and break the win streak that BTR have fought so hard to continue? Or will they be able to find their revenge here? Let's get into the Land of Dawn. Game number 1. Here we go.
Tensions are rising here in the arena, man. The fans are definitely ready to see a conclusion. Let's see, man. The mid lane, there's definitely going to be a lot of action there, but between the roamers as well, in Light and Edok, we'll have to see how the early game plays out, man, because I think both have a decent ability to really do a lot of damage, to actually be a real threat in the early game.
Yep. You can see this early game, though, for the 1-1. This is what you can expect. The 1-1 will definitely have a better lane, especially level 1. Very tough for you to all-in or even trade against the 1-1. Luke in the bottom lane with the glue, too. This is going to be a winning lane, so BTR... Oh! Okay, Phil Annabelle takes it. But BTR definitely have more pressure on all 3 lanes.
At least for now. They don't have all the aggressive laners, even though there's good RRQ as well. It kind of requires some more levels to really excel, but look at Sutsujin. I'd get caught there. But no, flies out with the Finch Poise.
Still playing very actively, Sutsujin on the map, despite, like Mirko mentioned early on, losing all 3 lanes. And I think they're going to put that pressure over onto Eman. Not going to be able to find it just yet. But I thought one of the main ways to kind of make sure that this lane works is to have good lanes. And if they don't, how do they utilize Sutsujin?
I mean, they need good lanes, but also lanes they can kind of set up for now. Light's looking for something right here, and Tori definitely is getting bullied a bit more, but Sutsujin is back.
Yeah, that's why Light is just hovering over top. He knows that there's going to be a lot of kill pressure on 1-1, especially when there's a Ling around.
Yes, without winning in the lanes, if they have wave clear advantage here, which RRQ do have with the Novaria, you can see right there, there's a chance I can kind of rotate earlier and facilitate Sutsujin. But now in the first turtle, I'm not sure if RRQ wants to try and bank on this big fight right here, especially with the Ling. He's not having a lot of fighting power just yet.
Well, he finally hits level 5. He's a little bit behind on Annabelle in terms of that. But you're right, Eman.
Full gank to the back, Eman able to pop in the Inspire in time. Sutsujin to take a few shots, actually, of the turret, but they have denied Eman of a cannon minion.
Now both teams are still dancing on in the turtle pit. Seems like Bigatron are making the move first. They do get it. Pretty small win for Bigatron here in the early game. Definitely dictating what objectives, what movements are happening. RRQ, they're still in this with only they're only down by about 100, 200 gold. It's definitely still pretty much dead even.
They had that information, right? That was information given as a green light for them to pick up the neutral objective. And that's what they were able to capitalize over. We're looking at talent prediction in by Go Bay. Papulong and Mr. Mirko Man here, 2-0 for the Red Robots.
Papulong's right, 2 times in a row, could be 3.
Oh, so you believe in patterns, is what you're saying?
I believe in Mr. PP as my goal, Papulong.
Mr. Papulong. We'll have to see, man. Will the pattern actually repeat itself? Right now, there's still a lot of tension here. I think every single player in this match right now knows what it means to give up a kill or some control. So they're all just waiting around. Ark in particular, though, I feel like they have a plan right here because Edok is playing very conservatively, and he is usually the tip of the spear, the guy setting up all of these plays. So I think it's intentional for RRQ to kind of slow this game down a little bit.
Starlim Scythe now ventured in for Annabelle, picked up for Annabelle. Will be an additional utility force that he can utilize. It's 1v1.
Yeah, Annabelle definitely winning out here. Sutsujin forced to recall, but I believe he did get the steal, right? He did use the retribution. And he will be able to get an XP crab up top. Uh-oh, this might be a solo kill! Tori! Taken down, first blood to crack the action is in the gold lane.
Man.
That's huge. That's huge, Arash. Eman 1-0-0 on the 1-1. You can see the gold also shift a little bit more to the Red Robots.
For sure, first blood is a massive thing, especially with Toy, the player that we have mentioned to have really good laning, but not so good team fighting. But now look at this, whoa, Bigatron.
All in over to Dyron, mounted as well. Annabelle already back to try and beat Sutsujin. Trying to go on to Annabelle, who still has skill 2. Dyron going to be very low. Still though, Luke will escape. Just walking away, goes back in. Onto Dyron, pops in the slam. No spread just yet. Flickers out the safety. Edoc leaving to play. Oh, wow, that combo with AOG too. 2-man implosion. Moreno able to purify out of there. Luke going to be taken down, but Edoc won't be able to save Dyron. Annabelle gets 1. That's 2 with Edoc taken down by Moreno.
All right, so 1-for-2 trade now, and this is a green light for BTR if they want to look for the neutral objective. Looks like Annabelle's going to rotate towards the bottom side, pushing the wave first to kind of put Rins in his place. Meanwhile, we are looking at the gold lane, still going to be able to be dominated by Eman, but he doesn't go for the commit. 2,000 gold lead for the Red Robots in the first 5 minutes.
Big swing for Bigatron right there. Again, they're pretty much winning on every single lane. For RRQ, the fact that Dyron was surviving for so long, they're able to get 1 more kill traded back for that sequence of events. But still, total, it's 3-1 with the 2 neutral objectives for Bigatron. So RRQ definitely getting a bit more concerned about the situation. And they're just forced to play reactively. And it's a weird sight to see, because usually RRQ are the ones who want to dictate that tempo.
So what tempo are we waiting for RRQ? Wait a second.
Uh-oh. All the weakest points have been popped already, but he will not decide to use the crossbow tank just yet. Fire used in the mid lane. Slam, spread. Luke able to soak in the damage. Moreno just on him now, mounted. Dyron brought back. Luke able to escape. Star Shatter not landing up top though. Edoc gonna be taken very low. Light traded back. Toy on the board.
Always a long period of silence and then a big burst of action. Bigatron definitely want to respond some form, some way. Luke already rotating to the top. There might be some kind of dive angle. 1v1 in the bottom lane, though 3-level difference.
Uh-oh. Sutsujin caught in a tough spot. Won't be able to get this 1v1 down. That 3-level diff a bit too big.
Hurting them bad. We're looking at the items already. Only 1 item, by the way, being taken in by Annabelle. Still able to win that 1v1.
Well, I mean, again, with the level advantage, it's already a tough wall to get over. But with the Holy Crystal basically almost done there, you know, it's kind of deceptive to say it's only 1 item. Toy, though, daring to go for some of these trades, definitely bold maneuvers. But now with the next objective coming through, with no purple buff for Sutsujin, what's RRQ's move gonna be?
Now it gets really tough. No purple buff. Ow! To add onto the problems, that's a Holy Crystal already done for Annabelle. Traction Pulse as well. Look at the poke. Sutsujin can't threaten him up top. Crossbow with Tang. And on the match point, Implosion coming down as well. Oh, Star Shatter to save Toy's life. Rins from downtown getting that connection. Dyron now putting the stacks on light just to go for the jump. The response from BTR, Turtle down below. Sutsujin will not be able to contest this. Annabelle picks it up. Gets away up top though, Light. All right, just dashes out to safety.
RRQ right now playing for the gold lane very heavily, but still, Eman is up by about 200 gold. Ooh. Again, almost another 1v1, almost a solo kill. Man, Sutsujin's gotta be careful, dude. Annabelle has a ton of damage available right now.
Oh, wait a second, Sutsujin's gonna be walking up here. But Annabelle gets a turret, brings 3 members down, gets some space for the rest of the team up top.
Annabelle's doing work, for sure. And we thought maybe RRQ with the lane would have a little bit more side lane pressure, but unfortunately, with Sutsujin losing in these 1v1s, it's not as simple as that. It's Annabelle that's been able to kind of capitalize over that fact, being able to pick up 2 turrets so far. Now there's damage onto Edoc here.
Uh-oh, mounted on now. Edoc might have to use a flicker, and he does. A big flicker used on Implosion. The AOG locks him down. That's going to be the traction pulse light. Makes up the kill. Oh, Tyron gets 3 members on that. That's going to put a pursuit over. Eman looking at the points, and we'll be able to find it. Inspire used up. No crossbow attack. Sutsujin had to wait on that. Couldn't have pulled in the trigger because the crossbow tank was ready.
Just like that, 1-for-2 trade. Edoc able to actually force Luke into a tough situation. So it's still some space for RRQ. Whoa, man!
Tempest of Blaze use Annabelle! The orange buff is still secured, I believe, by Sutsujin. But man, that damage is starting to pile up.
Especially the Novaria damage. we haven't seen a lot of long dances where Rins can output some of the damage again and again. But you see Bigatron also itemizing smartly, going for these Athenas, making sure that those random shots of damage won't compare to how much damage Moreno can deal on this Kimi, man. They have the same range technically if you consider Moreno's ultimate, kind of. But overall, when it's just a kiting game, if RRQ can't get a full-on catch, Bigatron can just keep doing that, no problem.
But we see the potential now from RRQ, right? Astral Echo, and then we see Dyron pop in, being able to take control over 1 or 2 or even 3 members of BTR. Have been a way to kind of turn things around. So now BTR have that information. BTR know that they can't naturally clump up, especially if the Astral Echo has not been landed. And that's going to be really crucial as we get into these next neutral objective.
Yeah. They see the link down below. There's going to be a green light to take it for free. Oh my lord, Rins! Uh-oh, going to be caught in the immobilization. Traction pulse. Forcing to flicker out. Zaman Force used up with Astral Echo. Moreno caught in the back spot as he owes with the Purify, and Luke body blocks. The Star Shatter stops what Edok was going for. No flicker on Rins, no Purify on Moreno.
Tense situation right there. Target down for RRQ in the bottom lane as well, but Bigatron not wasting any space at all, waiting, setting up a trap in the jungle here. So RRQ spotted out, though they will. Rins finds them.
Edok's maybe looking for a play here. Knows where Sutsujin is. He gets spotted out. Jumps out to Moreno, but Moreno's able to escape now.
What?
Time to play it used up. Very aggressively. Sutsujin, oh, playing with fire. But when you're that good, you can.
That was really close, though. That was really close, especially you don't want to get taken down right before this Lord marches down. Still unattended so far. Looks like Luke is there to accompany it. They're going to be able to get some damage onto the mid lane here. That tower falls. 1v1 again?
Yeah. Implosion connecting onto Iman. He's able to escape for a bit. Oh, by AOT! Onto 2 from Light! Iman going to be taken down by the burst damage, though. Light still able to survive for a bit. Toy getting the Holy Crystal. Annabelle cleaning them up. Light able to escape. Gets bonked down in front of Pursuit. Now mounted on. He still wants to go for more. Moreno caught again. A Star Shatter from Rins as Annabelle deals with Dyron. Now a 2v2. Annabelle and Luke against Rins and Toy.
Oh wow, man, considering the fact that Bigatron were the ones in control right there, it's not exactly a favorable trade-off events, but it keeps the game going longer, where RRQ can use that Ling advantage to try and do something. But Dyron, man, Dyron has been holding this game down the whole time, dude. Every single big team fight that could have swung the balance completely in favor of Bigatron, Dyron just body blocks it and gets in the way.
Yeah, always. It's starting to become a big problem for the Red Robots as they were looking to secure in that snowball from the early game. What was once, 3,000, 4,000, gold lead, now only 2.7. And RRQ, they're catching up. Holy Crystal already built in for Toy.
Ooh, whoa, shove, implosion, Luke, can he spread? Oh, flicker out to safety, the spread as well. Star Shatter not locking him down. Luke gonna be taken down by the front of Pursuit as Amon walks up as well. Moreno jumped on one more time. Dyron unable to go for the last shot there, and it will be a kill back. Dyron for Luke, both XPs down.
Unfortunately, man, for RRQ, the moment Dyron commits and says it's time to go in, he can't really back out of that engagement. So he's been able to find something, trade back at least, or zone the rest of Bigatron. But that's only for now, right? With more damage built up for Bigatron, Dyron. Whoa, wait on Toy!
No way.
Ridiculous damage! Good job to Peel. Can Toy survive this? Annabelle walking back and forth. Oh, my damage! Sutsujin gonna be able to go for the re-engage now with the Astral Echo landing. Oh! That's a kill back. Shut down as Rins gets the snipe. And it's on to the man with a bounty. A mini wave down below though will take the base turret down.
Housekeeping for RRQ. Housekeeping is still going to be important, and the fact that they did not focus on that. They sure got the shutdown onto Annabelle, but they lose an inhibitor turret forward, and unfortunately for them, it's on the opposite side of the map.
You want to blitz this without Annabelle in the midst. It'll be tough. Luke though, on Toy he goes, trying to put on the stacks to go for the mount, but he will not be able to get it in time. He'll go onto Edok instead, and he gets bursted down by Toy. What do? Conceal, use up. Am I looking for the play right now? That should be. Oh! How has he stolen that? Right, buying some time. Look at him out in the back, looking at the crossbow tank, but gets bursted down in single vision. His Toy flickers forward. Iman gets The crossbow attack! Enoch low! Traction pulse locks him down. Annabelle gets a solo. How? Moreno with the steal. Emma with the winning fight. Iron with a desperate play. But it won't be enough. BTR are going to go for the base.
Unlucky. Unlucky for the Kings of Kings. Unlucky that Aman was able to get those points in, create and turn the things completely around. The entire situation has shifted in favor of the red robots and the Lord is still marching. 16 seconds for Dire to spawn back into the game.
The base is wide open. Traction pulse stops Edok and immobilization as well. Good shove away. Base turret. Oh! Implosion baited out. Immortality down. Toy with his Zaman Force. The Lord is still there. Annabelle looking to clear the mini waves. Toy doing the same thing right now, trying to defend. Another base turret falls up top. Lord taken down. BTR want to play one more.
And they can afford to do so, man, with 3 base turrets down. All the control in the world right now. Luke, though, tries to find something.
A mount down. Look at the Zaman Force, though, for Toy. So the Jin diving into the back with Tempest Blaze as well, just trying to buy some time, but the Zaman Force is down. AOG not locking anyone down. The base will just be targeted. BTR strike first.
That was so clean. That was such a clean performance from the red robots. No fin, no problem. Light just was able to blend in so well into the team. It looked like they were on a course, on par of the same direction and the same vision. Moreno once again going for that steal. Everyone was making amazing plays individually. And RRQ were not given room at all. Impressive stuff.
I mean, that Lord moment there where RRQ could have gotten it, that was the moment that has been building up from the beginning. They played slow to try and get an equal trade, a playmaking opportunity for a moment like that. And even then, Moreno just denies it. And I think at that point, they're only delaying the inevitable.
Wow. I'm conflicted here. I don't know who to choose. The steal was great, but Annabelle's control early game was amazing, and Man's play was ridiculous. This is going to be a hard MVP shout, guys. Wow. That was amazing. What happened? I want to see the replay again. How did Moreno steal it without the Novaria? He stole it with a Kimmy.
That's why.
Those are like, it's not a boom,
and Suzuki was in the air. He was using a Tempest of Blades, so you would think...
but with the Tempest of Blade, you can still retreat.
Exactly. So like, you would think that he wouldn't be under a lot of pressure, but yet, a Kimi damage got it.
Because it was just like the basic attack from the Kimmy, right?
The sprays.
Yeah.
Was it the charged one? With was the passive
I gotta
on?
see the replay again. There was so much I didn't pay attention on, like which was it skill 1 shots or was it just basic attack shot? I don't know. Gotta see. Oh my lord.
How does he do that? How does he do that?
This is his third time stealing Lord, I think.
And it's also a groundbreaking steal.
Yeah. It's like Novaria, sure, brother. So he said it in the interview. He's like,
big damage.
It's a second retreat, brother. It's not that impressive. And then he does it on Kimmy. Now what's your excuse, Moreno? Explain it.
That was crazy.
He needs to own it, man.
That was crazy.
He's done it. Now he's gonna own up to it. That was a tense one, though. I think the whole game had this tone of like, they're just pressure building up, and this was that moment here.
Oh my lord! It was a miscalculated retreat. That's it.
It was.
I thought, oh man. Oh, by the way, as a 1-1 player, beautiful stuff. I had to just Eman it out, you know.
Yeah. Basically 1v3 right there. Eman showing again that mobility, right? Knowing how to position around the map. But the MVP
goes to Mr. Annabelle, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. But I really do agree with Miracle. It was a tough decision to vote for the MVP this time around, but that consistency, I think, just really took the pie.
So well played. The consistency from the start. And again, guys, the big moment was Moreno. The big moment was Eman. Annabelle did get caught, yes. But the early lead was 100%, not 100, but a lot of it was on Annabelle. He was the one really making it work, getting turrets down below, taking everyone's attention away from the team. Wow.
That's really good. Again and again, there was just not a lot of things that could be done by RRQ at all, right? All they can really do is wait for a moment to just go in and go for a dive But at that point, they still lack damage. Darren did a very respectable attempt right here. Zoning the team away, forcing Luke to be left alone. And afterwards, this was the big moment again. They were able to get it when they found Annabelle kind of alone and isolated. But at that point, I mean, that has to be a mental blow as well to lose the Lord in that kind of fashion. And then right afterwards, get outplayed by Eman like this. That's a tough one.
It's like they were already on the way back to the base, but they saw Eman alone. And in a 3v1 situation, you'd be like, sure, of course we can take him down before they go for the push, and that would give RQ more of time and an advantage to take the game. But Eman's outplay was really just, so good.
I gotta say as well, though, that I gotta give props to the team for knowing, or maybe for Eman for communicating the fact that this is a pet peeve of mine. A counter to 1-1 is your own team sometimes. When your teammate kills someone before you can use that crossbow attack, it stops the 1-1 from being useful.
Right.
That's why, well, usually, Octa, I think Highs as well, Sky Piercer is an item you would go for on Kimmy. But in this game, because they had a 1-1, they decided no Sky Piercer. We want Eman to pop the crossbow attack. We want that crossbow attack to transfer.
Interesting. On that note as well, by the way, with RRQ Hoshi going for the back and forth, it really felt like their whole plan is to go for to one-shot one of the squishier members like Moreno or Eman. And Rinzan and Novaria, just as an example, he went without the Wishing Lantern for a long time. Usually we see Novarias go for like second or third item Wishing Lantern, but in this game he went with the Lightning Truncheon into a Glowing Wand and then Divine Glaive before he even started working onto that Wishing Lantern. So it really felt like RRQ Hoshi thought they could dive towards that backline and really just catch Bigatron when they aren't expecting it. But because of the crowd control, and of course because of the damage that Bigatron Esports were able to actually get the gold advantage, it means that whenever RRQ Hoshi is moving forwards without a catch, without Edok, they're just taking free damage again and again. And they can't do that, man.
It's really tough for RRQ because, like Eterna mentioned, when you have a lane, you kind of want kill pressure. You want to have winning lane so that you could get value from the lane. And I think we saw that from Alter Ego, right? I mean, let me go back and see. They had a Harith up against a Granger. So that's not like a crazy winning lane. But then I take a look at the XP lane and it was Lucas. Yeah, Lucas against the Badang. So it was just more active, I would say. I think it was the mid lane, Kalea Selena. There you go. Kalea Selena was the pick in the mid lane to enable the Ling in game 1, match 1, Alter Ego Evos. And without that, you could see that the Ling really struggled. It was just farming and then escaping with Tempest of Blades.
I wonder if they thought that they wanted to go with that aggressive side lane pressure, which is why they really started off with the Phoveus and Harith, right? And in theory, those are really strong laners, but I think they probably just didn't think about these newer additions. Like the glue comes out of nowhere. We ourselves haven't seen it today as well. And the glue in the lane is pretty good.
It was still a Ling last pick.
Exactly.
So they went very consciously and committed to the Ling last pick, despite them already seeing the lanes that BGT are already committed to as well.
Probably overestimated how strong the Harith and Phoveus are gonna be, and how much Dyron and Toy, two really good laners, in their own right, can do on these heroes in the early game. That's probably it, right? And turns out that the glue and the 1-1 was just too much. They weren't able to do that.
They underestimated the 1-1. Because the Ling last pick was still good against 1-1. 1-1 gets obliterated by Ling early. But the fact that you gotta give props to 1-1, obviously, but light. The way he was playing, always staying up top, knowing that again, this Ling will beat the 1-1. This Ling will smack the 1-1 in the face if he can get to her.
He was on babysitting duty the whole time, that's true. And maybe that's exactly why the Kimi also works in well there, because you can kind of clear quite reliably as well. You have good now you have good mobility, you can move over walls and all that. So that could be part of the whole game plan, which if it is, right, we're assuming here, but if it is, that's smart.
There's just so much to unpack right now before we get into game number 2. But before we do that, we are going to throw it over to Alyssa.
Thank you, Caster. Kembali bersama Alisa di sini dan juga ada
Angel.
Yeay, di sini Alisa sendiri, ada Angel di sini. Apa kabarnya nih, Jel?
Puji Tuhan baik. Kalisa baik gak?
Baik dong, luar biasa. Aku lihat kamu sibuk banget nih habis roadshow keliling-keliling nih ya. Bersama
Bener.
Kingdom dari seluruh Indonesia nih kayaknya.
Benar, karena kita ada keliling-keliling, RRQ keliling kota, samperin para Kingdom di setiap wilayah di Indonesia.
Wow, seru banget. Jadi para Kingdom bisa nonton dan watch party bareng di kotanya masing-masing. Tapi ngomongin soal kegiatan dari RRQ sendiri nih ya, aku lihat-lihat di sosmed tuh rame banget konten dari backstage situationnya tim-tim dari RRQ. Bener gak sih?
Bener, jadi di RRQ itu kita juga ada membership ya di YouTube. Dimana membershipnya itu murah banget teman-teman, cuman 10.000. Tapi banyak banget benefitnya. Yang terutama kan ada stiker-stiker lucu para player tuh. Terus yang kedua, nama kalian tuh bisa disebut tuh karena warna kalian kan pasti warnanya hijau. Di live waktu mereka lagi nge-live gitu kan disebut sama player-player. Habis itu ditambah setiap selesai match gini nih ada live backstage khusus para member. Jadi kalian bisa lihat keunikan para player-player kalau habis selesai tanding MPL atau tanding yang lain tuh kayak gimana sih mereka kayak gitu.
Seru banget dan pastinya banyak banget ya benefit yang bisa didapatkan kalau membeli membershipnya tadi ya, subscriptionnya.
Benar, apalagi kalian bisa lihat player-player kayak Sojin Acu, Rins Acu, Dairen Acu, pokoknya semua yang Acu-Acu deh di RRQ bisa nonton nanti.
Semua idola-idola kalian lengkap ya di sana ya. Tapi gimana sih caranya kalau mau subscribe?
Caranya gampang banget nih, kalian tinggal cek aja YouTube-nya RRQ, terus kalian subscribe, terus ada tulisan join kan, kalian bisa langsung klik join, terus udah deh. Apalagi kalian juga sekarang bisa langsung scan QR di layar kalian ini, kayak ada QR-nya ya, langsung aja diklik QR-nya.
Yes, langsung aja bisa di-scan QR-nya yang ada di bawah sini ya. Pastinya untuk subscription dari tim RRQ. Dan pastinya kalau kita nonton match kali ini nih, match yang dimenangkan game pertama oleh Bigetron nih sayang sekali. Menurut kamu gimana nih prediksinya? Apakah kira-kira RRQ bisa menang hari ini?
Gak apa-apa, belajar-belajar. Aku ngerasa sih ini paling RRQ lagi ngusahain strategi baru buat bisa comeback dan ngelawan BTR.
Kita lihat ya apakah di game kedua kali ini RRQ bisa comeback nih ya.
Puji
Tapi
Tuhan,
kalau
bisa.
ngomongin gameplaynya RRQ ini kan begitu smooth dan win rate-nya ini salah satu yang selalu nomor satu pastinya di bracket kita nih. Menurut kamu apa sih yang menjadi kunci utamanya, kayak keren banget mereka bisa konsisten selalu nih?
Kalau menurut aku mereka selalu kompak yang pertama, dan yang kedua aku seneng banget mereka bisa terus improve ya. Di setiap game aku lihat mereka improve terus, dan ya mungkin salah satu yang mereka harus improve banget ini pas lawan Bigetron ini sih. Karena emang satu-satunya ya selama season ini yang bisa ngelawan RRQ tuh Bigetron. Jadi I hope you come back guys, come on! Woo!
Yeay, bola dong Kingdom, mana suaranya? Itu ya, kita butuh semangatnya itu karena pastinya Bigetron menjadi satu-satunya tim yang di season ini baru bisa mengalahkan RRQ. Tapi apakah di game kali ini masih tetap bisa mengalahkan atau sebaliknya? Kita akan melihat pastinya di game kedua kali ini. Thank you so much Angel.
Thank you Kak Alisa.
Dan pastinya kita akan balikan lagi ke para caster. Silakan caster, take it over.
We're back for game number 2, boys and girls. For those of you guys who just tuned in, it's a 1-0 now for VTR. And today has been a day full of sweeps, 2-0s, 2-0. So will we be looking at the third one of the day to close things out? You guys don't want to answer?
I mean, I don't want to jinx it, and I don't
Okay.
think he wants to say that BTR is going to win either, so we're just gonna let you have the...
Have a stare down real quick.
Okay, we'll just chill and maybe talk about Telkomsel, because don't let lag cause you to lose ranks, alright?
Ew.
Enjoy a seamless gaming experience with IndiHome Paket G2 1, offering fast and stable internet, and you guys can get speeds of up to 100 Mbps for just 37K IDR. That's 37K IDR, alright? So what are you waiting for? Go ahead and subscribe now via the My Telkomsel app, or you guys can check it out at tcell.id/nacional.
Lag in the big 2025?
Ew.
What's wrong with you, brother, man? Go ahead and get it, man. And also, stay protected.
Because protection can be fun. All right. When strategy and speed are the key, you're going at 100 Mbps per hour. Focus and protection are everything, both in the game as well as on the road. So get your hands on the exclusive collaboration between RSV, Helmet, as well as MPL. Because for every helmet, there's a specific design for all the MPL teams. Isn't that super cool? So if you're a fan of BTR, there's an RSV BTR helmet.
I actually checked. They don't have a BTR one.
They don't?
I was like, yo, I'm gonna buy it because I saw Beloyski post about the Geek Fam one. I was like, wait, I gotta check this out. They don't. They have an Onyx one, an Alter Ego one, a Geek Fam one. Maybe the BTR one is sold out. Who knows?
Maybe.
I didn't see it in the store, unfortunately.
So why don't you guys check it out for yourselves, okay? Check it out on your favorite marketplace. You can get it at the RSV Helmet official marketplace. Arashi, is there an RQ one?
I haven't seen it though. If there was, I wouldn't purchase it either because I don't drive a motorcycle, unfortunately. But if I did, right?
Just have it.
Huh?
Just have it.
Yeah, we should just wear it on desk, bro.
Yeah.
Are we allowed to?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
You don't ask for permission, Arashi. You say
sorry.
You apologize for doing it.
You know who I learned that from?
LaFell?
The greatest talent.
Greatest talent. Right. RRQ first pick this time though, so already a change. And man, again, the fashion in which they lost, where they were unable to get any momentum going, that certainly is a concerning factor here if you're the coaching staff or the fan of RRQ right now.
Yeah.
And it's so weird because losing every single lane in the drafts with Keskute.
Yeah, I was talking about this with
That's
Arashi.
so weird.
That was the first time that I actually saw, Keskute lose out in the draft completely. Like, yes, there were some win conditions, but it all kind of felt forced. And the 1-1 pick to end things off against the TIG was amazing. The Kimmy Flex was amazing. One of the rare times, I think one of the only times I've seen Keskute lose out. Usually it's like 50-50. That's the worst case scenario for Keskute.
There's definitely only a real small handful of times where that happened. And usually afterwards, there is a response for sure. And Wayne bold enough to actually claim that it's going to be a complete overhaul, a complete overturn from game number 1. But I'm curious to see what kind of response we can expect from RRQ. They want to double down on their own win conditions, as in maybe get one winning lane instead of trying to get both, and make sure that it's a full-on guaranteed winning lane. Or do they want to get President Cryo, let Bigatron show their cards first, and then, try and pivot the way that RRQ really likes to do in the season?
We'll see. We'll see the adaptations from Keskute and Coach NMM. Because it will be a big question to Keskute after doing so well all throughout the season. Him faltering right as we're getting into the playoffs will be a big thing. Game number 2, drafts presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G, and on blue side RRQ have gone for the Masha ban in the first phase.
Dude, the Masha is in their heads.
Yeah.
It's always in their heads now.
I mean, seeing that they're first banning it, it definitely is. I do wonder if it's because they really want Tyrant to have a strong, dominant lane. And that's the case. I kind of feel like there are ways to deal with the Masha without banning it out. It's just such an unusual strategy to see in Season 15. I think Bigatron are the only team who has really shown it yet again after its passing a couple of months back. So definitely is quite interesting to see how prio it is. Maybe now it's going to be a lot of focus and emphasis on getting something really good for Tyrant.
Also an emphasis on opening up really big prio heroes, right? Gatot and Masha. Those slots are usually for, Jushin, Kalea, Granger. We see the Hayabusa sometimes. And all of that has been left open. So now it's kind of in BTR's court. What do they decide here?
Kalea or Hayabusa at this point. I think those are the two bands that are very value. Because for the Granger Harith, I still think it can be traded out. I don't know if RQ want to go Harith or Granger if they get the option to. So far, last game it was banned out, so they could have only gone for Harith. They decided to ban out the Kalea. It has been more prio. Will RQ take the Haya or Harith?
That's the question here, especially with Toy already notified on the Harith earlier. They go for the Joy, actually. All right, now Bigatron has the chance to have their pick from the selection. Harith first, immediately the hands of Eman. Definitely a bit of a concern there. Along with that, what do they want to show first?
If they want to fight the joy, they can still have the option to pick up the Fredrin here. And NFL plays Fredrin.
I think they can save it though. There's no reason for them
for
to
sure.
rush. So maybe a mid laner again could be. They could still go Cho. An early Cho for light has been a pretty good option in the past. But if not, maybe they just go Novaria.
Do they go Kimmy?
They go Glue.
Go for Flex again?
The Kimmy won't be Flex anymore because they already have a Harrod. Don't go Valen. The Maestro getting his hands on a pick that we've seen just Mr. Gila do really well on earlier today.
Interesting to see the Valentina resurge like this. For the longest time, the Valentina is a bit more of a situational pick and afterthought. Now he's gonna back in the picture for RRQ. Go with the Hylas. Most likely for, whichever player it goes to, Darren or Edok, I think we can all agree that we are expecting something a bit more dynamic, something a bit more playmaking heavy. But it's gonna be the Hylas for them, so they have the chase potential for sure.
I don't think Edok has picked up the Hylos this season.
Yeah, it's been Darren. You really want Edok on a playmaker. But maybe even Gata we've seen, but there you go, as a Farsa up against the Harith.
Oh, into the Valentina.
Yeah.
Interesting. So, airstrikes can be taken away, so can the Glorious Pathway. So, again, sets up for the situation where if Bigatron starts getting any momentum, Bigatron themselves can use the Glorious Pathway and guarantee some really good chase potential. So it seems like, again, laning becomes something that's such a prior right now, and both teams are kind of trying their best to hide almost what they have. The Hayabusa, though, falls into the hands of Bigatron, not RRQ. That's definitely... I don't know if that's something that Keskute has taken into consideration, has counted on.
Yeah, I think it was either the Haya or the Fredrin, right? We were talking about it. They decided to go on the Hayabusa, a bit more damage to play with, and they kind of need a physical damage hero here. If they don't pick it up, Haya's going to be banned out, maybe even the Hanzo, and then they'll be stuck on just Magical with a tank in the jungle. Not really the best against this kind of comp with the Hylos already.
So now entering the second phase, it looks like BTR have opted to go to the Moskov ban, denying that away from Toy.
But even when they had that macro advantage, it wasn't put to great use at game number 1 with the Ling. The Moskov maybe would have been a different thing. But right now as well, with the Moskov ban out, then RRQ has no real laner that can kind of kite back reliably and self-peel reliably against these assassins. And a lot of these gold laners can kind of dive through aggressively towards him.
I think they gotta ban Glue, right? RRQ, they kind of have to ban Glue. The Glue is still a very good choice. There's no Faramis on the other side. Farce is already revealed.
Yeah.
And there's a Hylos. Like, Glue notoriously does amazing against the Hylos.
Is there an option for RQ to pick up Franco? Franco Farsa?
There definitely is, but do you want to go Franco and give away a bloody hunt to Valen when you have a Joy?
Yeah, that becomes another concern of their own here. Because of the Valentina, now this Harrod and the Hayabusa can have a great time just going in and out, not really having to worry about that long lockdown type of hero. And again, for RRQ though, with this kind of setup, it's a lot of burst magical damage. How do they want to set up for it? They ban the Cho now. In theory, that should be to deny the scouting potential from Bigatron.
For the ultimate answer.
And there's one with a Hilda.
Solid choice. Pretty good, man. They're setting up for a Tigreal last pick, I believe, here, with Valentina, the Hilda as well taken away. RRQ, they take it for themselves first, denying it away from BTR. But that'll be tough because, again, you're giving an implosion to Valentina.
And it's Moreno on the Valentina as well.
Oh, this is tough. BTR, again, I think have done a very good job at setting up for this. Even despite RRQ's emphasis on roam, Gatot, Badang, Cho, they're really targeting Chahyo, Light.
And we saw what he was able to do there, not just by playmaking, but by smart maneuvers around the map. Final 2 cards for RRQ. The Franco indeed comes through, along with the Granger. So it's a long-range type of strategy. It's a burst pickup kind of strategy. And for Bigatron, they have one reliable frontline here. Do they want to get some more?
Tigreal or Kufra?
Tigreal or Kufra, huh?
Those are the 2 heroes that come up to my mind, at least.
I think the Kufra is a bit more dynamic here, especially with all the dashes and the
especially with the
long
Hilda,
range.
Right?
Exactly. I can barely hear you, Mercado. Your friends are crazy.
Hey, They're growing by the day, you know. They kind of, they weren't here before, but now they are. Troopers.
It's not just Mirko versus everyone.
Not anymore. Now it's Papulong and me.
Yes, backup.
So, it's gonna be the Tigreal?
Oh, Jawhead.
Oh, I thought Tigreal or Kufra, they're thinking more just one dude. They don't want to go AoE.
What the hell with Valentina? I mean, there's not a burst damage with the Hilda as well. At least in the early game, that EXP roam combo is going to be dangerous. And in a 1v1 situation, if the Jawhead runs into the Franco, I'm pretty sure Franco gets beat up there.
Yeah.
That could be the idea.
Perhaps.
Yeah, and as a Franco, if you get engaged on by the Jawhead, you do not want to utilize your Bloody Hunt on the Jawhead.
Right. But you can't really escape. And you have no reliable escape tools anyway, so
Yeah.
the scouting game is going to be quite interesting to see here.
There's a lot of range and burst that RRQ are playing with though, so let's see if it will work out. Will it be another 2-0, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the final match of the day, potentially the last game of the day, as RRQ are looking to find their revenge over BTR. Will they be able to force a game number 3?
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, possible clean sweep here. We got the Hayabusa, Kakashi, the new skin, and RRQ. Remember, they are far off from first place compared to anyone else, so losing would be pretty big for them.
It's a big deal. Right now, you can already make an argument that the loss to Bigatron is already in the heads of RRQ. The last thing they want is to lose even more momentum. And looking at the emblems right here, Agility and Widow's Blessing for Edok with a common emblem. He just wants to stay on the map as long as possible, make the plays happen, exert that pressure. For Bigatron, it's a bit of the same idea. Annabelle trying to find something.
And he kind of can, right? Pre-level 4, without the Bloody Hunt coming from Edok, technically, right now, they don't really have much lockdown onto Annabelle. Dyron also needs a little bit more time to get to that point, and he's not going to be participating anytime soon. Let's see whether or not they're going to be able to utilize that kind of aggression. It looks like Edok is looking for a hook. This is a signature prio pick for Edok.
Oh, what an ejector! First blood for Annabelle. Now on Edok he goes. Shadow Kill gonna be used up. Now transferring over to Sutsujin, who has to try and beat, but gets retrieved down. Flicker from Moreno. Trying to get the terrified Sutsujin, gonna be chased into his own jungle. Luke all the way from downtown. Having to force Rins to rotate over. BTR wanna go on Toy. Oh no. No Purify. They're just running him down. Toy taken down by Luke.
Way too much damage, way too much aggression right there. Oh, Moreno.
No, oh, gets hooked. Oh, but the kill goes on Edok.
Not ideal.
Hold up, this might still be no bonk used up. Luke also with a vengeance. Sutsujin on the turtle, Annabelle rotating over, has the retribution. Sutsujin putting over the stacks right now, gonna be caught in it now. Retry win for Sutsujin, very low. Luke taken down by Rins. An Iron Hulk 2 with a Bloody Hunt. And we're back to level on the board.
All right, again, big, not even big, small shifts in momentum back and forth. That is what we've come to expect. That is how game 1 went on. But now RRQ has a bit more to say, more dynamic moves. Go for a dive out of top side, but Eman is just really good at avoiding for the most of it. Gets a flicker as well, by the way. Not going for the Purify, understanding that if anyone's gonna get to him, it's gonna be Edok. And you can't really Purify from it. Ooh, light.
The flicker out, Iron Hulk will land. Annabelle don't pops in the Shadow Kill into the back line. Edok still has the Bloody Hunt! No, he doesn't. It was on cooldown. Eman with the flicker forward to on force as well. Edok taking low, feathered airstrike stolen. Rins falling to the last strike.
That's a 2-for-1 trade. Light goes down. Eman nearly as well, but Annabelle comes.
With the crotch shadow, the Maestro finds a triple.
It's solo play after solo play again and again. Bigatron wrestle it back from RRQ. Oh boy, we have a game on our hands, dude. It's only 3 minutes and there's been 10 kills on the board.
Eman staying way too long, getting punished by Sutsujin.
Not the greatest of decisions. Looks like Annabelle is looking for a pick here. Won't be able to get it. They know that Edok still has his ult up. The Bloody Hunt is still available for him to utilize. No lockdown. But man, Eman already at 0-0-4, now at 1-4.
Oh, look at this. They're Planning to go for Iman right as he walks up.
Oh,
good read from Iman. Light. Unstoppable force. This time, no flicker. Edok going to be using Bloody Hunt, but again, onto the light. That's not really the best option to go for Moreno. Steals the Death Sonata just to shoot it back at Toy.
Just to trade things back, but you mentioned it, Mirko. The Franco against the Jawhead. That's the problem here. Bigatron can just force these engages again and again. With a turtle up, one man down, RRQ are still in the area, but what can they do here? Might be dangerous for them to stick around.
Sutsujin walking up, now give the shadow kill used up, and the retrieve from Annabelle. Locking him down, Dyron taken very low, still able to sustain for a bit, but Annabelle comes back in, and now jumps on the Sutsujin. Moreno. Feather airstrike, not with the flicker. Sutsujin forced to recall as BTR continue to control the enemy jungle.
Yeah, they pick up 2 there. Turtle, and they pick up Dyron as well. Annabelle, luckily, with a ult, is still going to be able to get that retribution down. Plus, he was a level above of Sutsujin, so not the best of odds for Sutsujin to pick up that neutral objective. And to make things all worse, that's all the gold in Annabelle.
Annabelle just takes all that gold for himself right there, trying to snowball even further. RRQ, it just really seems that they can't really rotate with the same kind of speed that Bigatron is doing right now. Luke, getting jumped on.
Bloody Hunt on Luke. Even if their airstrike committed down. Oh, that's an ejector, a big bump to the head. Light also taken down, but it's worth it. Now Edok going to be caught in a tough spot. No Bloody Hunt to utilize him on. Jumping back and forth. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Annabelle clearing and shoving.
When the dust settles here, Moreno is 4-1-3, and we know what this guy can do when you give him the resources. It's looking dangerous for Bigatron. Luke sets up a dive.
Iron Hook not landing. Moreno forcing Rins to flicker. Dyron walks up, has the glorious pathway, will be able to utilize it. Luke pops into Vengeance to escape. No Death Sonata, lock him down. Edok looking for a hook, but will not be able to find it now as Dyron gets chunked really low. But the airstrike as Sutsujin dives into the back line. It's going to be Iman jumping back and forth with it. Good ejector, Iman with the flicker. Iman constantly dashing. Luke with a gamble that does not pay off. Rins takes him down.
Yeah, BTR looking a little bit overhyped here. They do have space and has given space for Annabelle to put some damage onto the mid-side turret, but it still stands. It doesn't get traded back. That was a 2-for-1 in favor of RRQ.
That's a tough situation right here. RRQ, they're forced to try and deal with the push coming in, the objectives coming in through for Annabelle, and at the same time they do so, then the lanes just kept getting dove. So right there, they allowed Annabelle the free reign just to ensure that they do come out on top, but overall, it's still a 2k gold lead for Bigatron, and these hooks from Edok hasn't really been landing, dude. He's jumped on.
Ejector flicker with the ensemble force. Edok going to be taken very low. Has the Blade Hunt and also that winner crown, but Iman gets rid of him. Now Luke trying to run away. Doesn't have the Vengeance. Will be taken out by Toy. BTR 4 strong up against RRQ, who's only lost a roamer.
1-for-1 trade there. Annabelle still looking strong as well, still putting on pressure onto the neutral objective. Annabelle level 11, Sutsujin is 1 level behind. But the turtle gets reset there. That's damage onto Rins, half health.
Annabelle with a jump into the back line with a shadow kill too. Still coming down, no retribution from Annabelle. It's gonna be Sutsujin with Seal as Iman pops in, as Iman Force and Dyron will be taken down by Moreno. Unstoppable force, flicker out, light. Can and will get away.
Well, that's happening though. Sutsujin immediately goes on the purple.
It's Annabelle. No, it's Sutsujin who gets it, but there's no shadow kill. Sutsujin able to run. Luke looking for the chase.
He's on the hunt. Won't be able to find him though, fortunately. Moreno. Hang on a second. He doesn't know. I think Moreno takes it.
Yeah.
Oh man. Again, the control here, and despite the constant action, we're still at a 2k lead, by the way. It's been 8 minutes and there's 20 kills on the board, dude. Both teams keep trying to make the plays happen. Oh, glorious pathway.
Bloody Hunt locking him down, stopping that dive from happening. Light unable to get much. No minion waves to even take the turret. Another roam down. It's Light. Luke. Whoa. With the Vengeance now, going to be stunned up by Tyrant. Sutsujin would like to find peace. Not enough to take him down just yet. Now he goes in for the bonk again. Annabelle in the back line with a shadow kill. Not enough to take. Oh, just Edok. Not able to get on Rins. Iman gets another. Rins goes over the stun. Will be able to find it. Sutsujin for the dive, but Iman dives. Oh, is able to find the last shot even with the flicker. Moreno. Flicker. Sutsujin gets away. Electrifying beats a flicker. Wow, the turret in the mid lane actually got the turret.
Just falls to the minions. Iman waiting for a chance here to do something.
Knows the Mon Force now, he has it! Needs to get ejected, Rins doesn't have the feather airstrike. Eman needs to run. Oh! A flicker out from Light.
Is it just me or both teams really seeming so... They seem to be making these plays so urgently.
Yeah.
There's no emphasis here in lane control, in setup. It's wait for, I don't know, the moment of weakness, the moment of least attention, and everyone just jumps on someone here. Overall though, 1.3k gold lead. It has shrunken from the 2k earlier. If they keep trading like this, the team with the better late game, in theory, should come out on top. So,
and who's that?
With the Granger, I feel like RRQ with the Granger Farsa might have the edge there. Bigatron wants to be winning these fights more, more decisively than just trades. Now with the Lord up here, can RRQ force Bigatron into something?
Turret down below though. It has been looking more like a brawl, but BTR, I think they've set up properly. I haven't seen it, but they have gotten all the outer turrets.
They have still been able to do that despite the tempo of the game. That mid tower still fell, the bottom tower still fell. So RRQ are the ones kind of drowning in their own chaos. Looks like Edok is looking for an opportunity to strike here. They do have the combination with Dyron as well to get that hook down, but it actually misses.
Oh, flicker bloody hard from Edok! Jin in the back, diving in as the airstrike lands. Luke trying to survive now. That's the Annabelle! Getting rid of Rins, getting the shutdown down. Edok running away. An iron hook over to Luke this time. Toy being fed kills by the man who does not miss on the Franco.
This is a 2-4-1 now, and BTR don't have Amon, they don't have the Harif, they don't have their core damage dealer. Is this a signal for BTR to call it quits?
Maybe. Seems Light has a different idea. Ejector used already. Sutsujin diving in with electrifying beats. Annabelle. No shadow kill. A killing spree for Sutsujin. Or yes, as Annabelle won't be able to contest. Free for RRQ.
All right, wow. That took a while. All the while, by the way, the lane on the top side was pushing slowly but surely for Bigatron. But because RRQ were able to find that moment there, hang on a second, the turret is still taking some damage there. Man, RRQ are really letting go of some of these waves, it seems like. It's definitely a weird sight to behold. But now they're finally at the gold advantage and they have the lore to play around with. They have the good siege with the Death Sonatas and the Feather Airstrikes. What's the move here? Do they want to catch Bigatron off guard or do they want to just play template?
It's huge range. It's huge range. I think they want to feed that gold onto... Wait a second.
Edok walked a bit too aggressively. Dyron, Glorious Pathway. Another Glorious Pathway from Moreno, but he still gets away. Now the Death Sonata shots down to get this turret, and it will be a tier 1 in the mid lane, a tier 2 down below.
With Edok down, I don't think RQ can extract maximum pressure with this Lord push.
Nope.
So everything that they did leading up to this point, BTR should be able to clear this no problem.
And they will indeed. That is going to be RRQ equalizing. Just about equalizing when it comes to the turrets. So they're going to have more control here to send Dyron out to scout out, for Rins to hide in bushes for the big ambush, for Edok to set up for some of these hooks. So that's going to be an interesting change right here, to say the least. 90 seconds to go before the next huge objective. You can see RRQ moving together. They don't want to fall victim to an ambush like earlier, and Bigatron are respecting it.
They gotta. So much kill pressure as long as Edok doesn't get seen.
Ooh, everyone gets seen right there though. Annabelle probably trying to go for... I thought I was going to go for some kind of trade. RRQ rotating to the purple buff now. Do they see it? They do. They can pressure Annabelle off this.
Whoa! Oh. Iron hook. Nobody hunt just yet. Saving it now. As Light walks up, they're going to bait it into a tough spot. Luke in a pinch point. Oh! Feather airstrike deals with the immortality. The iron hook actually does not land.
Oh!
Mistimed and Luke gets away.
That was close. That was super, super, super close. But with that failed attempt, it looks like RRQ are going back into their own jungle, giving BTR a little bit more space to work with. And Mon, how far is he on his item? He already has the Holy Crystal.
Yep. Working on the next item after the Holy Crystal. But on the other side of the board, Toy is literally one item away from full inventory slots, and he already has the components ready up as well for the next fight. 18 seconds to go as RRQ sets up to try and push up the top side wave. playing the macro game. Bigatron, they let RRQ do this. They're the ones that are going to be forced into an interesting situation here. There you go, Rose Gold completed. Now Bigatron are losing a lot of options.
It's not going to be as simple for them to take Toy down. So what will be their primary focus here? Are they going to contest this?
I think they have to. There's really a rotation here from Light and Eman, waiting to see if they can punish anyone for clearing the mid lane. And look at the pathing, they're going for the down, but Luke gets jumped on.
Uh-oh, Toy in a tough spot. Does he spot the conceal? He does. Flickers out safety. Luke's still able to escape now. The Van Strike burning him down. Able to get the kill now. Also, Rins caught in the bad spot. Moreno still able to survive somehow, some way in the mid lane together with Eman. Rins flying back to safety. Moreno low, forced to recall. Sutsujin in that bush. And BTR win it 2 for 1.
Oh, they go both for the recall. Wait a second. All right, Moreno was too low. Annabelle was way too low as well. They couldn't go for the blitz onto the Lord. Eman is already catching at half health though. Rins is coming back into the fray.
Oh boy. Annabelle, can he do it? Retribution, this time he will be able to find it. Light though, caught in the back pot again. Ejector over Eman. Oh, the damage down, gets stunned! Bursted by Rins! Moreno falls as well! You can have the Lord will take 4.
Is this it? 28 seconds left for everyone else to spawn back. At the very least, they have all the time in the world. They're going straight for the mid lane. Sutsujin, Rins, and Dairon. It's full 5 RQ.
I think it is over. They're gonna wait for the waves to disperse. But the Lord's gonna be in the mid lane, I believe. No, it's up top, perfectly calculated by RRQ. Annabelle, 7 seconds to respawn. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a game 3.
We're going all the way here for our final match of the day, and what better way to see the revenge match between these two teams. Just one moment turning things around for RRQ. How are we feeling, Arash?
I'm feeling nervous, man. My heart was beating throughout the whole game, all the way till the end. Game number 1 was pressure building up again and again before the final big team fight. Game number 2 was just pressure released again and again. Skirmishes left, right, and center. Might I remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that this game has almost 40 kills in it. 10 of those were at like 3 minutes, at 4 minutes. It was just a back and forth brawl.
And RRQ were able to capitalize. That last winning team fight for BTR, they committed too hard and they got punished by RRQ. The Joy, the Granger, and even the Hylos again, able to slow them down. That burst was ridiculous. Eman half HP to 0 from Rins.
That final fight, dude, Eman was gonna clean the house. He got stunned by Rins. And as he stood there, he just got nuked immediately, dude. That could have changed everything. That's how close the game was. It's just like small moments here, small stuns.
But it was really weird seeing BTR play to that tempo. I wasn't expecting that. There were so many moments, even from the mid-game where like Eman went very aggressively forward alone. And then I felt like that all just really added up because BTR were holding that lead. They were holding the control of the early game. But they allowed RQ to slowly come back into the game. BTR getting a little bit hasty there, cleaning things up.
They're definitely rushing, right?
Yeah.
A lot of rushes in the early mid-game, especially getting the 1,000 goal lead 3-0 to then being leveled completely. A turtle plus 3 kills on the board as well. Well, you know, that's BTR.
That's BTR?
That's how they play, man.
I do like that one fight though. We might see it in the highlights where it seems like Bigatron are gonna use that gold advantage, win a front to back, and then Edok just jumps in, gets Eman.
Dude, Edok,
the composure for RRQ to just pull off, I don't know, like super risky maneuvers like that, because why not? You're gonna lose anyways if you don't do it. It's just so crazy.
Let's see what the crucial moment was. This was 5 minutes in.
We're losing track here just because there's so many.
This was one of the big throws, I feel. When they traded just for, I don't know who they traded for. But yeah, here as well.
This was a big one there. Oh man, that stun. I don't know if that's coincidence, whether it's just perfectly timed. It really worked out in RQ's favor.
And it looks like the player of the game for that game number 2, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G, goes to Sutsujin on the Joy.
Yep.
La Mercenaria.
La Mercenaria.
Mercenaria.
When he gets a comfort pick like a Joy, this man is redonkulous, brother man.
Okay, this was one of the first engagements in the early game, and you can see that Bigatron were able to get 3 kills for nothing. And it seemed like, oh boy, RRQ might have already messed up the early game, but afterwards, moments like this where, I don't know if it's Bigatron being rushed into mistakes, but it seems like it's just chaos. Look at where Sutsujin is. Look at what the team is doing. It's almost like RRQ says, you know what? We can't beat Bigatron in that calm, slow, calculated, patient style. Let's just go all in. Let's go for this brawl style, and at least make things difficult for Bigatron to at least get a grasp on tempo-wise. And by all means, there were moments like this where the backline gets dove on and RRQ lose a fight. But then there's times where they just find big moments because they're really in unexpected spots again and again.
Yeah, this was it. What a play from Edok, man. He got engaged on, he decides to flicker into the back, finding the Harith, and there was no CC to help him.
And before this, later, there will be the final fight where Light concealed together with, look who it was, right here, actually.
Light and Amon.
They got Toy immediately. So his DPS wasn't present in this fight at all. And yet somehow Sutsujin, again, held it down, and this was just a risky move from both teams, and it just seems like risky is what RRQ lives for. Again, there are so many ways that could have gone wrong, but somehow it went good for RRQ.
I mean, in that moment, did BTR really have to force that?
No. Yeah, that was just a classic BTR kind of play. That was definitely unnecessary, yeah, from Iman. For Light, I think he was kind of dead already. It was a Jawhead that has already used, most of his skills. But Iman, he had a flicker, I believe, and he had everything in his arsenal to get out. There was also Moreno to provide backup if RRQ went for the chase. And it could have been it would have been a useless Lord, sure. Because Annabelle was taken down, Light was taken down. It would have been cleared out for sure. But that was unnecessary.
Yeah.
Agreed. Because at least they'll deny the Lord from being in the picture, in play at all. And like we mentioned in the mid-game, it seems like both teams, funny enough, even more so for RRQ, how many times did they go for a fight, go to even the scoreboard, and let their turrets fall to minions?
Yeah.
It was such a weird feeling seeing that in the MPL. That looks, that's something I would see in my ranked games, right? People just, I want that kill. Chase us too far, we lose a base turret. They lost a base turret, right? From minions.
Yeah, they did.
Wow,
bottom
dude.
lane. Mid-game also, targeting for RRQ Hoshi was kind of interesting, right? They wasted a lot of resources, I think, that one moment where they targeted Luke, I believe. And then, because of all the resources that were spent to take down Luke, Annabelle comes in last minute and just wreaks havoc onto the rest of the members from RRQ. But after that, it looked like RRQ adapted, right? They were able to get Eman. That was a really good pickoff, like you guys mentioned in the highlights. But it was a messy game, I think, for both of these teams.
Looks a bit too instinctual
Very-
for MPL.
Very ego-driven in moments.
They really wanted to get it done, man. They really wanted to get a 2-0 with a statement.
Yeah.
And they ended up having to play a third game here, and it could be an RRQ victory. Momentum back on their side.
Yeah, especially with the mental situation here. They were thrust from a super long, focus-driven game into a full-on mechanical brawl. Who knows what Game 3 is going to be, right? And shifting from those two different mindsets, the brawl mindset into the patient mindset, I don't know, me personally, I find that a bit tough.
If we're playing the pattern game,
The pattern game.
Okay.
whoever gets joy wins the game.
Man,
So
I don't
who's
know.
gonna be blue
I just want to
side?
say, this Franco is still sitting at 100% win rate, man. This
Is what?
Franco.
Franco, 100% win rate.
Still.
Edok, you Franco Lord, you.
That's why it was banned out in Game 1, was it not?
Name it Franco,
That's
man.
why.
Franco. This guy is half Franco.
It's half Franco?
Half Franco.
Not this.
Oh,
Half
I
Franco.
thought like top side or bottom side Franco.
I don't think you want to be bottom Franco, because
I mean, top Franco
Kinda-
ain't that great either.
you're right.
That's kind of rude to Franco.
Yeah, that's body
You should
shaming.
go on a diet, bro.
Bro.
Yeah, Franco should go on a diet. It's okay, he's a man, he can do it.
Yeah,
Body
he-
shaming.
he's proud of it.
It's
a
only
manly
yeah.
man.
I don't know what's going on.
This is social commentary.
Okay. What? 1-1. Back to a best of one for
Yeah,
both of
I'm
these
nervous.
teams.
I'm actually nervous.
Still confident, boys? In your
course.
respective teams?
Updated predictions? Updated predictions? Can we update our predictions?
What do you mean? What's there to update?
You know what? I'll give you guys some time. All right. We're going to a break before we get into game number 3. Alyssa, take it away.
Yeay, boleh dong kita minta suaranya para Kingdom. Jangan mau kalah, Big Troopers, mana suaranya? Yeay, dan pastinya di sini bersama dengan piala baru kebanggaan MPL Indonesia dan sudah bersama Alisa di sini ada teman-teman dari RRQ. Ada siapa boleh kenalan dulu nggak sih dari yang paling ganteng nih, silakan.
Perkenalkan, nama aku Maul.
Maul. Oke.
Nama aku Diva.
Diva.
Angel.
Dan Angel. Dan tidak mau kalah. Ada teman-teman cantik dan ganteng juga dari Bigatron. Silakan boleh kenalan dulu.
Nama aku Idrus.
Idrus. Wow. Banyak ya Idrus Lisius di sana ya. Oke. Selanjutnya.
Gwen.
Ada Gwen. Mana Gwen Lisius? Oke, terakhir Nadine Lisius, mana suaranya?
Halo, aku Nadine.
Yeay. Dan pastinya di sini bersama teman-teman dari Bigatrons dan juga dari RRQ kita bakal seru-seruan dan main game bareng. Kira-kira kalian udah tahu trivia seputar piala baru dari MPL ini belum? Mau kayak udah tahu banget nih ya?
Ya, Mau
udah tahu banget ya. Same goes to Idrus. Idrus katanya hafal banget nih tentang piala MPL ya.
Hafal banget parah, kacau.
Kamu harus gendong timmu ya.
Orang digendong ini kita.
Oh digendong. Ada Gwen juga dan ada Nadine. Kalian udah siap? Jadi aku nanti bakal lempar soal dan kalian harus rebutan di sini. Oke?
Oke.
Ini boleh ditentuin dulu belnya mau seperti apa nih? Mungkin dari Kingdom atau Biget Troopers mau belnya seperti apa?
Bel kita apa?
Bel ya?
Win.
Win. Oke. Kalian jangan mau kalah. Toy. Cakep. Oke. Siap ya, kita coba dulu ya untuk pertanyaan pertama ya. Oke. Siap. Kita coba dulu bel dari Bigatrons. Win. Oke, jangan mau kalah tim dari RRQ.
Tai.
Oke, sudah siap ya untuk soal yang pertama. Siapakah yang pertama kali berhasil mengangkat piala MPL Indonesia? Oke, Toy dulu, silakan.
NXL.
NXL, apakah betul Kingdom? 1 poin buat RRQ. Oke, kita lanjut ke pertanyaan kedua. Harusnya ini bisa dijawab ya. Siapakah tim yang tidak pernah tidak play off? Win. Silakan.
Bigatron salah.
Bigatron. Betul.
Kamu
Yang tidak pernah tidak play off kan?
Tidak pernah tidak play off. RRQ yakin.
Selalu masuk playoff. Bigatron.
Betul. Satu lagi. Bigatron, RRQ.
Onik.
Betul. 1 poin untuk Bigatron ya. Lanjut ya untuk ke pertanyaan selanjutnya. Siapakah tim yang terbanyak memenangkan piala MPL Indonesia? Win.
Onik.
Berapa?
6.
Season berapa aja tuh?
Sabar. 3. Season 8. 10, 11, 12, 13.
Betul gak Kingdom? Betul, 2 poin untuk RRQ. Masih ada kesempatan untuk mengejar poin. Kita ini best of 5 ya. Jadi masih ada 2 pertanyaan lagi, oke? Boleh gak sih sebutkan tim yang belum pernah memegang piala MPL? Yang mana penonton? Yang mana? Win. Oke. Kalau kamu bisa menjawab ini menang mutlak, silahkan.
Bigetron.
Oke.
Navi.
Oke.
AE Dewa. Rebellion Navi ya?
Iya, Rebellion Navi. Satu lagi.
AE Dewa. Geek Fam ya?
Geek Fam. Dan jawabannya betul. 1 poin lagi untuk RRQ. Dan dengan ini trivia quiz kali ini dimenangkan oleh RRQ. Gimana nih kesan-pesannya? Apakah ini mencerminkan game kali ini akan dimenangkan oleh RRQ juga?
Amin. Semoga ya.
Semoga ya. Kalau Bigetron gimana nih menurut kamu di game terakhir ini Bigetron bisa kembali mengalahkan RRQ nggak nih?
Nah, gimana Bang?
Bigetron akan ngasih yang terbaik untuk di game ini. Kalau emang rezekinya Bigetron menang, udah pasti menang. Bigetron!
Bigetron jangan mau kalah Kingdom! FIFA! Wow, itu dia tadi keseruan kita di MPL Arena. Jangan lupa dukung tim kesayangan kalian dan kita akan melihat apakah di game ketiga ini Bigetron ataukah RRQ yang bisa memenangkan match malam hari ini. Dan kita akan langsung kembalikan lagi ke caster. Silakan caster, take it over.
Back to a best of one between RRQ and BTR. And now we're going to do updated predictions.
RQ is gonna cry.
The heck was that?
RQ is gonna cry and the Beach is gonna win. What's going on?
RQ is gonna win.
No.
They gonna get it.
No.
They gonna get it.
No.
Okay. It's not up for debate, bro.
Here,
nothing has
for you.
changed.
No.
No, you keep that. You're gonna need it.
Nothing has changed.
Navi. 0 times. 0 10.
What?
Slime.
What did
Red
you
zone.
say? Oh man.
Cry.
Okay, so it looks like the boys still... I feel like it's BTR. I'm sorry.
That might do it.
Hey, just say this.
That might do it.
If you think BTR, that means you have to do this. Yes.
Okay.
There you go. Oh yeah. Wow. You think RQ's gonna win?
Yeah, I guess.
Oh man. GG's, I guess.
I made a wager of my own.
Who's gonna change the
Come
profile
on.
picture? Which CEO? Is it gonna be Mr. AP or Mr. Ed with the Mr. AP profile picture or the Mr. Ed profile picture?
For 3 days.
For 3 whole days.
And
That's
3 days.
I would consider Paape to be a man that has an ego.
Yeah.
All right? So
Okay.
the fact that he has to change his DP for 3 days to Ko-Ed, I think that's going to be a big blow to him.
It might be.
He doesn't want to let
He's
this slide.
very active on social media. That's
Exactly.
See, his ego is only meant for one team. It's only Evos, yo. He said it in an interview. He's
That's
like,
true, that's
if we lose to
true.
BTR, it's all right. As long as it's not that team. We all know what that team is.
That
and it's,
team?
I think Navi.
Ugh. That team. Well,
Whoa, Arashi. What do you have against Navi?
I'm not sure if that's the.
That's kind of
that's
mean,
the
Arash.
that team, you know.
Is that because
Just
they're
'cause
0
they're
and
0-10?
9?
Maybe a different that team.
What are you talking about? What that team are you talking about, Rash?
I don't know. What could it be, man? What's up with Iman's hair?
Dude,
If they lose today,
literally
it's
washed.
Iman's fault.
he literally washed the red all away. Like
Mika, your hair's still looking really,
yeah,
really good.
'cause these
what
nerds,
the heck happened
these nerds,
there?
listen, these nerds don't actually use the real shampoo. They're just, I think they're just using not like the color-based one. You have to use these nerds, man.
Shout out to our international counterparts because they saw Big John's hair and they were like, "Yo, what happened?"
Dude, they might as well go bald. Is what
One of them
random
said-
person
We
said.
won't name names, we
Yeah.
won't point fingers, but someone
who has red
"What
hair
is that?
too.
Might as well go bald."
I think his last name is Amy. First name Ling.
Plays
purple
Hero in the
now.
Jungle.
Yeah, Gideon's.
Isn't it purple now?
What? Whatever, dude. Like,
Purple, bro.
it's like what? It's everything.
It's a different shades, different saturation.
Yep.
50 Shades of Amy. Because she's gone blue, she's gone red, she's gone
He didn't
purple,
might enjoy that.
black, dark brown.
Variety.
You're on your own, brothers. You're not. I'm not.
I didn't say anything.
Anyway,
Yes.
we have a match. to, cast over right now?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
You want this one? So sides. Do you think side selection is going to be imperative to the outcome of game number 3?
And do you think the joy is actually the main thing?
Right,
it's not the only
joy
thing.
Pickup.
Joy
MVP
is the
game
main
1.
thing.
Joy MVP game 2.
Which is so crazy.
Is Joy the second coming of Suyo?
Because they haven't tried to Fredrin into it.
No,
Right?
none of them want to go and just none of them want to go tanks. That's like a what
They
the
need
hell?
That's
damage. You saw what allowed those teams to draw it out, win those skirmishes in game number 2 is damage, bro. They need that violence.
Honestly though, I think you can beat the Joy, especially in that game. It was very, very beatable, but they just failed to execute. Right? 3-0 start, 1,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
What happened?
That's a good question.
2,000 gold lead. What happened? Lord,
They happened.
what happened?
The boys happened.
Hey, listen,
They need to
boys.
calm down.
They do. Discipline was a big, big factor in how they were able to get this 3-game win streak.
Fast pick selection.
So, red side, BTR, sticking to red.
So joy for RQ.
Unless it's panned
Potentially.
out.
Potentially.
Could be Chip Luoyi. Joy.
So Bigatron are trying to get a bit more red on their side because of the faded hair.
Yeah.
That's where we're at right now.
But they won on blue.
What?
They won on blue.
That's a different time.
Yeah. E2 Max.
All right. What do you think about the drafts in game number 2, though?
I like it. It was pretty good.
Because Bigatron got a lead. Did they get the lead because of execution, or did they get the lead because of draft?
Because of execution and draft. Like the early game was played really, really well. Like the early game. And then the turtle, that's not what you want to see. Again, after getting a 3-0 at the start, losing the turtle ain't the end of the world. They really thought it was. That's why they had to go in. 4 members just piling on to the turtle. Then they got slain, and then Edoc got like 3 hooks.
Yep. That was the story of the game, pretty much. Now the Edoc on Franco. Wait, the Franco on Edoc, though. The hooks didn't really seem as terrifying as it usually is. There were a lot of hooks that were missed out. So I really do feel like Bigatron at least has done some precautions on the go-to hooks. These investigative hooks from Edoc. Because they were able to actually evade from a lot of those. And that's an interesting factor here. It might mean that the Franco is still a big factor, but they might know how to go around it. But at the end of the day, if they have a composition that requires the main damage dealer, I feel like it's a bit too difficult. Because again, Eman got caught multiple times with that savage Bloody Hunt.
Yeah, because I think for me, like the hooks are great if they land, but the big problem is the Bloody Hunt. And we saw Edoc being able to utilize it really, really well, especially coming into the late game. And I think that was one of the main reasons why they were able to win off these skirmishes, team fights, neutral objectives as well around the Lord. So let's see how this drafting phase goes for game number 3, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. Alright, Masha Gatot again. Last time it was the Jushin ban by RRQ. And coming into red side, Chip Hayabusa. So that's a change. It was Luoyi and Kalea before.
What are they gonna leave open? Kalea or Luoyi or both? Do they ban out Joy now? Because
Where there is light,
no.
there
Oh,
are
they're gonna
also
trade. You go
shadows.
Joy, we go Kalea. You go Kalea, we get Joy. Okay.
Well, that's interesting, because again, the Kalea is good, but it really isn't as definitive as that, I would say. So if RRQ gets the Joy, and Bigatron get the Kalea, there's still a bunch of picks here that can really shut down that Kalea as well. I mean, the fact is, the Kalea is a very all-in type hero, and so far, when it comes down to a full direct all-in, I think RRQ are able to be a bit more flexible, a bit more fluid, but they still need go for the Kalea, which means the Joy most likely will head over to Bigatron.
Yeah.
So Joy and what? Joy Harris? Double magic damage?
That's the question. Do you want to go double magic damage? Because technically, if you do want to go double magic damage, Joy Harith works really well. Both of them can penetrate through whatever you want to build magic defense-wise, like especially when you get Divine Blade. That's
So
the
they
Joy.
go for Joy?
They go for the
Ranger? Exactly.
Right.
Why don't they just go Joy Kimmy? Oh, now this is interesting. Because the Kimmy could be a flex pick, Hilda could be as well. But this means RQ will get Harith.
You get the Harith, but there's no real straightforward answer here for Sutsujin in the jungle as well, by the way. Remember, Sutsujin in the jungle is a big reason, right? A big factor in deciding success for RRQ, especially if they want to brawl it out like that. He needs to get a comfort pick, like you mentioned, Mirko. The Lucas Valentina. Okay.
That's the response. Something I expected in game 1, actually.
Yeah.
When they picked up Valen. Oh, but it's the 1-1 against the Lucas. Yeah.
So technically Lucas is still flex.
Yes. Yes, I do think so. Like, you know, on paper, right? There's no guarantee that RRQ will be willing to move this along. But again, with a lot of the jungle options getting taken away, it makes sense for the Lucas to go to that jungle position. Bigatron certainly feels that this Kalia is not going to be a roam Kalia, so they ran the Franco. Never hurts to be a bit more careful.
Yeah. Oh man, Franco.
And I don't think BTR are in a position right now to pick up the CC, right? Because they went for the Hilda.
Yeah.
Hilda CC, there's no tools that can help navigate the game.
I'm more concerned about what will Mr. Chahyo, Luke, will get his hands on the Hilda, but what will Mr. Chahyo go for? Is he going, because he can't go Tigreal. These big ults. That's why, again, RRQ don't care about it anymore. Like, they banned it out last game, Badang, Cho, but if they want to ban it here, I don't know. The Badang would be still a pretty good answer, though, for BTR. But the Cho, I think the Cho will struggle against this comp.
For RRQ, I feel like the immediate concern is also the mobility tools. So many dashes coming through from the Joy and the Wanwan. Especially for the Wanwan, right? If RRQ wants to play with that style and shut down Eman, gang towards that gold lane, I feel like they need something else to kind of get the lockdown in. The Lucas and Kalia is great and all, but one more would be nice. Is it going to be a full utility type pick, or is it going to be more of just a front line?
Take notes, BTK. When you pick 1-1, you ban Irithel.
Big notes, important notes. For RRQ though, now what? If they have their eyes set on Moreno, something survivable or something that with card control, I feel like they don't want Moreno to have the window to make the plays happen with a... Oh, never mind, not even Moreno, it's gotta be the Khalid.
Yeah. Really shutting down Light now.
Interesting.
Cho.
Yeah, I think the Cho still works well here. Oh, Bigatron is not a bad option at all. But as of right now, they don't really have a lot of burst damage to work with as well. So if they want to go for the Cho, they gotta get something real handy, real powerful for Moreno there if they want to really play pick-off. Because if they go in, they don't get the pick-off, the counter-engage from RRQ is gonna be brutal, dude.
What? Where do you want to go? I'm confused now for Moreno. Because if you go Novaria, it'll be a big ult. I don't know. I don't think you want to give it over to Valentina.
The power of Leo is within.
That's the Badang first. All right. Something we mentioned earlier. The Badang can still work, and they will pick the Badang first, and they'll think. Is this a possible Valier?
Oh, Valier?
For who?
BTR.
For Bigatron against a team with no assassins.
It's a dive comp.
It depends on these next two picks, I think.
I want to shout out my friend who Navi's about to take my friend's record. Shout out to Mr. Kaisam Eves. I see. I just said it because I can.
That's fair.
What's the next two pick?
Oh my, that's really good. Oh man.
Mathilda Granger. I feel like it's a lot more well-rounded compared to the previous draft, right? They can do so many different things, but they're a bit of a jack-of-all-trades, master of none right here, in my opinion. For Bigatron, though, is that gonna be a problem with the extra bit of mobility here? What's it gonna be for Moreno, man?
Do they want to go for range? Do they go for something like the Farsa instead now at this point?
Yeah, and if they do so, I feel like the Farsa can work. good crowd control, good burst damage. But
there
then
you go.
they're giving away the feathered airstrike still to RRQ. And a feathered airstrike against a join 1-1. A lot of burst damage.
You look worried, Miracle.
Hey man, this is a tough call. Mathilda Lucas, it's like Mathilda Alpha on steroids, bro. It's like Lucas is a better Alpha. Shoutouts to Mr. MPL, Mr. Midnight, because he has been preaching about this Lucas Mathilda comp.
Man, RRQ have the main character as well, Mirko. They have two main characters.
Naruto lost today. Oh, they have Naruto and Sakura.
Interesting.
Arashi's smiling. Miracle's frowning.
I'm smiling too.
That's a grimace.
But at the end of the day, only the players can execute this to perfection. Ladies and gentlemen, the decider game that tells all. Will it be BTR once again being the kryptonite to RRQ? Or will RRQ find their revenge here in leg number 2? Let's head straight into game number 3 between the Red Robots and the Kings of Kings.
Whoa, a pinch maneuver on Rins in the mid lane. Already winning it out, but yeah. Kalea XP, Mathilda, mid, Rome.
Bit of a cheese there from Bigatron. You know, good old cheese maneuvers in the mid lane there. Look at Luke though, hang on a second. He's just scouting there. He already spotted Suzujin earlier, but he's still sticking around in the jungle for a bit longer than I thought was necessary. For the Litho though, it seems like Annabelle will have the control there with Light and Moreno backing him up. So, again, a slow early game, but at any moment it can erupt into a big fight. Looking at the emblems here, no pull yourself together for the Dairon. ESP lane Kalias don't go for that. Gonna be a tenacity for Rins though, but oh, hang on a second.
No, Suzujin already 4. Weapon mastery.
Yes. Weapon mastery for Moreno there. He thinks the game might go kind of late, wants some more damage. And to be fair, he's been serving well as the carry from the mid lane. So look at Luke though.
Hey, full lockdown, Luke popping the vengeance. Oh, able to dish out a bit more damage onto Suzujin actually, with Light punching them in the face.
Good response right there, already forcing out a vengeance stone. As RRQ, they double down.
Uh-oh, a full all-in again. Luke, this time no vengeance. Gonna be locked down. Has the regen. Tries to survive. One last hit. Gets the shielding too. Light able to escape, but not Luke.
Yeah, in the end, it wasn't enough. That regen, that shielding. RRQ still had the damage to kind of penetrate through that, and they're gonna have the man advantage when it comes down to the neutral objective take, and they know it. Dairon and Edok looking to go for a little bit of a maneuver onto Annabelle, but it's just enough to stave him from that pressure.
A steal from Rins. Annabelle's waiting in the bush though. Rins gonna be caught in the tough spot. Annabelle escaping. Electrifying beats not gonna be used up just yet. Tsunami slam from Dairon. BTR in a tough spot. RRQ 2-0 and a turtle.
That's such a cool skin. I'm sorry, had to highlight that. Guys, please get your skin now. That's such a cool skin for Suzujin.
It's great. And again, for RRQ, there's so many options on how they want to approach that. It seems like Bigatron were out of the fire right there, and they still got caught. Light brushing shoulders with Toy, and he doesn't know it. Edok might be target here.
Touchline beats. Still though, the guy to win. Oh, gonna be a constant problem for BTR. That sustain and the mobility.
So despite everything we've been saying about the drafts, the Farsa has been working really well for the team, right? Moreno having the range, having the burst in this early game has been really detrimental. But RRQ have continuously been able to punish him for it. What do they look for now? Still 49 seconds for the next neutral objective to spawn. Looks like Luke is in no man's land.
Uh-oh, popping the vengeance again this time. Not even a tsunami slam gonna be committed down. Just 4 members, and it's a kill for Edok. 3-0.
That's 1,000 gold leader, Rush.
Very important there. It's a focusing mark Mathilda as well, by the way, so it really is more aggressive than you would expect. It also gives the Mathilda more movement speed, so more playmaking tools available. And the fact that now Bigatron, their main engaged tool is the Badang, makes things quite difficult here, because RRQ, all they have to do is wait on that, and they have ways to get away from it, especially with the guiding wind here, with the dashes built in for Rins, for Suzujin. for Toy, right? They have so many ways to get out of the Badang, so it's not really as dangerous of an engage tool, which is why RRQ can walk up, and they seem confident that they are the ones that are going to be able to surprise Bigatron. So there, Annabelle goes for a bit of a trade maneuver.
Oh! In mid lane though, Iman's looking for the play. Guiding Wind to get him away from the weakness points now. The better airstrike as well over to Iman. Around the turtle. It won't be a steal. Annabelle doesn't even have the retribution. Pick her up from Moreno as Luke jumps in as well, but Light gets the first track down. Luke will die for the third time this game. The gold lead getting out of control for the Kingdom.
Not the best of early game going for the Red Robots, honestly, and especially having to commit to the 1-1 in the gold lane. You'd want to be able to lead, you know, early game to mid, because at that point in time when RQ starts to build these defenses like Immortal, Winter Crown, how do BTR kind of respond or convert that damage onto RRQ?
They have to wait and look for opportunities later on. Again, Moreno will have a lot of burst damage. I'm curious to see what Edok is doing right there, though. Catching Luke off guard, I guess.
Fourth time this game, Luke trying to push out some damage with the feather airstrike helping him, but Sutsujin just gets another 0-4-0 Luke.
And Sutsujin 2-0-3 on the Lucas-Matilda combination. Not the best of trades. Annabelle, they're looking to get that tower in the bottom side of the map to still look for these permanent structures as a way out into the mid game, but that's going to be instantly traded back by Toy in the top lane.
Right here, the MPL ID X streamer, Brandon Kent. One of the figureheads for the Kingdom here. Showing out. He's usually very hyper, by the way, but you can see that there's some...
got that voice.
He's got the gravelly kind of voice.
You know, a lot more squeaky. It's weird. Tyrant. Oh, Tsunami Slam. Oh no, Luke. 0-5-0. Iman trying to get away right now. Oh, Sutsujin. Gee, that damage. Ooh. Oh man, and the tail beast bomb. He's gonna look for more. Sutsujin diving in, getting another. Throw in the towel. 8-0.
Oh boy. Sutsujin is absolutely out of control right here. And all these plays are happening right before the neutral objective. Bigatron, they took the Franco out of the equation, but then, dude, the Tsunami Slam is allowing them to do so much. And the coordination between Dairon and Edok, as always, is allowing RRQ to just be so unpredictable. Bigatron have no idea which engage tool is coming. Is it the Circling Eagle or is it the Tsunami Slam?
The conversion from the Kings of Kings in game number 3 has been incredible. Perfect turtle up until this point. And Sutsujin is already on a roll, right? He's snowballing out of control. 4-0-3. Nobody's been able to take him down. Oh. And that's not even considering the problem that Toy could have.
Let's find beats. That's it. Just to recall, just to save the turret down below. Right now, RRQ are completely controlling every side of the map, and there are no trades BTR can even take right now.
Because if they overextend just a little bit, there's so many ways RRQ can chase down as well. Every single one of their heroes has a dash built in, and they have the Mathilda as well. So that's why they have to be so tentative in pushing out these waves unless they know exactly where RRQ is. And look at what RRQ is doing with that pressure, dude. Going into the jungle, denying all these other resources while still allowing the carries, Rins and Toy, to actually farm out the side lanes too.
But you know, despite the ground and the control that RRQ has had, BTR...
Trying to force out the flicker from Rins, does get it.
Nice.
It's a small win for BTR. They need a few more of those, a lot more of those. Annabelle filling out the wave now, going on a Toy, but you can see that healing! Electrifying beats! Under the turret. Oh, he's trying to run away! Toy! Still able to get that now to dive into Rins. Does he have enough sustain to escape? No, he won't. It's a trade on the map, Annabelle for Rins, but look at Sutsujin. They're walking him down. That's the tail piece. Now, Iman looking for the crossbow attack. We'll be able to fight it. What? Moreno gets a shutdown. Iman still able to escape as well. Oh, wait a minute. BTR get a 3-for-2, and it's a massive shutdown.
It's a massive shutdown, and they get a structure on top of that.
They get
that
two.
Was super worth it for the Red Robots.
The lead is almost gone.
Whoa.
That was confusing for a second because Iman, he survived for so long right there, and Bigatron now are pressuring for the Lord. Can they do it though?
Sutsujin just respawned. They're gonna go in for the dive right now. The air strike as well, and the fist crack locking him down. Edok taken out. Red tree still available for Annabelle. Iman there. No fist crack, and BTR from out of nowhere have just brought this game back to life.
They're back in the game. They're back in the game. I thought maybe at that point you'd just throw in the towel. Sutsujin already snowballing out of control. Structures falling left and right. Center for RRQ, but BTR come back in the game. And that's what I really wanted to get at, right? Despite the control that RRQ have been holding on, Annabelle has been doing a really, really great job at leveling that EXP gap between Sutsujin. Despite the, 3,000 gold lead, 10-4, or what so not, Annabelle's still the same level as Sutsujin, and now a level above even.
Yeah, that's a great swing of momentum here. Now with that swing in gold as well, Bigatron, RRQ won't be able to actually be a bully for much longer when the gold lead is equalized. And on the top side here, the turret passive might already be used up before the Lord is even in the picture. Hang on a second.
They won't be able to get much though. This Lord should just be cleared out, right? They're turning the wave in the bottom lane. Yeah, they won't be able to get much. I think just a tier 2 down below. Even then, I don't think they'll be able to get it. It's just an equalizer from BTR.
That's a good thing though. Again, with the late game potential that Bigatron has right now, with RRQ being the one snowballing with a fighter in the jungle.
Yeah.
We'll have to see, man. I think that's a... There's going to be a mental component here to talk about as well. RRQ, they thought that was the moment for them to shut down Bigatron even further, get the Lord, and then prep for a winning angle. Now the plans have completely changed.
Dude, Annabelle 0-2, 2 levels ahead. Tyron, Tsunami Slam, but he has the Vengeance, and also... Oh, light in the back, going for the fist play. Annabelle running him down, getting win, coming out as well, man. Leaving a kite down. Sutsujin finding that redemption. And now BTR running for the hills. Moreno terrified. That's a breaker from Edok. Toy with a mega kill. Light able to get away. RQ back to a 1,500 gold lead.
Yeah, 2-0 trade there. RQ looking to pick up a structure, a permanent one here in the mid side, mid lane. Meanwhile, Annabelle looking to clear out the enemy jungle, but that's all. A push perhaps onto the inhibitor turret, but it looks like Sutsujin is going for that recall.
Oh boy, man, that looks kind of concerning there. The fact that initially Bigatron seems to be doing a really good amount of damage right there. Sutsujin almost got taken out, but fortunately, the tailed beast bomb was able to take out Iman right there. But again, as time goes on, as more gold funnels into Bigatron, Iman's gonna be able to do so much more damage. Moreno as well. Remember, with the weapon mastery, RRQ are fighting against the clock right here. They do not want to allow Bigatron to get anywhere near that point in time because they know there's some squishy targets available for RRQ to get bursted down for.
Right, I get that, but remember, like, Winter Truncheons will be groundbreaking for RRQ as well. So I would say ticking time bomb would be for BTR in that sense.
Well, because of how the fights go on right now, RRQ pushing the issue. Bigatron won't be able to respond. Free Lord, light though. Okay, concealed, but won't find anything.
Just free. Not much BTR could do there. They didn't have the setup. It was well played by RRQ again, utilizing that Mathilda.
Okay, we're looking at the items now. We do see some items being built in. RRQ Brins there goes Divine Glaive, Starlium Scythe, and the Glowing Wand.
He's trying to get more damage for the prolonged fights. Lord trying to collide in the mid lane. RRQ, how far can they go? Whoa!
Jumping to the back line, that's gonna be Iman. Able to get out of it. Tyron caught in the back. Whoa! With a jump with the fist crack. Now Annabelle jumping with like 5 feet. Still the healing with the guiding wind. Annabelle taken down by Toy. Look at that damage from Sutsujin. Only the Maestro and Light left to defend. RRQ 4 members strong, diving straight into the base. Moreno forced a flicker to the wall. RRQ get their sweet, sweet revenge.
2-1 against the Red Robots in leg number 2. BTR have officially been marked out as the kryptonite for RRQ. Outstanding performance at the very end. Unfortunately, Lucas Sutsujin incredible performance from game number 2 and game number 3. And that's all she wrote.
That was an intense one. Bigatron really made it seem that RRQ were at the limit. But in game number 3, despite the small moments of brilliance, the potential comeback starters from Bigatron, that final fight just nailed it for RRQ. And they get their vindication, they get the revenge that they were so desperately wanted from the first leg of the tournament.
All right, Coed, you better have a picture of Mr. AP. 3 days.
3 whole days, Mr. Ed. 3 whole days. And for RRQ, I think they'll be celebrating for not 3 days. They gotta prepare for tomorrow. They're up against Onyx.
All right. Oh man.
What a twist in the story.
Oh, what is that damage, my guy? Main character balancing.
RRQ finding their redemption here in this match against BTR. What a way to start leg number 2. We're gonna throw it over to the winners interview with Budek Larambong Star and the Kings of Kings.
Dan pembalasan dendam dari tim RRQ berhasil manis. 2-1 pembukaan leg kedua yang luar biasa. Dan kali ini mungkin banyak yang penasaran ya. Langsung aja kita tanyain kepada siapa nih, Rins? Rins, masuk ke leg kedua harus melawan tim yang satu-satunya mengalahkan kalian di leg yang pertama, Rins. Apa nih yang mungkin kalian sudah dapatkan di leg 1 kalian bawa ke leg yang kedua?
Mungkin kekalahan kita di leg 1 kita kita pelajarin lah kenapa kita bisa kalah, sama kita lebih improve aja sih sekarang gitu. Sama mungkin juga mereka udah pudar kali ya warna rambutnya. Jadi di leg 2 ini nggak ini.
Bener, agak luntur-luntur ya, warnanya sudah beda-beda. Tapi kalau kita boleh tahu, apa sih yang mungkin kalian dapetin dari tim Bigatron? Kalian udah tahu, oke, winning condition lawan Bigatron tuh ini.
Mungkin dari Bigatron sih lebih ke kayak tim fight terus sih sama mereka. Jadi kita kayak waspadai lah itu tim fight mereka itu.
Team fight, dan kita juga ngelihat kayaknya barbar juga nih di match kali ini. Ke bawah hype gak sih dari tim RRQ untuk match lawan Bigatron?
Ya, di game 1 tadi kita ke bawah hype banget.
Jadi kenapa tuh game 1? Bener-bener kalian kehilangan game kalian di game 1, jadi alasan kalian kalah itu ke bawah hype atau ada yang lain?
Bisa dibilang gitu, kita ke bawah hype aja.
Ke bawah hype, tentu ya, apalagi ini merupakan match yang dinantikan pembukaan leg kedua. Tapi yang paling menarik pastinya ada di Idok. Idok, lawanmu di hari ini bukan lawan yang kamu lawan di leg yang pertama. Kamu expect gak sih bakal ada perubahan di segi ROM mereka?
Expect.
Oh, expect?
Ya.
Waduh, cenayang juga ya nih ya Idok. Dari mana tuh perasaan-perasaan atau mungkin ada bisikan-bisikan atau bagaimana kalian bisa expect dan sudah mempersiapkan berarti ngelawan Abang Light?
Ya, mungkin emang perubahan strat mereka juga. Mungkin yang leg 1 udah kebaca, mungkin mereka mau mencoba like lagi.
Oke, mencoba untuk mengganti. Tapi kayaknya malah sekarang kalian bisa revenge. Apa nih kalau dari Idok melawan lawan yang berbeda, dari Idok sendiri bagaimana cara menghadapinya?
Ya, mereka kasih otor, kami kasih otor juga. Adu otor aja.
Bah, mantep banget ya. Hari ini kelihatan begitu bersemangat match-matchnya. Ngelihat perang di segi manapun, di mid lane, di mana-mana. Tapi kamu ngerasa ini juga match yang sungguh hype gak sih, Dok?
Ya, berantem terus.
Berantem terus. Tapi yang ngerasain berantem juga mungkin di sini Susujin. Ngelihat pertarungan di jungler. Leg kedua. Peperangan untuk objektif kayaknya tadi seru banget tuh.
Ya seru banget.
Gimana sih, boleh ceritain nggak? Gimana perjuangan untuk mendapatkan objektif melawan Bigatron? Apalagi NFL sudah ada di depan mata Susujin.
Perjuangannya cuman itu sih, suruh Diren pegangin aja kakinya Navel.
Oke. Tugas Susujin pokoknya ngamanin, yang lainnya suruh gangguin.
Ya.
Tapi yang paling memang apa yang kamu mungkin leg 1 kan Hazel yang bermain. Apa yang Hazel mungkin kasih tahu tentang Anavel atau yang paling Susujin pikirkan tentang Anavel?
Apa ya? Ya jago aja sih dia. Ya, jago banget.
Jago banget. Oke, kalau kita ngelihat di mana pertarungan objektif juga tadi rame banget. Dan Anavel dipegangin sama Darren.
Ya,
Dia doing good job nggak tadi megangin Anavel?
bagus banget.
Wah.
Apalagi kaleanya tadi kan.
Darren. Tadi kita lihat objektif war-nya seru banget. Perang di mana-mana. Kalau Darren, apa yang kamu pikirkan Darren? Untuk bertarung melawan Bigetron, mempersiapkan war-warnya dan sebagainya.
Ini aja, batek aja kita.
Pokoknya gas aja terus.
Iya, mereka kan barbar kan, jadi ya barbarin balik aja. Gitu.
Jadi bisa dibilang kalian juga terbawa permainan tim Bigetron tapi kalian berhasil menguasainya gitu dong?
Ya, untungnya kita tetap ya kalem, santai gitu. Enjoy ya, enjoy.
Enjoy aja, enjoy. Pembukaan leg kedua, manis banget ya buat RRQ. Untuk Darren sendiri, melihat lawanmu hari ini, Darren. Hari ini kamu ngelawan Glue yang akhirnya muncul di MPL Indonesia setelah revamp. Gimana sih melihat satu hero yang revamp ini?
Menurutku lumayan annoying sih Bude, karena ya kayak yang dulu kan jadi bulir-bulir tuh ultinya kan. Kalau yang sekarang tuh skill 2-nya kan. Jadi ya lumayan bisa ngejoning lah. Gampang ngejoning gitu.
Apakah di game 1 agak kaget dengan glue-nya?
Enggak sih, karena kan ya udah sering kita lawan juga kan dulu di scrim juga gitu.
Jadi nggak ada kagetan dari situ ya. Kimi juga tadi mid lane. Apa reaksi Rins tadi pada saat ada Kimi mid lane yang muncul lagi untuk kali kedua di MPL Indonesia?
Mungkin karena patch kemarin bagi saya Kimi udah banyak yang market, terus kita nggak terkejut juga sih kalau misalnya ketemu Kimi lagi.
Ini bakal, kalau RRQ akan bermain Kimi, kamu atau Toh yang main nih?
Dua-duanya kita jago sih main Kimi, cuman belum ke pick aja ntar.
Wuhuu, bakal jadi rame kayaknya ya. Jadi Kimi memang se-fleksibel itu ya?
Ya di RRQ fleksibel.
Fleksibel, tapi tadi kayaknya yang juga ikut-ikutan ngegas kita nggak biasa nih ngeliat Toy, ganas banget Toy. Ampun, tembak-tembak Toy di game terakhir. Momen apa nih yang paling mendebarkan melawan Bigetron di leg yang kedua untuk Toy?
Gak ada sih Bude, mereka perang mulu Bude, game 1, game 2.
Seneng nggak ketika melawan tim yang suka perang?
Gak suka sih kayaknya.
Gak suka, kenapa gak suka?
Kayak kita mau farming, kayak mereka terus ngajakin fight terus, jadi bingung aja.
Oke, dan kalau ngelihat harus susah farming, apa yang kamu lakukan? Idok, tolong dok, atau Rins, siapa yang kamu panggil pertama? Siapa? Di match ini, tadi siapa tuh yang kamu panggil-panggil? Mau farming, mau enak?
Ini Susujin.
Oh Susujin, tolong Susujin gitu ya. Tapi ada yang menarik di mana? Kalian menyelamatkan seseorang dari mengganti profile picture-nya. Betul, Pak Ape. Kalian menyelamatkan Pak Ape dari mengganti profilnya. Dan ada nggak sih yang mungkin ingin kalian sampaikan kepada Pak Ape dan RRQ Kingdom yang ada di Jogja juga?
Tadi saya dengar Pak Ape bilang semoga bisa STX 1 sampai playoff. Tapi kita semoga bisa membuktikan sampai juara.
Bukan hanya menyelamatkan dari segi ganti profil, namun juga mau juara piala baru. Apa nih tanggapan piala baru nih?
Udah dipantau sih itu.
Sudah dipantau? Yang di rumah nggak begini kan yang di GH?
Nggak tahu sih, soalnya saya belum pernah memegang itu piala.
Belum pernah pegang piala.
Yang di rumah.
Yang di rumah tapi udah lihat dong, yang di GH udah lihat.
Oh, yang di GH udah pernah lihat, cuman yang ini baru kan. Jadi pengen banget nih.
Semuanya ingin menyaksikan dan mendapatkan pula, tapi kalian minggu ini bermain 2 kali. Minggu yang ke-6, selain Bigetron, kalian juga akan melawan tim Onyx yang sepertinya punya semangat baru. Performa mereka juga 2-0 kita melihat di match sebelumnya. Apa nih dari mungkin Susujin untuk melawan tim Onyx esok hari? Apa yang paling kamu pikirkan dan paling kamu persiapkan?
Ya persiapan sama kayak hari ini sih, cuman kita mainnya hari ini kurang maksimal lah tadi. Besok bakal lebih garang lagi.
Akan lebih garang, akan lebih mengerikan. Ini belum maksimal guys, balas dendam belum cukup. Tapi Tentu saja ada yang mau disampaikan mungkin untuk RKK Jogja atau yang ada di sini, Kingdom?
Ya buat Kingdom dimanapun berada dan buat RKK yang di Jogja terima kasih udah dukung kita terus ya. Semoga kita bisa ngasih yang terbaik di setiap matchnya. Amin.
Min, hatur nuhun, tapi sekarang sudah berakhir untuk pertarungan pembalasan dendam yang manis dari tim RRQ. Kingdom, sambutlah kemenangan dari tim RRQ.
It's 1-1 now. It's
True.
1-1.
That's true. That's true.
Get ready for playoffs, brother.
I hate to say, I told you. So. that was kind of tense though. I'll admit.
Get ready for playoffs. I'm ready. Can we skip?
I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it.
Skip the playoffs. RRQ BTR bracket. Let's go.
Oh boy. Before
Let's
that
take
though.
a look at the crucial moment before anything.
That's Eman getting scratched out of existence there, along with the tailed beast bomb. Dude, Lucas, man, that damage is kind of crazy. This is not the first time we've seen it today, and here as well. Dude, the coverage, the movement, the kite back from RRQ was so good. Moments like that where Bigatron got their hands onto the backline, I thought that could be, you know, a comeback angle. But RRQ, they rolled with it and it recovered.
They did. And on top of everything, the man behind all that success is the player of the match. And that is Edok, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. 100% TP.
I'm telling you, this guy is so... God damn it, man. Edok. Oh my lord, man. Oh my god. 2-1 and 15. Arashi. They banned Franco. I don't think they should have banned Franco this game. Again, Matilda Lucas. When I saw the Matilda, I was like, okay.
Yeah.
I already showed my displeasure.
I saw the reaction.
Oh man.
Mirko understood what was about to go down.
This is like our ranked game earlier when I had Lucas and we had our friend Gio play Matilda.
Wait, you're right.
Easy.
You're right. You're absolutely correct, actually. Oh man, there's so many things to cover as well. I can't wait to see the highlights because there were some of those fights where Eman was able to get some kind of comeback going on, some kind of outplay. But overall, there's the aggression coming in from RRQ. But I want to highlight Edok, the man on the screen right here, and his defensive maneuvers, because I feel like that really saved RRQ way more than any kind of aggression could in this game in particular.
Man, the photo is still a big problem. The healing, the shielding. But Luke, come on, my brother. This is the second time that we've seen him really tilt like this. First time was on Lucas, if you guys remember. Now on the Hilda, 0-6, brother man. I think 0-7 by the end.
This is the highlights here, presented by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. As you mentioned, Mirko, Luke was taking a beating the whole time. Now look at this though. The moment RRQ says it's go time, the damage coming in from that Lucas really is quite insane. And with Luke already so far behind due to the aggression of RRQ, he just could not function as the main frontline any longer there. Look at him. Immediately burst it down, and Eman, he cannot get close. The 1-1's range really isn't all that far. Against a Lucas, oh dude, it was just so difficult. But soon, I believe we're gonna see that play on the top side. That's the really interesting one.
Yeah. Eman pulled a Vanderlei Silva, and RRQ just went full chill Sun.
Can't let him get close. Look at Edok there, getting Toy out of danger. Really juking the rest of the team from Bigatron, thinking he's gonna dodge upward, and he just went down with the guiding wind. That's the kind of flexibility you can expect coming in from a Matilda. And look at this here. I thought, oh, that might be it. Annabelle gets to the back, boom, knocked up, boom, bursted down. Look at that shield as well, dude. No chance, no shot.
Eman just never got to fly this game. It was so sad to see, right? You can't fly when there's a big beast bomb, brother man. That's the main character. That's MC Naruto man, Sutsujin man, La Mercenaria. As a young man from the Philippines calls him, Mr. Dan.
And dude, that final fight, dude, even if Annabelle wasn't knocked out, now I'm thinking about it, could he even get Toy? Did you see how big that shield was? I didn't realize it until I was rewatching it. He got the photo proc along with the rose gold meteor. Brother, he had a full white HP bar.
Dude, that's why when I saw Kalea, Lucas, Mathilda, I was like, I'm gonna shake my head, look at my
You just developed a southern accent.
Yes, sir. That was an all right right there. It was just like acceptance. After I saw that, I look at you guys. I was like, all right, Yuji.
You just started to go through the 5 stages of grief immediately. Just kickstart that process real quick, dude.
Then,
oh man,
there was hope with that play up top, but didn't last long.
True. And all in all, okay, with the game so intense, right?
Yeah.
It's only 13, 14 minutes. To me, really, it felt like it's been a lot longer. You know, just because there's so many things going on and so many of these small things that might be negligible in other matches, just, you know, ended up being so impactful here. And the mental pressure on both teams' players has to be really intense in this particular match.
I'm sorry, but in this match, BTR really dropped the ball, man. I'm quite disappointed. I had high hopes for BTR this match. And the time where they should have gotten it was game number 2.
I agree.
And then they performed like that.
I agree.
So coming to game number 3, Kescue rounded himself up. I don't know what he did. Did he he woke up essentially in the drafts. And then there was no chance in game number 3.
No chance.
Is that a mental type deal?
Bro, BTR.
The fact that they didn't get it done in game number 2, now they have to grind towards it again in game number 3. I mean, it's a very demoralizing situation to be in. Like knowing that you could have, would have, should have, but you didn't.
Disappointed, bro.
I'm taking a screenshot of this later on, by the way. Ooh.
It's 1-1 on aggregate. Technically on aggregate it's 3-2, so we're still up.
Because if BTR won that against RRQ, they would be equal 7 points.
Yeah, and RRQ would have their second loss.
But see, I would be a bit more relieved, except, we have a very interesting turn of events for tomorrow as well.
Onyx.
And Onyx on there.
Exactly, so I can't rest easy just yet.
With this win, though, I gotta think about it. Will RRQ or Onyx win? That's a good one. It's a good match.
Definitely.
You know what's crazy? Onyx are 7th still, and we're still thinking about who's gonna win.
That's how close things are.
Season 15, baby.
The Onyx effect.
It's just
The
when you're
Yeb
against
effect, brother.
Navi.
The Yeb effect.
I think Navi is the outlier this season.
What do you mean? They're gonna break my boys' record. They
Tomorrow?
have to stop. Who are they up against tomorrow?
Navi's up against
Navi,
TLID.
please
I think.
win. Please win, Navi.
Did TLID lose today? Yeah. I think it's TL.
Navi, please win. We need to
Or
save
is
my
it-
boy Kaisami's from having his record shattered.
I don't remember.
You're really proud of that record, aren't you?
He is too.
Dude,
Listen.
that clip was so funny.
Listen.
Yeah, that clip.
In Indo,
That
there's
clip
a
was like
chance to
drunk.
actually beat it because they have 9 teams. In the Philippines, there are only 8 teams.
So
he
what
went
was his
0-14.
record?
0-14.
Ah.
We can go 0-16, Navi. Please, don't break my boy's record.
Are you gonna quote that legendary moment where Navi is gonna change history?
I will. They just gotta make it there, Arashi. I prepared lines.
Oh,
Shattering. They haven't just broken Kaisami's, they shattered the M4 line from the Blacklist Echo. Oh man,
Navi.
I can't wait.
Yeah, man, there's so many interesting matches tomorrow, man, honestly.
I'm excited to see the schedule because I don't remember.
Yeah, and I usually work Fridays to Saturdays.
man.
This is one of the rare occasions I'm working both Saturdays and Sundays.
Oh
so-
man, those. You got 2 3-day matches.
Worth it. Totally worth it.
Value, dude.
Value.
That's what
Value, dude.
a man from NA would say. I think his name is Zane. Plays MOBAs. Or maybe it could be Kimchi Man.
Is that why his name is MOBA Zane?
Dude, you need to stop. Are you actually joking, right?
No.
Oh my, no way. Dude,
Because
this
he
is...
plays MOBAs.
You've
Is his
been
name
here-
Zane?
No,
What's his real
is-
name?
I don't know. Can I dox him? Yeah, I feel like that's
Oh,
not
I
a good
don't know.
idea. Yeah, I
Oh.
don't think I can dox him. But
Then
we
just
call
say
him...
yes or no.
No, it's not his name, no.
So where did the Zane come from?
MOBA Zane is like you're a MOBA.
Is he kind of zany, you know?
Yeah.
Is that the idea?
Yeah, let me search up my...
Oh, wow.
So, Zane means... Okay, it doesn't make sense, but yeah, he's a MOBA. Zane.
He's
plays
a Zane
MOBAs.
in the MOBA world.
Yeah. I'm surprised you never... Are you serious?
I just
You've-
realized, dude.
It's
I'm not
been
joking.
a whole...
Like 2 years?
2 years,
4
at
years?
least 4 years. Someone clip this and send it to MOBA Zane. He's probably like, no, MOBA is not because I play MOBA. He's gonna troll you or something, you know? He's gonna pull a...
That sounds like something he would
Black
do.
Mirror episode, season 7.
Right.
No. Just starts fiddling with a gadget.
Pretty smart name.
Someone in the chat says his name is Joselito Zane Mendez. No, it's not. Who the heck is that? I know what his name is. No, it's not Joselito Zane Mendez, brother. But nice try. That's a good bait.
That sounds like a combination
I
of
would've
like
believed it.
multiple people, bro.
I would have believed it. I think, yeah. But, you know, it looks like we are going to the back rooms with Alyssa and BTR. Let's check out who she's talking to.
Thank you, Caster. Kembali lagi bersama Alisa. Dan pasti kalau sudah di backstage, kita akan masuk ke loser interview yang sayang sekali. Seperti yang kita tahu, Bigetron menjadi satu-satunya tim yang bisa mengalahkan RRQ. Namun hari ini RRQ dapat mengalahkan Bigetron. Dan sudah bersama Alisa di sini. Hello, Coach.
Hello.
Coach E2 Max. So, Coach, how are you feeling about looking at the gameplay previously? 2 versus 1 for RRQ.
Just normal. I mean, it's sad. Actually, we can win almost the series, right? But it's normal. We just need to be mentally strong. We still have a lot of games moving forward. So we just keep going.
Oke, Coach itu Max melihat ini adalah sesuatu yang normal karena sebenarnya win rate dari Bigetron sendiri masih sangat tinggi dan kalah menang itu biasa. But Coach, looking at the using the Masha, what's not expected to be banned in 3 games in a row. This is one of the key to beat the RRQ. So, how do you see this?
We expect actually that they will ban Masha. We don't practice it so much in the scrims since we know that they don't want to fight cheese strat against us, so they might bring it to normal drop, and we expect actually.
Jadi sudah di-expect sebenarnya bahwa ini akan di-ban dan ini menjadi salah satu yang RRQ lihat bisa menjadi kemenangan Bigetron dalam melawan RRQ. Namun saat ini memang di-ban pada akhirnya. Namun looking at the winning lineup actually, in the leg 1 you're using Finn to beat RRQ, to win against RRQ. But looking at the leg 2, you brought up again Light to play. Is it you try to make the gameplay unreadable by your...
Actually, we also expect that they might change their player also, and moving forward, as long, I mean, you don't want to use same player right in the regular season for you to see who's more capable in each of every teams. That's why if we can try play different players from different team, we're doing that.
Oke, mungkin dengan adanya perbedaan player yang dimainkan ini juga akan memperlihatkan adanya gameplay yang baru juga, dan sebenarnya coach mengexpect bahwa tim lawan juga mengeluarkan mungkin player-player yang barunya. But previously in the RRQ interview, RRQ said earlier that RRQ often felt like they were invited to team fights. Was that really your winning condition, or it was you're wrong in executing the plan?
What game? Full series?
Yes.
Actually, on the game 3, our winning condition is different because they their hero composition is for team fight actually, but we can maximize the mobility of our heroes. Maybe we can try not to fight them at the objective since our hero supposed to scale at the mid and the late game. Yeah, I think we just have a mistake some of our win condition of our composition. That's why they drag the game in very fast.
Oke, melihat dari komposisinya, ada kesalahan pada komposisi sehingga gameplay itu berjalan begitu cepat dan pada akhirnya dimenangkan oleh RRQ. And one last question, this is actually like not a serious question, but is the losing time in this time with Bigetron, it's because of the fading and wash away while their hair, because their hair is starting to turning white?
Might be.
Might be. Okay, so you should go paint again into red again. So you make sure the Bigetron will get the point, Simba.
Yeah, we should do, I think, different because it's already, the red hair is already maybe not work again.
Okay.
Maybe different. We should try different.
Maybe different lucky charms, oke. Jadi saya bertanya tadi apakah karena rambutnya yang sudah menghilang warnanya jadi kemenangan dari Bigetron sendiri itu menghilang. Mungkin kita bisa coba warna lain yang akan menjadi lucky charms dari Bigetron. Thank you so much Coach Itamax. Hope for the best for the next match. Hopefully. Dan pastinya dukung terus tim kesayangan kalian untuk para Bigetroopers. Dan kita akan kembalikan lagi ke para caster. Silakan caster, take it over.
Thank you so much for that interview, Alyssa, with Coach Etomax.
Etomax.
What did we learn from that interview, boys?
Well, we learned that they weren't able to fulfill a lot of their win conditions, you know. Game 3 especially, it was supposed to be a mid to late. They were supposed to utilize their mobility to get trades, to force out mid to late, but they got dragged into a very fast game by Sutsujin and Mathilda Man, Edok.
Kaka. Young man from the Philippines.
Yeah, but they did admit that there is a chance that, you know, the hair fading might be a factor here.
They might have to re-dye, you know, Iman's hair.
Maybe.
Unfortunately. But let's take a look at the updated standings presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. Onyx and TLID have traded spots.
And with that 2-0 win.
They equalized with Evos as well. Dude,
this is...
It's so close.
It's so close. I mean, obviously, I'm biased to BTR. I want BTR to win, but I want BTR to win to also make it closer between number 1 all the way to 7, or the way to 8, technically. Like, they were a win away from matching Evos, Onyx, Navi. Even their admin has posted, it's a dream. Not today, but someday.
Someday.
I mean, they're rolling with it, that's for sure.
Be careful, they're coming.
Let's see tomorrow, though. Let's see tomorrow's schedule, boys and girls.
Oh my god. Let's go.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh my god.
This is a stacked day, bro.
Yeah. Onyx RRQ, Royal Derby time, Geek Evos, crazy matchup, TLID Navi. Again, every match counts, especially for Wolf, who's waiting desperately to see whether his record gets broken or shattered.
What's his name again?
Kaisam Yves.
Gotta keep saying it, just so you know.
Kaisam Yves. I call him something different. His name is Kaisam Yves No Pueto, but I call him Kaisam Yves Homo. I see. That's my GOAT. My favorite Filipino analyst of all time.
Well, gonna be a tense night for...
You might have met his shadow in Indonesia in season 12.
Yeah, I might have. He might have stopped by twice. But yeah. So it's gonna be a tense night for the fans of Onyx, fans of RRQ.
What are you praying for?
Fans of Wolf.
For a TLID win tomorrow.
You gotta pray for that?
M-News Team Liquid PH secures 1 upper bracket slot in MPL PH Season 15 playoffs.
What was that?
At least one of my favorite boys.
I just started posing. KLPH, my boys.
KLPH.
Yeah, what's the pose?
It's a celebratory flap teasy pose. Shout out to Sanford, Sanji, Carl Teasy, and Oheb, not JP because it's his fault.
Damn. Damn.
It's always JP's fault, Arashi.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's TLID win tomorrow. Please. So we asked you a question earlier on. We are going to see your results very soon. The question was, who will secure the last upper bracket spot in MPL PH? Do you think it's going to be Aurora Gaming or Onyx PH? 71% of you voted Onyx PH.
I agree. On the Philippines.
Yeah.
They're looking crazy right now, bro. Kelra, I don't know if you guys have seen what he did, but this guy is not human. I'm telling you, this guy, all he does is play another game and he's this good. Imagine if he actually starts playing MLBB. He's just built different. This guy, Kelra, what the hell? You have to see what he did. You have to see what he did.
You're gonna show us later?
If I remember. But holy moly. If I was there casting, I would probably swear.
And it would
It's
be
that
worth
good.
it.
Yeah. It's
Dang.
similar to when he flickered out of Arlet Flicker in M6 on Layla, remember?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, of course. Of course, I remember. Well, you know, now that I think about it, and while I remember, I just want to remind you guys back at home, just in case you guys forget, that MPL ID Season 15 tickets are still available. So please do buy your tickets through the GoPay app or the official MPL ID website. Because if you do that, you guys have the chance, well, not the chance, you guys will get free diamonds.
Free.
Head over.
Free.
We're still 1 day away from the end of week 6. We still have week 7, week 8, and week 9.
Yep.
All
3
right.
whole weeks.
Of fun.
And usually we have the chance to playoffs segment, like around week 6, but we don't. Why? Because it's so darn close. Technically, in a way, RRQ could still not make it the playoffs.
Yeah.
Mathematically.
That's true.
That's how crazy it is right now. 1 to 8. Not
Very
9,
close.
8. Why not 9? Tap your screen a few times. Take a good look. Take a good look.
What are they now? 0-10?
Why you gotta say it, man?
They're 0-10.
Why you gotta say it twice, man?
0-10?
Oh, damn.
Say it
Damn,
again.
bro. That's crazy.
We're
3.
tripling down. How
But-
heartless.
I'm sorry.
You gonna say it for one more time?
0-10. This marks the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen. We still have one more day tomorrow. Thank you so much for tuning in to week 6 of MPL ID Season 15 on the English broadcast with me, Eterna.
Miracle.
Rashi.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Betapa sengitnya pertarungan di hari yang kedua, minggu yang ke-6 di MPL Indonesia Season 15. Kita sudah melihat 3 pertandingan untuk hari Sabtu, di mana hari yang begitu panjang, namun semuanya akan berlanjut untuk hari yang ketiga. Di mana esok di hari Minggu 3 match akan berlangsung. Di mana Royal Derby akan menjadi match kedua. Tapi match pembukaan dan juga match penutupan tentu akan mempengaruhi jalannya klasemen sementara. Dan boleh diingat hanya 6 tim saja yang akan berjuang di babak playoff dan memperebutkan piala trofi terbaru di MPL Indonesia. Dan di sini Bude juga ingin mengingatkan untuk kalian berkumpullah untuk menjadi saksi di hari yang ketiga. Dan tak lupa juga Bude mau ngingetin buat kalian kalau MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Munton, supported by PBSI, presented by official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official dari e-wallet GoPay, official dari sponsor Head and Shoulder, official coffee partner Good Day. Kita juga punya partner ini sports, ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games dan IndiHome. Bersama dengan advertiser, ada Kacang Sukro dan Hawkband. Tak lupa supplier kita RSV Helmet. Semua yang telah mendukung acara hari ini berserta dengan Superfans, terima kasih dan jangan lelah-lelah karena kita akan menyaksikan sejarah baru yang lahir di MPL Indonesia Season 15. Hari ini kita berpisah dan sampai jumpa di hari ketiga MPL Indonesia Season 15. We on this.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawa